Good morning. Welcome, everyone. If it's morning for you, it's morning here where I am. In fact, it's still dark out. So welcome to the Zapple Tech Automation Summit. I'm Jenna Charlton. I'm going to be your host for the next 2 days, essentially. And I'm really excited you're here and you've joined us. If you can do me a favor and throw in the chat where you are, kind of what you're doing these days, I'd love to hear from everyone. We've got a really amazing lineup of speakers over the next 2 days. I'm one of them, so, maybe giving a self-brag here too. But I'm really excited to be with you all. I'd love to hear from you, hear what you're interested in, what you're thinking about right now, what you want to learn over the next 2 days, because we've got a great lineup. So I hope you've got your coffee. I've got my first cup. I'm sure there will be many, many more through the period of the day. But I'm really excited to get to know you all and see what everyone wants to learn and what's going on. So let's see. Do me a favor and drop a hello or where you are in the chat so I know you're here. Because right now I think I'm talking to myself, but I hope that's not the case. By the way, a little bit about me, since you're going to get to know me just a bit over the next 2 days. So I've been in testing for a long time, well over a decade at this point. And I've moved from being a tester to being a product owner, which is really cool because there's a lot of carryover skills. I still get to test, which is awesome. And I work for a startup that's building automation tools. So that's extra cool because I get to use all of that testing knowledge, plus being a product owner and doing all of that cool stuff that product owners do. And let's see, I see that we have Ketan here. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. If I didn't, send me a message with the right pronunciation. I will make sure I get it right. I see that we've got Tatiana from Kiev. We've got Orest and somebody who's called Caterfly. I love the nickname. That's great. And Adita and Haroldis. I'm so excited you all are here you're here with us today. It's really, really cool to see you all here. Who's got something specific they want to see or want to learn? Did somebody say, hey, there's something specific I need to know or I want to know? We've got Zatani here, who's from Bulgaria, and you're a junior engineer. That's awesome. I've got to tell you all, by the way, I taught testing for a while, and I stopped teaching testing because it was my full-time job, and I didn't realize that I was not built to teach every day of the week. Not for me. But I love teaching testing, and my favorite group to work with were juniors. I have such a heart for people who are new into the industry. And not only do I have a heart for people who are new into the industry, they're probably the most important group of folks that we have because they come with the new ideas and the new thoughts, and they bring in all of these great experiences that come from outside of testing. So I'm so excited to have some juniors here. I'm really, really hopeful that you take a whole bunch of new things away that you can put to use right away. And you get a list of things to start exploring because, let's be honest, we're testers. We explore. That's what we do, right? Well, at least that's what I do. I fall down the exploration rabbit hole and discover new things along the way. And so I'm really excited you're here with us. And I know we've also got some folks who are going to, log in later and watch this all back on recording. So hello to you all as well. If this is in the recording, I don't know if it will be. Let's see. Oh, awesome. We've got some speakers jumping in. I'm excited to see that there are speakers here. Good. People are here. I'm excited to see you all. This is good. A couple other things about me that you may want to know because it just happens sometimes. I have 2 cats. I love them. They're my favorites, my favorite little creatures in the whole world. And sometimes they make an appearance. So if they show up, there is a orange and brown one. Her name is Maka. I sometimes call her B. Long story behind her being called B. And then we have a black and white one who is currently sleeping next to me. And she is called Purr. It's not actually her name. Her name is Excalibur, but we call her Purr. Let's see if you can see her. Can I make this work? There she is, sleeping in her special little bed next to me. So the only way she would let me work is if I made a spot for her. Might be a little bit spoiled. So if they show up, say hi to them. They're always here. Always excited to see people on video. It really amazes cats if you let them do that. All right. So we are ready to go with our first speaker of the day. I'm going to do my best here. We have Mykhailo Poliarush, and he is going to talk about how to manage automated tests effectively between QA dev and BA with a test management system. So I'm going to pass it over.
Hello, everyone. Hi. Hello. Right. So thank you for joining this this virtual summit. My name is Michael. So thank you for introduction. And today I'm going to talk about the effectiveness of the automated test cases. Let me just share my screen so everyone just see this. Yeah. Okay. Now it's fine. Okay, so let me just go to my presentation first. So here, what I would like just to do, I would like to go with you through some practical examples. So, and as I said to you before, my name is Michael. I'm working with Zeppeltech. So I'm actually the founder of Zeppeltech, and we are organizing this conference to share the knowledge in test automation fields, because we are providing also the automated testing services and consulting for over the 15 years, and we implemented dozens of the projects, and we see that this knowledge and the tools, approaches, and different design patterns that should be shared, and we see that there are a lot of information going around this year and next year. So I hope during this conference you will find out the more information regarding the test automation. Maybe you will apply some new techniques, and maybe you will find out the new insights, right? So during this summit. Okay, so today I'm just would like to talk about the effectiveness, right? The effectiveness of automated test cases through the collaboration, I would say. So because we have implemented a lot of different projects, and we see there's some kind of common patterns that these automated test cases, they are not efficient as it should be, right? Because it's not the ownership of the automated test cases is not stand on the team side, right? They just stand on some particular roles or on some particular persons, I would say. So we see that from our practice set that manual and automated test cases are really much differentiated. I would say that that some of the companies and the projects, they are following the modern methodologies and modern tools, but majority of the I would say of the companies and the projects, they are following, I would call it the old styled way. So where the automated test cases and the manual, they are pretty much differentiated, so they isolated, they are outdated. So in one word, I would say it's not synchronized, right? So it's not synchronized. So you would need to invest your time in manual testing to synchronize with your automation, and then invest some time to so automated test cases are synchronized with the manual testing, and there are different reasons for this, actually. So for some of the companies, it's reason because they have the dedicated teams. From one side, it should be benefits, but from another side, it's the disadvantages, because the automated test cases, they are just so they're just isolated, so they are not interacting with the business side, so they not interacting with the other team members, so or some companies, they don't have the single source of truth, so they try to keep the both information on the manual testing side and automated testing side. So but some of this becoming outdated, and they are just not try to update one of these, or the pretty, I would say, the pretty popular, I would say, that test automation is not integrated well into the processes. But from our side, from our perspective, through our experience, I would say that automated test cases should should be integral part of the QA processes, actually, because so if you don't have this as automated test case as integral part, so it means that it's not part of your daily work flows, and it means that the ownership of this automated test cases just stands on some particular person, and that's all. But it's wrong. So you should be in a position that the whole team should have this ownership of the particular automated test cases, right? So and no matter if it's different roles. So if you have, for example, non-technical person, they can contribute on the scenarios, on the review, audit, and so on and so forth, so they can look through the test results. So if it's test automation engineers, they can implement the test cases. If it's developers, they can do the review, right, on the architecture and so on and so forth. The product owner and business analyst, so they can look through the scenarios, how it's fully described, or how it's correctly described from a business perspective. So I would say the automation should be integral part, right? So nowadays we see that this integral part, that means that it should be some kind of system. Nowadays it's called the test management system, right? That is the central place where the testing is happening, right? So in most cases, for some companies, that is small companies, they have just only checklists and so on and so forth. Some of the company, they try to be so modern, so they have just only automated test cases only, right? So they don't believe in manual test cases. But in most cases, right, so there are some test management system that tries to manage the whole testing that you have. But we see that there are kind of common problems here. On the market, there are a lot of different test management systems, but mainly they are following manual testing first approach, which means that they would like just to create some test plans, test strategy, test plan, then you create in some test cases, then you do some testing, and later on, and someday, right, you are creating the automated test cases. And so due to this approach, they just we see that the automation is not priority for them. So they include the automated test cases inside of the test management system, but it's not integrated very well, because they don't have the native support for some test automation frameworks nowadays that we have. Or if you would need to create some send some messages to, or send some data to the test reports, you would need to do a lot of different customization and integration. If you have the non-technical persons, they are not available to execute your test case and so on and so forth. So we see that it's not a first time I'm saying that nowadays the modern development requires shift left approach, right? So you would need to test as early as possible, and you would need to do the test automation as early as possible, right? So it means that once you have some collaboration regarding the requirements, once you have the requirements, right? So at this point of time, you should think about the test automation, right, in place, where you need to do some actions already towards to create your test automation infrastructure, architecture, implementation, and so on and so forth, right? So we see that the modern test management tools, they are focusing, primarily on creating the test cases, but they should be, so simple enough. Now it's overcomplicated. Not whole team are using the test management system, but it should be done in the way that everyone should use it, so not the perspective from a workflow, but from perspective that the ownership, right? So you would need to add some value to those cases. You would need to add some value when you're checking the results and so on and so forth. Of course, the native support of the test automation is is avoided and so on and so forth, right? So that's why the ownership and understanding of the automation and manual testing just stands on the QA department only, or in some cases, if you have just only automated test cases, it stands just only on on the test automation engineers, right? So it in long term it means that, okay, so there is some unambiguous situation, or if you have some gaps or misunderstanding, so on and so forth. So it's just becoming a big so long loop where you just return this information to your team and team speak to you, right? And then you have some defects, so on and so forth, right? It's a good example collaboration on the test automation. So it's good stand comes from agile methodology, right? So there is three amigos meetings where the QA, development, and business analyst or product owner, I would say. So they should have these meetings where they need to collaborate based on the requirements they would like to implement, what should be tested, right? How fully it should be tested, how then automated test cases should be implemented, and so on and so forth. So each of these roles, they are contributed to this process, and as results you will have, it's called executable specifications, right? So it's a really good example, one of the example, right? So how it may be done. So I just would like to go with you so to understand this by examples, right? Because on the B side they are creating the user stories, so the QA should clarify the concerns and details regarding the scripts of what should cover this user story, right? The developer should implement this. So there are different actions should be done here, where the scenarios should be created, how then should be synchronized with automation, how this automation will be covering this. Once it's covered, how this will be converted to the automated test cases, right? So that the stakeholders or product owner, business owners, so how they will see the results, right? So different aspects, right? So why the automated test cases is not visible, right? It's not very well integrated. So I just would like to go with you through the test management system that is called Testament.io. That is specific test management system which is designed with test automation first approach and shift left strategies, which mean that you would need to do simple actions just to synchronize your automated test cases. Then you can add the manual test cases, and you can convert the manual test cases into automated one, and everything is visible through the living documentation. Everything is visible, through the results, and everyone has access to this system, no matter its work space for the business analyst or product owner, or for developers, or for QA. Let's go through the practical examples. So this tool supported the different modern frameworks, automated frameworks like Cypress or Cucumber, WebDriver, or something like this. So, or Kotsap.js. So today I'm going to show you some demonstration based on the Kotsap.js test cases and BDD. So as requested, so it's better, so it's better just to make one demo on the practical examples, not giving you too much slides, right? Okay, so here I do have already the testament. So I have already automated test cases, that is the automated test cases created already, and I do have this on my local box here, right? So that is the automated test cases in place, right? So when you start your project, right? So when you would like to collaborate, so the BA, the developer, and okay, you should have the single workspace where everyone is see the results of the QA process. That is the test cases, the manual test cases, and automated test cases. If you have such test cases, it should be easily synchronized, into test management system. So let's just go. I have already prepared some project here, right? That is the empty projects. A few just configuration done inside regarding the continuous integration and Jira. I will show you if you would be interested in, right? So here let's just import the test. It should be, so in modern system, it should be just one action, so that you would need to implement. So in Testament, you have the special command that you would need just to execute on your on your repository. This command will introspect all the tests that you have, right? So, and that's this test will, hold on a second. Yeah, so it seems like that it's broken somehow, right? So that cannot treat the property file name. Okay, so we have this. Okay, so we have some test cases, right? Okay. Okay, fine. Yeah. So so just command executed, one command executed. All the tests and scenarios that we have in the test automation repository is just moved to the test management, you see. So you don't need to do too much actions here. So we just execute this special command created for you. So if you are even newbie and beginner with test automation, you can execute it. And all the automated test cases that you have, it's visible in test management. So it should be done as it is, you see. So it should be done with one click. So I see that the other test management system, you would need to do the different customization for this, right? So, but here you just need to execute one command and all your test cases here. During this transfer of all your automated test cases, we introspect the whole steps that you have, right, in the test automation, right? For example, here we are following the BDD approach. The test automate supports a classical way of writing the automated test cases, but I'm showing you the BDD examples, right? So during the transferring of and synchronizing the automated test cases to the test automate, so we are gathering all the steps, and all the steps now available to you. And when you will create the new feature, let's just make the new feature, which is called manage to do tasks. So it's something like this. So we will create the new feature, right? So on the QA level, so you would synchronize the automated test cases, and you can create the manual test cases right here. So let's just add one scenario. So I do have already predefined data, so I don't waste your time, right? So let's just describe this feature, right? So this feature, as I will be showing you example based on the to-do MVC application. That is simple application just to create some task, then implement this task, and then you can tick that it's implemented, something like this, right? Here, so we can define some new test cases, right? So that is that they're created in this system. So we will save it. Okay, so we have the new test cases created, and you see you have the single place where the automated test cases and the manual test cases are on the same place. Yeah, so you have from one side, you have the automated test cases, which is synchronized all the time, right? And you have the manual test cases. Once it's done, so let's assume that you would need to have the grooming session or planning session or 3 amigos sessions, right? So then you would need to add your business analyst into the process, right? But usually they are working with their tools. So usually it's kind of Jira board, right? So, and on the Jira board, they're creating some requirements or the Confluence, right? So where they are putting some statements regarding them requirements, and we insist usually. So when we do the consulting as a Zeppeltech company, so we are insisting that it should be collaborative requirements setting. So it means that if you have this agile methodology, so for example here, let's just create that the user story. Okay, the user story that is manage to do tasks, something like this, right? So we'll go inside. Okay, let me just open like this. So I already installed the Testament plugin. So we will have it, the plugin here. I will put the description, right? So you may see what we are describing here, right? So yeah, so now we have the automated and manual test cases in place, right? So let's just add here. Let's just add here some test cases, right? So On the BA side, usually they are right on Three Amigos, for example, they already have some predefined user story that is defined. Sometimes it's happened that the people writing these scenarios in real time, right? So then once it's done, right? So then you can link this automated test cases and the manual test cases to the user story. So the BA, QA, and development, so they can work together on the same thing, right? So then here we have on the testament side, I already put some integration capabilities. Is just simple credentials you would need to get from a Jira, right? And then you would need to put here once it's done. So let me just check. We have connection is fine. So then we would need to go, and for example, here we have the manual test cases we covered, right? So then let's just add this test that is covered. So the covered in this user story. So let's just copy this user story, and then we would need to link this to the user story. So it should be simple as just one click, right? So once it's done, so let's just go here and we see that, okay, so QA can link the test cases, the manual test cases, to the user story, right? If the test automation engineer or the test automation team, they do have some test cases which is already in place, they can also attach some already automated test case to this user story. So we understand that your user story is covered by some manual test cases or by some automated test cases, right? Hold on a second, yeah. So it should be in a second, right? Once we have this, right? So we have the different capabilities how we can manage these test cases. So usually, if we're talking about the agile methodologies and BDD or Three Amigos or something like this, right? So that means that the product owners, business analysts, they are working primarily in their environment. They don't want to go to some test management system and do some work there. So they just work with these entities, right? Here, the test mat provide this capabilities, and the modern test management system should provide this kind of two-way synchronization. For example, here, so we have the test case here, right? So create a new task. We should go here and see that, okay, we see the internals of this scenario. So even more, so they should have the capabilities, right, to add some extra steps, right? So to be tested, something like this, right? So it can be done here. Once it's saved, so business analysts or product owners can contribute to the manual test cases. Once it's done, it should appear here. Let's just go, and we see that, okay, we have some extra steps. And if we are talking about the collaboration from the QA to the BA, for example, right? So we can add some also steps here that I see that some placeholder is completed, something like this. We will add some extra steps, and it should go and immediately, yeah. So save it, right? So and then here we should go to this manual test case, and these results should be there, So yeah, so this step is done. So you see that the QA and BA, so they can collaborate on the manual test cases. So they are working in a different environment, in a different workplaces, So, but they, in effect, the result that the manual test cases is synchronized, right? So even more, right here we have the not manual but automated also the test cases, right? So the QA, if they are making the automated test cases, right? So they can link, and you have on one bucket, you have all the assets that is related to this user story. So even more, for example, if you would like just to go and add it, for example, we have this whole the user story, right? So, or the feature file, it's called. Let's go with here. We can create the business analyst can create from the Jira perspective. They should and have this capability just to create some test cases, right? So if they see that something is missing here, so then they should have this capability just to create a new script, right? So it's just edit some task So we'll save it. Okay, go to this particular feature file, right? And this feature file, we will save it. It's added here, and automatically, let's go and see that we have it here. You see, so this test case is added from a Jira perspective, but it's immediately should appear in a test management system. You see, so it's cool. Now you have this kind of capabilities. So Testament provides a lot of different advanced features. For example, if you already have some test cases already created here on the Testament side. So then you can go to the edit stage, right? And then we can add 2 more test cases, right? If the feature file is linked to to the user story, right? So on the user story side, so all appeared and newly created test cases, they appeared here. So now we have our test cases. Let's just go and execute a few test cases, right? So because it's not only about the designing your test cases and synchronizing, but also about the execution, right? So on the execution side, also on the continuous integration, I have already added here the GitHub. On the GitHub, there is also some small configuration done to execute these automated test cases, right? So I put already this configuration in place. So it's just 1-2 minutes to configure from a user perspective. And once it's done, we have the automated test cases, and we, as a non-technical persons, we can just have this executable, so you just go to execution, to the run, you choose that you would like to execute this in continuous integration. You choose that you would like to run all the automated test cases, and you will just need to launch it. And that's all. You see non-technical person, so they can navigate through the user interface and click some buttons. So you can execute all the automated test cases, right? So, or they can execute them, the manual test cases, right? Here, let me just check it. Okay, fine. So it's just started to execute. Right. So meanwhile, it's executed. Right. So I will execute our manual test cases that we have. For example, here we will have some 3 or 5 test cases. So we just need to go through. Right. So that is finished. Right. So that is the results. We can look through. Right. So we can filter these results and check the details if we have such. Right. So here. And so we can execute also. Let me just show one more interesting functionality here. So if you have, for example, mobile testing or cross-browser testing, right? So you can execute, for example, the same sets of the test cases on a different environment. Let me launch it all. It means that the same sets of the tests, but executed 3 times on the 3 different environments. So on Windows, macOS, and Linux. And if you have in front of you, or if you have the mobile devices, for example, iOS or Android, you can execute it one by one, something like this, right? So, and then you will have these results. So here, let me just also execute a bit more results. So you can execute on local box. So also we provide this capability, easily just execute one line. So I just would like to have more data, so you can look through later on through the analytics and the reporting. So it started executing. Testament provide these advanced capabilities to see the results, even intermediate results, without waiting until the end, right? So we see that, okay, automated test cases are executed, and it's immediately available here. Everyone who has access to Testament can look through the stack trace, exception. We can see here the video recording and a screenshots here. So we have these capabilities, right? And once all the test cases are executed, let's go back to the business analysts and product owners or stakeholders, right? So here they can check that the latest execution results, right? So then everyone is on the same page, you see. So all the test cases are linked here. So the BA, from their perspective, they see that, okay, they do have some requirements stated, right? So that is composed to some manual and automated test cases. So you see that some of these tests are failed, some of these are not, right? So then if you are wondering what exactly is checked in this manual test case or automated one, right, you can go inside and check. You see the results, right? So if you are the automation engineer, you can go to the results of the execution on GitHub, or you can go inside to the report, right, and then you can filter the results, right. You can check through the different technical, I would say, information here regarding the collaboration, right. Yeah, here a lot of information can be stored, so kind of attachments. So there is branches, a lot of functionality inside of this, right. Also, what I would like to just to show you, so it's really a cool feature. So as non-technical person, how they can be how they can collaborate and add some value to the process, right. So for example, the first one is if you have some test automation in place, so it's configured. So from test automation engineer perspective, they implement the test cases, they are synchronized to the test mat, right. So then that's done to the test management. Everyone is synchronized then it goes to the business analyst, and business analyst here he is looking through the examples and see if it's fully covered by the business requirements or no, right. Once it's done, right, so here the let's assume the situation that, for example, the application is changed, right, then we go to some scenario, and some non-technical person can add some extra step that, for example, some of part of your application is changed and scenario should be changed, and the implementation of test automation should be changed appropriately, right. So it means that we will save it, and the test mat will show you that, for example, this test case is out of sync. That means that the QA just made some changes and go to some exploratory testing, and from test automation point of view, someone should go and check, okay, that is the out of the sync. Why it's out of the sync? So we just go and compare, okay, some extra step is added, so he's going and going to add this step and synchronize this test again with test mat. Or for example here, so at least they can create the non-technical person, they can create some dummy test cases or some templates in test automation repository to help the test automation engineers to implement it. So here we can take this specific user story or scenario, right. So we will go to this feature that is the test automation code, right. So on the BD side, we will save it, right, and then we will synchronize it once more, right. Let me just check it. Yeah, and this particular test case should become now it's as automated one, right. So this one, it was the manual one, right. Now it becoming the automated one. Is just done by I would say by magic, right here. So that once its synchronization is done, there is inside of it, there is a magic inside, right. So which is identifying what exactly was automated. And once it's synchronized, we see that, okay, the manual test cases, now it's automated. And we see that, okay, on the Jira side also, once we will refresh it, so here is also should be automated one, so that the QA can contribute on the scenario level, so they can execute the result. For example, they don't need to ask some person to execute test cases, or even more, they can re-execute just only failed test cases, right, without any extra, I don't know, so extra action or extra configuration here. So the BA, they will work with the user stories, and they work with the coverage of the manual and automated test cases, right. So then on a later side, so if they would like just to have this living documentation, for example, here we can enable the living documentation. Usually it's used on agile workflows, right. So you have just one public space where all the test cases are described, right? So then you can look through, and it's available to everyone who is interested in results, right? So results and the descriptions. So once you have this planning or grooming session, you can look through the living documentation. Living documentation means it's updated all the time when you have the automated test cases or manual test cases updated, created, or deleted, right? So it's already up to date. So you can check the latest results, or if you would like to see the details. So if you will have the screenshots, you will have the screenshots, something like this, right? So there are a lot of different features in this system. So here I would say that how it should look like, right? So we understand that the automated testing should be, as I showed you on example, should be integral part of the QA process. I just would like to give you this example so you can compare with your existing setup how your automated test cases is synchronized with the manual, how the test management is having this good, really native integrated features, right? So how the different persons and roles can be interacted based on the test management system. So then each of these roles contribute the extra values to the common processes. Right. So as I showed you here on the slide, so I pretty much sure that the ownership of the automated testing, so they should stand on a team level, right? So everyone should have ownership of the automated testing on a different level, of course, right? So non-technical person can do some small job, right? So not sophisticated. That the implementation, of course, should be done by QA, but business and product owners, so they are also can be involved in these processes, right? So, and if it's done correctly, so the one system will help you to boost your QA performance and QA efficiency, I would say. Right. If you would like to learn more about the Testament, that is the links, just go to Testament and sign up. You will have a free projects, free plans, so you can go and play around. If you would like to check this tool that may work for your project, you can schedule a demo and check the documentation. A lot of information there, right? So just go and check it. And I guess that's all that I would like just to say here. So I'm done. Right. Let's go and check that we have some questions. I know, right? Right. So here, what is our plan here? So Jenna, will you?
Hi. Well, I have a question for you.
Yeah. Okay.
So I love that you have traceability between the test and the stories, so that's really visible. Can you kind of elaborate on how we can use something like that to help us with decision making and risk analysis? I know it's a little old school to be so under traceability, and even though I'm an agilist, I love traceability. So I was curious about your thoughts.
Yeah, it's really good question, because so decision making is stand on the management side, right? So when you do a lot of different sprint testing or any other automation execution, so the manager should see on the high level all the different levels of the traceability. I can show you. So my screen is hidden, so just I need to show my screen again to show you the analytics right here. Yeah. So we have a lot of different analytics here. For example, the coverage. For example, that is something is covered or no, right? If you have some defects, we are clustering these defects by So if you have, for example, 100 test cases failed, and then you understand just only 3 root causes for these failures, so we will cluster these defects so you understand it's critical or no, and how this particular defect or failures impact all other test cases, right? So then we can check some, for example, on Jira side, we do have we do have the coverage by the user story, right? So you have the list of the user story. For each of this user story, we are showing you, okay, so what test cases are covered here, what manual, what automated, right? And what is the statuses. So there are kind of different levels of the analytics and reporting the TestMed provides, right? That can give you some background here to make the proper decision, I would say.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, I really, really value traceability. So I'm always excited when a tool has the right infrastructure to make that happen. So I don't see any more questions in the chat, but it was awesome getting to hear your talk and seeing the demo of that tool because I haven't seen that before. So super, super cool.
Thank you.
And I think we are just about ready to go to our next speaker. So Svetlana is going to join us and talk about artificial intelligence QA, testing automation with AI, and how this helps companies test faster. And I'm super excited because this is kind of like what the tool that I work for does. So really excited to see this. Hi, Svetlana.
Hello?
We can hear you.
You can see me?
We can see you.
Nice to meet you, Jenna. How are you?
Nice to meet you too.
I'm really excited to participate in this event. So let's start, okay?
Awesome.
Okay, my name is Svetlana, and I'm a tech manager at Globant. I'm working with cross teams and help on many QA automation projects. Technology is a big passion for me. Nowadays, I'm driving into machine learning frameworks and Internet of Things platforms. And today, I would like to talk with you about testing automation with AI. Well, when you hear news about artificial intelligence, it might be easy to assume it has nothing to do with you. You might imagine that artificial intelligence is only something the big tech giants are focused on, and the AI doesn't impact your everyday life. In reality, artificial intelligence is encountered by most people from morning until night. For example, when you open your phone with Face ID, looking for social media, Google search, using digital voice assistants, and many, many more. How AI used in testing software? Companies large and small are looking for ways to reduce cost and improve the scope of reliability of testing. And it is under the pressure that testers are more often turning to artificial intelligence and machine learning to augment their testing processes. How can AI enhance the software testing process? This presentation will cover some of the main benefits of adding AI to the software testing process and why you should consider adding it to yours if you haven't already. Okay, how help teams to test faster? Today, I will demonstrate a concept how to do it. We will take a big data approach and we will use machine learning to speed up the testing. We will say goodbye to test scripts, which take a lot of efforts to create and ever longer to maintain. We will create a test using architect of natural language. Using AI for testing software is an emerging field in software engineering. So how to do it effectively? In this presentation, I will describe how convolution neural networks and deep reinforcement learning can be used for this new initiative. We will execute exercises where we will use the pre-trained CNN model, image detection API, and we will build a model from scratch. In my opinion, the exercise developed can be applied by anyone with good experience in the software industry. Also, you need some knowledge. They are not very difficult to achieve. Almost of them can be covered with online courses available on different platforms. Specifically, intermediate knowledge of Python is required, and advanced data design, modeling, and basic neural networks understanding are required too. But first, let's list the software testing challenges. Today, automated testing is based on DOM structure. As a result, traditional test scripts are breaking any times as UI changes. This is because of scripts cannot find an element single locator like ID or XPath. As a result, rework is needed after every dev cycle. And also, it's a big effort to cover a huge number of layers need to be tested. So let's consider what the functional testing is. So the functional testing, this is a set of scenarios, and every scenario is a set of pages. A single page is a set of elements. We need to perform some action with these elements. So in our platform, we will create two phases. The first phase, the phase which will detect our elements within the page, and the second model will be perform action with these elements. For this, for the first model, we will create detection model training with convolution neural network, and for the second, we will use deep learning model with neural language processing. So let's start our exercise. The first, we will create the first model, detection model training with convolution neural network. To start build this model, you must have installed the following dependencies on your machine. Of course, it should be Python. You need to install TensorFlow. TensorFlow is a free open source software library for machine learning and artificial intelligence. This is really, really a powerful library, and it's really popular for our days. And we will install some more dependencies like image AI library. This is some additional library we will use just to simplify our code. So you will see our code will be presented in a few lines, and it will be really, really easy. So and also we will use some Python libraries like Pillow and Python-Seract, which help us to detect elements. So we'll show how we will perform it. So on this slide, you will see flow, how we will build our model. This is a common flow, can be used for any machine learning models. It will be the same flow for convolution neural network, for neural language network, and so on. So the first step, it will be we need to create a data set. The next, we will train this data set. The next, we will create model, and this model we can use for our data analysis. So we can predict, perform some prediction. We can receive information using our model. So let's start to build our model. We'll start with the first step, preparing our custom data set. So for this step, we need to prepare images which we want to use to train for our model. So in our case, it will be a data set of images of web pages with web elements on these images. So this is a really complicated part. It's a question how to create this collection. And this collection, it should be collection about 500 images, this is a minimum recommendation. And of course, it's really complicated to create your custom data set. I will try to, I will share with my experience, and of course, you can use this experience yourself. Let me show. So how I created my own data set. I just use it images Google search results. So this is these results provide me with a huge amount of elements with some pages and with web elements presented on these pages. And I just need to save, capture, navigate to a separated page, capture this page and in my collection folder, and so on. I can perform it really quickly using just some additional tool. We can use developer tools in our browser. Just put here JavaScript command, and with this command, we can create a list of URLs which provide us the search result page. Okay, so we have this list URLs, and for now we can navigate to every page and capture this page and save on our local collection. We will use some, I developed some really simple Python script for this purpose, which just navigate, capture, and save image on our disk. Okay, so to run such an easy script, it will take maybe 20-30 minutes, and our collection is done. So it will be 500 or 1,000 images in our collection just in 50 minutes. Okay, so the next step, yeah, just show you. We need to review our images, just to remove images which doesn't match our collection, so doesn't present a web page and our elements. So we will filter and we will review all our images, and it's done. So let's go with next step. The next step, once we have our collection of images, we need to annotate our objects in these images for every images. So we can use a really simple tool, image annotation tool. It's named Label Image. It's easy to install on any platform, macOS, Windows, and so on. And I will demonstrate how this tool works. So you open a directory when your collection is located, and this is will be a list of all your images. And now you need just start annotation. Every single image, you need annotate your object. So you will create a rect box for object, and you will put a select classificator. So for this example, I have a set of buttons elements, and yeah, and you need to perform all this for all your images in your collection. So when you're done with this part, it will be created. You saved annotation, and annotation, it will be simple for every image. It will be created XML file with annotation. With full information, full annotation information about how many objects, coordinate of these objects on the page, classificator, this is a button, and so on. So we have done with our data collection, and we can start to build our model. So this is one additional step before we start building our model. We need to split our collection in two collections. 80% of our collection we will put in train folder, and 20% we put in test folder, just to split our collection. That's it. Okay, so when we're done with dataset step, we can train our dataset. So we will use image API library to train our model. So we will create object, train object, which will train. We set up data directory. This is a directory when our collection, test and train collection are located. We will set up a set train configuration. The first parameter, it will be array with our object classificators. In my presentation, I just created three classificator for button, checkbox, and radio button. And also, this is trained from a pre-trained model parameter. It's optional parameter. You can use it when you, for example, have some model, pre-trained model, and you want to continue train this model again. It means that, for example, you stop train your models, and you can in any you can improve your model and train it again, so you don't need to perform it from scratch. And this is an interesting parameter, number of experiments you would like to perform to train your model. So in my example, it's 20. So it means that it will be with our data set, it will be performed 20 experiments, and just be aware it really consider on your machine CPU. So for example, when I trained my model and used just 20 experiments, it took me 72 hours. So be aware, it's really a long process. And for to train a real model, it should be a recommendation. It should be 100 and more experiment to train your model, and this model, it will be give you a more accurate result when you will detect your elements. So be aware this parameter, it should be more 100. I will not run now the train model method, because it's time considered, and I will just show you. I will start and create my object for my model. So and when we start train this model in models folder for every experiment, if for example I run 20 experiment, it will be created 20 models in models folder. So this is some information, statistic information about every model. And the next step, you need evaluate your models. So from 20, or it will be, for example, you will have 100 models. You need to find models which will be more accurate, and you will use for your next steps. So the evaluate model will provide you with statistic information, and this is a really good map parameter which show how prediction is high for a specific model. So when this value is more close to 1, it means it's more accurate and prediction will be more accurate. So for all 20 evaluation result, I found the best. Of course, because I had just 20 experiments, and my model will show some not really good results. It can be some strange results. So I need to train my model again and again and improve my model. But let me show how it works. So this is a model which will save on your disk space. And this is, you can see, it's just 250 megabytes the size of your model, and means that this model you can use copy to any server, to any framework, and you can use in any platform. So you build your model, and you can use this model for test automation for any projects. So and it means you have this model, and you can load this model, and you can start detect objects from image using this model. So let me show how it works. I prepared some images just downloaded before this presentation from internet, just to show how it works. So this is Netflix page, and I will try to recognize button elements within this page. So let me show how it works. This for this method, I will put my Netflix JPEG name, and this parameter it's optional, but it's really good to use. It will be generate image which with detected object. It's really useful to visualize the results of detection. So let's start this set of code. So you can see, let me show you what was detected. Yeah, so it was detected button. Yeah, it's not really accurate for this page, but the idea is that it will show us object detected within the page. Plus, you can see it will show us the number that prediction is 82% it's accurate, so it's prediction with this value. And let me show you some more example. For example, Amazon page. So we have some buttons within this page. We'll see how it works and which object will be detected with for this image. Amazon. Okay, let's run. Okay, so its result return us 3 object, button object, and we'll see results. Yeah, so this one, This one, it was detected. So you can see sometimes we have with some object it's false results. This is because it's not it's still a good trained model. This is just for demonstration, and we will have some pass and fail results. So, and as the last example, I would like to show, this is Bing site, okay? Yeah, so this is sign up button. And for example, if we have on the page a multiple of button elements, we need to understand, so we need to click specific, for example, sign up button, just perform action with this specific button. And we need to recognize this sign up button from all set of buttons within our page. So I will show how we will do it. Okay, we'll put here Bing. It will return detection two elements, and will show these elements detected. Yeah, so you can see this is a sign up button, and this is prediction. It was showing 68% it's prediction how accurate that it's button object. Okay, so let's see how we recognize that this is really a sign up button. You can see this is the region of this object, and we can crop this region from the full image. So we will use here image Bing, our image, and we will put here our region. Okay, and we will run here. Yeah, so you can see we just crop this box and put it in region, and we can perform the next action with this region. So we use PyTesseract library. This library which can read text from the image. So we can extract this text from the image. So let me show how it works. Okay, I run, and I will put in console. Okay, so you can see it was detected the text within this region, sign up. So this is concept how we can build our element recognition for the first page, for first stage. So we will detect all elements on our within our page, and the next stage we need to perform some predefined steps, some actions within with these elements. So for this goal, we will build the second model. The second model, let me show. We will build creation deep learning model with neural language processing. So nowadays it's really popular machine learning natural language processing model, and it used in different areas like bot chat and so on. Maybe bot chat is more popular, so I'm sure you hear about this. So let's build our narrow language processing model. So for this model, you must have installed some dependencies. We will use Spicy. It's really good library for this propose, and we will use some additional dependencies library will need to be to finish and build our model. So when you have these dependencies on your local machine, we will start the first step. This prepare our data set. So it's really similar, like we built a data set for our image detection model, but instead of images, we will use BDD steps. So BDD steps, this is a collection of really different BDD steps, which can be found anywhere in any storage. So for my exercise, I used GitHub repository, and I just check features in different repositories and copied these BDD steps from GitHub. And of course, I had created my collection. Will show you. So I created and saved this collection in CSV format. So you can see this is column. This is all different BDD steps from different features from different projects. Okay, so when you created your BDD step collection, and it's really similar like we performed with annotation our images, we need to classify our steps. Let me explain how I classified my steps. So, for example, I classified and put it with number. So it means the step given I navigate to Google. So this action navigate to URL, and I classified this 0. And for example, the same steps navigate to URL, but which described in different manner. Give I'm on Google.com, it's the same classificator. Let's show more. Okay, it's the same. Okay, this is given I load Google site. It will be the same action, navigate to URL. So in this manner, you need to classify it and create your own classificator and classify your steps in your collection. So this, okay, and we can start. So I will import some dependency, and I will in train data object, I will read my data set collection. So this is, I will show you my data, train data. And this is maybe some information about my data set. I have 8 classificator. Here on plot, I will just display how many BDD steps for every classificator I have in my collection. So if you create with more different description for any classificator, it will be more accurate, and it will be more accurate prediction you will have using this model. So you always you can improve your model and train again and again with improving data set. Okay. So next, the next step, it will be the same step like we performed for image detection, object detection. We need sleep our data collection to train and test. So the same 80 and 20%. That's it. Let's go next. The next step we need, this is step pre-processing data. For example, we have some in our BDT context. It starts with the word given, when, and then. It's this word. It's not have any. Sense to understand the context, so we don't need these words. So we can clean our collection and clean these words from our data set. Also, we will transform our text in lowercase, and this is a procedure which perform these actions. Let's run. Okay, so I applied this procedure to this BDD step, and result was returned. This is clean without given and lowercase. Okay, so let's apply this to our train and to our test data set. Okay, so for now we have cleaned our collection, and for next we will use we will perform some interesting step. Let me show. So we will apply natural language processing techniques like lemmatization, stemming, words. So there are a lot of techniques you can apply. So you can just play with our collection just to receive more accurate results. So for this presentation, I will present, we will use lemmatization. Lemmatization meaning of words based on dictionary. This is extract the base word. I will demonstrate on practical how it will apply. Also some stemming technique, extract the root of the word or stop words. This is words that appear very often and don't help to understand the context of the text, and more techniques. So I will show you some technique on practice. So lemmatization. I created procedure and will show how it works. So you will see learn, learned, and learning. So it's all this word have one the base word learn, learn, and learn. So we apply this technique for our two collections, and that's it. Our data set is ready to train. I will create. I will perform some apply some just for user visualization. I just will not use number. I will classify my classificator with text. It will be easy to understand the results. So the 0, it will be a classificator navigate to URL, and so on. So we have 8 classificator, and we can start train our model. So comparing with image detection, I will use perform 100 experiments, and you can see it takes just 30 seconds to complete this to train this model. And of course, you can save this model on your local disk, and you can use this model for in any automation test, like I demonstrated for image detection. So let's see how we can use our NLP model to detect our action. So we will load, and for example, this is it will be a BDD step. I load a Google site. So you can see it returned me the list classificator and with prediction number. So it 99% prediction that it's navigate to URL site. So, for example, we will change our text. So it's the same. It will be navigate to URL action. Let me show you more. I'm on Google site. Yeah, so it's the same. Or like more, I navigate. So it should be, I'm sorry. Yeah, 95%. This is navigate to URL action. So maybe some more, like I click save button. I just put out results with prediction highest 90%. So it will be click the element action. Okay, so when we detected our actions, we can translate our BDD step in Selenium actions. So this is idea how we can use machine learning models and build our powerful artificial intelligence automation platform. And I hope it helped you, and I'm ready for your questions. Okay, so this is one question I can find in our chat. How to apply results of trained model in real automation functional test? So it will be your test automation framework, but we will skip in this automation framework object recognition, and you will not define actions. So it means that it will be a framework, and you will provide this framework with just test scenarios described in natural language format, and your model will analyze all your steps. You will generate your automation script automatically, so without any human interruption, and it will execute all these scenarios. It will generate test results, and you will just receive a test report, and you will see which scenarios pass or failed.
Svetlana, that was so interesting. I have so many takeaways from your talk and things that I want to dig into. So thank you so much for being here and for sharing all that. And now I'd like to bring on our next speaker, Ketan, who's going to talk about what might be more hot and sought after in 2022.
Hey, hi, Jenna. Hope you guys are able to hear me.
Yes, we can hear you and we can see you.
Okay, great. So I'll just turn on my screen. Hope you're able to see it fine. Is the presentation visible? Okay, I take the silence as yes. So let's get started. Thanks, Tech, for giving me an opportunity to obviously share my views here and put up a perspective there. So just to introduce me in short, I'm Ketan Joshi, and I would like to share my thoughts on what might be more hot and sought in 2022, and not just 2022, right? Beyond that as well. If I have to talk about me in a few minutes, while the next video comes up, which is something which I would want to kind of get this presentation going on our kind of erstwhile node where we were on the yesteryears, might be quite a few decades back. While it comes up, most of us have seen the Big Bang Theory. So just a clip from that. But while that comes up, if I have to just talk about me, right, I'm a person who keeps exploring, learning within and beyond testing, right, be it DevOps, be it on the technology side, agile, and more. Recently, I just yesterday completed my Google Cloud certification, so continue to learn and share as well at the same point of time. I've been an active speaker in various testing conferences since 2018, and obviously there were a few demos involved around the same. But the topic I have picked up this time, right, is something different. And in most of these testing conferences, what I have observed, right, even the topics which I had shared till date, right, was more around test automation, or be it microservices, continuous testing, might be risk-based testing, visual testing is what I have generally seen the trend to be. So I just tried to this time around I tried to decide going against the trend. And this time I'm I would just like to share my views, when it definitely comes to 2022, automation testing is there. Definitely it's not going anywhere. But more so, I believe there is life for testers beyond automation, right? And there is a lot to explore. And be it as a career, or be it more so from a perspective of what to look forward to, I'll therefore spend the next 30 to 40 minutes around, more giving more focus around cloud, non-functional testing, and RPA. Obviously I'll cover microservices as well. So how these three areas are definitely building up after being they have been there. And they are certainly picking up big time. So not to forget around microservices, which has been there. So with such a vast agenda, right, I just plan to I did not have any plans for to have a demos for today's session, just to take care of I can do a little bit justice to what we can present. So uh, just to start the note on this particular video from Big Bang Theory, right? I hope this is not how we were testing in our good old days 2 decades back. So might be a minute there on this video, and we'll get going. I hope the audio is visible, right? Or rather, it's audible. So let's see now what happens. They have done their functional testing. Let's try some exploratory and guerrilla testing. Okay, so let's move on. So this is what we were, I believe, not exactly the same, but definitely how things started might be 1980s, 90s, when the testing was more manual. Obviously, there was certain automation involved, be it those batch scripts or shell scripts, which people did continue to write, but then primarily manual, right? So just to get going on that particular thread, right? So a few points which I would want to cover today is what has happened, and why this change is what we are seeing, right? How testing has evolved in those days, what I call as the rays of testing, which I'll spend time on, and therefore the key focus areas which I covered more around cloud, microservices, NFT, and more. And to conclude, so what is it that I want all of us to take away from today's session? So if you look at again, take us a few decades back, right, the technology then was more around monolithic to microservices per se, which is where a few oldies of us would remember, right, the Windows 95, you used to, as an operating system, used to come in a CD. We had CD drives, and then on floppy drives. So therefore the deliveries or software deployments might not be the term which was used then, but the softwares which used to come packaged in CDs and might be used to get delivered or released, might be once or twice a year, or if not more. Service packs, you would remember those service pack CDs. But then if you look out more so from now, right, it's more around microservices, where the Facebooks of the world, the Googles of the world are deploying, Amazons of the world are deploying into production, quite a few changes every second. So that's how the world has changed, right? Obviously now it's not just a particular OS or a few set of OS, but there are a lot of operating systems around, there are a lot of devices around, not just the personal computers but a lot beyond that, where there is a multi-device variance which comes into play, and then not to forget the browsers. So if you look at it holistically, right, the world has gone drastically. So we as testers, if we have to kind of ensure that what we are sending into production is very much validated for all of these variables, is it practically possible? So that's something to look at, right? More so the process also, as I mentioned, right, have moved more so from an waterfall to an agile model. So we really need to test quick and give that feedback faster, be it what everybody calls as the shift left testing, might be even shift right of the testing which has been happening. And therefore the frameworks aligning into frameworks more so from an agile perspective of be it scrum, kanban, less of you might have heard, and then safe. Now the expectation therefore from not just the testing community but more so around the entire software development community, right, has been t-shaped developers or full stack skills, where a person is not just expected to know Angular from a UI perspective or services Java from a middle tier perspective or a particular database, but a kind of a set of those, which when we are calling it as a full stack or t-shaped, where you just don't know about Java, but you might be about Python as a programming language, Go, Node.js. So having those. So when it comes to testers, obviously you are able to test across these landscape. You are able to test front to back, end to end, so that there is a lot of evolvement which is happening, if I may have used the right word. So why is this change happening, right? If you look at the budgets of all of these organizations, right, the art it's a comparison between run the bank or run the business versus change the business, right? The new funds which are getting diverted onto new initiatives, new clouds. So the funds which are left over for keep lights on, or which is called as the run the business, is something getting lower. Obviously the spends around be it the development or testing are shrinking. And then more so from be it the fintechs and the industry trends which are evolving. If we go traditionally talking about banks, or being from the BFS background, I'm just taking a banking example, the erstwhile banks, right, is that there is fierce competition coming into play with the fintechs of the world coming in, be in India, for example, where we are talking about a lot of wallets and UPI, which is a payment interface which has come up within India, which really kind of is disruptive when it comes to cards or banks as a system per se. The customer experience is changing, right? Today the stickiness has gone down drastically. If you are working on a mobile app and you see that there is something wrong, or it's taking a lot of time to kind of have the next page rolled up, or a particular banking transaction to be done, it takes more than a few seconds, you just switch over because there are so many parallel solutions available. Therefore the speed and patience of the millennials has really gone the speed has obviously improved, the patience has reduced, where so if you have to keep in line with all of these, then there is a lot of expectation there. So in going in line with how the testing has evolved therefore over time, right, what I refer to more so the testers on the bottom extreme left of what you can see, versus to the people who test, because I really don't want to limit this to a view or a perception that it's only the testers who need to do the testing, right? It's across the entire feature teams, if I may call, in terms of agile implementations, where we need to have everybody and anybody within the team who deliver on the testing aspect, because not just the testers can take you over the line, it's a holistic responsibility. So if you would have seen the stages as of how the things have evolved, I just tried to animate that to give you a perspective, where we've moved beyond the manual testing and the record and playback times of earlier used to have QTP as a solution, which is now a UFT micro focus. We've the development teams at a unit testing level have moved ahead from a TDD implementation. There was a business process testing which was introduced. Mobile automation came into play. At the same point of time, you had headless automation, where you really did not have browsers to test out your codes. like you know then obviously talking about the multi operating systems and browsers, where we had solutions such as browser stack come into play. And things kept on evolving, where you might not have a system end to end, where you build stubs to kind of test things out. So more so from a testing perspective, this is how we have evolved. And if I have to look at it more so from a topic of today, where we are talking about RPA, which is really picking up big time, which is robotic process automation, right? With the likes of UiPath and more as tools to help you, automate these faster, or be it the cloud implementation. So now, if people are going to move from an on-premise implementation to a cloud implementation, what is it that is expected from the testing community, or what exactly is the team's approach supposed to be when it comes to testing all of these? Be it the pipelines which have kind of getting us our codes into the relevant environments and right till production, so how we enable continuous testing over there, so that's how the evolvement has happened, right? Now, if you look at it more so from a perspective specifically, right, again, just to put the point across, right, the view is it's not just for the testers but for communities who test. So, look beyond just manual testing or just automation, right? That there are a lot of things which need to come into play when we are planning to kind of have a testing view in place to ensure we are doing justice to each of these. So, talking about the first topic, right, cloud. Now, if you look at the bottom right, or rather the bottom left picture, right, the text of what exactly those bars are might not be that legible. But if I have to tell you that, right, the blue bars really talk about the way the overall, those are the spends which have the hardware spends which are for the on-premise data centers on hardware or software, and the orange ones or the amber ones are the ones where the cloud the spend has been gradually increasing over years, where the latest one is 2020 of what you can see the last bar, where the cloud infrastructure spends are just ramping up. That is, there is a lot of in I would say impetus, or funds or traction which is happening around people moving to cloud, right, for the various reasons and advantages it does carry. So if we have to align to that as a testing community, right, I just split this into a four blocker, and that's the format I've just tried to follow across all these few topics which I wanted to cover, is around culture, dev test ops, logging observability, and the environment, right? So if we really look at the culture, right, as of what I have been talking right from the start, it's not only about the testing community, right? Today, it needs to be one team. It's not versus development or testing or operations team to own their particular aspects of deliveries, right? You really need to look at more so from a perspective of a one team, as to how you as a unit are able to deliver right across from the unit testing to the UAT, might be get that involvement within the UAT phase of things and into production, right? So therefore the roles of testers also per se are getting blurred, where you need to expand yourself beyond just testing, which is where I'll come to logging and observability as well in a minute. But that's what I want to put a point across. Again, organizations at times just move to the cloud for the sake of it. Everybody is going there, it's the in thing. We also take ourselves into the cloud. Do we really need it? Is and therefore the testing framework. So everybody is, let's say for example, from a microservices implementation, you hear from your friend or you hear from your colleagues or companies, they are going the rest assured way, or the karate framework way, or postman way. I'm just picking up on tools, nothing specific on those. But then you just don't follow everybody because they are on that path, right? There needs to be a need as to why you want to implement a particular test strategy. So focus on that, on what you want to achieve, and therefore align your approach or your roadmap more so from that perspective. So therefore, just I believe, obviously my colleague, the next topic I believe is more around this particular one, where you just don't go ahead and automate everything, right? You identify the processes or the flows which takes away the maximum effort of the team, right? So that that effort saving or that cost saving is really visible, and it is adding value to the team. And just don't automate because it is something which can be automated. If you are going to use it only just for once, doesn't make sense more so from an ROI perspective. So look at it from that angle as well. When it comes to dev test ops, obviously ensure that your packs are built into the pipeline and the build pipeline, and there is an auto promotion set in place, where just to tie this up together, is you want to have your packs optimally designed. What I have seen over the years has happened is the regression packs have gone on and on and on, where you just keep on adding tests to that, keep on automating those tests. So if you really at times have to run those packs manually or automated, it's going to take a few hours, and you really don't want to have your pipelines running for a few hours, right, where the test stage is stopping your pipeline, or in a way kind of your pipeline just continues to be there because your testing is not getting completed, the automated testing is not complete. So kind of get that packs into right perspective as to which particular code promotion are we looking at, so what kind of test we want to run more so within the pipeline or for that environment per se. The next one obviously is around the tools and frameworks, right, and ensure that you're not spreading. So within organizations, the challenges also what we see is there is someone on uft, there is someone using selenium, there is someone using protractor, there is someone using some other tool from all of these from a ui standpoint, for example. So if you look at it more so from a cost perspective or maintainability perspective, or sharing knowledge and skill perspective, right, it takes a hit. And if you really want to have a better reuse put into play, you ensure you have that standardization built in. Look at it more so from an or not, if not an organization strategy, because that's again a big thing to have, but at least within the department, how you can standardize your tool set and the frameworks which you want to implement. And what that will help you ensure is you are able to improve and have a lot of reuse, have a core framework in place where you can kind of, from a widget concept perspective, right, get all those kind of plug and place features or functionalities from a test automation perspective, where the core framework stays and you add features to that. So that is some that will heavily improve reuse per se. One point which I'll also come up talk about in the next slide is around how therefore would you want to automate that, and whether are you really having a code quality check, not just on your automation code, or rather not just on your application code, but the automation code as well, right? So that's the whole point. And then therefore when it comes to cost, right, where I was talking about the rft the rtb versus the ctb trends, you focus on open source testing solutions, because gone are the days where there was no option beyond windrunner or test runner or uh, QTP per se. But there are a lot many open source solutions available there, be it all of these frameworks which I just talked about, right? So focus on open source testing solutions, which will also help you reduce the cost. I'm not saying do away with licensed tools, but it now there are these are really vibrant and communities which keep us up to date. So that is really going to help us a lot, kind of have our automation packs evolved over time, and there are excellent integrations available within each other and through the pipelines. So give it a thought. This next point around logging and observability, right, is something I want the testers to really look at, because that's not a job of development community, or at times the testers even have not got a view or a perspective on this. So when you're talking about testing, right, just linking this to performance as well as functional flows, right, you need to ensure you kind of push the developers or push the feature team to have a logging approach and a framework defined. So what I mean by that is, so when a particular user is traversing your user flow, or you, let's say for example your automated test cases, right, they are traversing certain flows which you have defined from a test coverage perspective and from the coverage which you want to execute. So now what happens is that person is traversing that. So if you have logging enabled, right, obviously quite a few development communities do have, so you will be able to understand how that particular flow has happened, where those bottlenecks are. And therefore when it comes to performance of that particular flow, right, where I was also again relating this back to the millennials, right, you really don't have patience to be there on that application if it's taking more than a few seconds. So if you need your applications to be performant, right, logging is going to really help you kind of get that statistics around where the bottleneck is, which particular point of the microservice, or which particular point of at the UI layer, the network layer, the latencies, where are they getting introduced. So logging will help you derive a lot of insights around that. There are a lot of open source libraries again available there, be it perfume.js or node.js, where you can actually customize these implementations to get that logs into play and understand what it means. Now that's one side of it, right? Now if you look at it more so from a perspective of do you want to really want to log everything? because again, when you log, you want to consume that and build out intelligent dashboards, right? Be it solutions like Kibana from the Elk stack, where you're able to dashboard out those logs, or be it Splunk, or more so from an application performance monitoring perspective, be it New Relic, or for that matter App Dynamics. There are certain excellent tools available there to kind of give you a perspective building dashboards out of these logs, right? But then what you don't want to do is log out anything and everything. What potentially happens is you're going to get charged big time with all of these paid tools if you're going to use, right? Because they charge you for the data retention or the license in itself for using the number of licenses per se. So that is something definitely need to look at. On the other side of the things, which you also need to keep a tab as, is you understand the difference between that there are different types of loggings into play, right? Where you have the debug, info, trace, or more so from an observability perspective. So if you really enable the debug logging, it's fine at the lower environments where like you want to work at a code level, or you're at a particular component level which you're working on. But what would happen if you take this debug logging into production? It's really going to have a negative performance impact onto your application. So ensure you implement the right type of logging, and understand between debug, info, and tracer. So what kind of logging you want to implement in which particular stages per se, and therefore have these logs pushed out into certain intelligent dashboards, which will give you not just a component level performance view, but also have certain proactive monitoring setup on the user journeys per se, which can really help you. What would that mean is, you if you get a chance, speak with your users, understand where their pain points are, which particular flows are taking a lot of time, and they are really struggling with those areas. So have those kind of end-to-end dashboards built in using these logs to get a perspective within UI at the production level itself, where you are able to make sense and kind of take that feedback back to the feature teams or the development teams to make improvements upon. The next one more so around the environment of, there are like when we talk about cloud, there are a lot of environment test container solutions available there. So if you just visit testcontainers.org, right? So basically these guys really help. So that again, this is an open source community where you are able to kind of get certain off the shelf or ready to use containers, which have kind of, if you really want to test out, referring to an extent of this more so like stubs, right? Where you are able to kind of get a database, MySQL database, quickly ready if you want to have a stub out and test out things, or if you want to have a Selenium framework, or a Selenium implementation to play within that same cloud, then you're able to get that test environment built and tested pretty faster. So there are certain upfront start ready to use solutions available there on the test containers uh, website. So do visit that if it helps you more so, obviously relating it to more so from a cloud implementation perspective. Again, the test strategies which you build, right, should be cloud service provider agnostic. What I mean by that is primarily the three which are used these days, be it the Google or the Azure or the AWS, right? So it should not be that there is a lot of rework involved when you're moving from a particular cloud service provider. Your organization decides to move from, for example, AWS to GCP. So you really don't need to spend time kind of doing certain kind of maintenance job on your scripts to ensure they are reusable. So ensure that your test strategies, the way you are building out and the way you are connecting, they are more the service provider agnostic. And at the same point of time, right, what happens is cloud, because you are able to spin up environments at will. It could be a scenario where at times you really have multiple dev environments, or UAT environments, just because it can really happen fast. But don't have that is something again the testers can add value there, where you are able to also keep a view there, more so from a perspective of what is the charge which would potentially happen, because cloud is finally what, nothing but pay per use. So if you are going to have multiple test environments being spun up on the cloud infrastructure, you are really going to get charged for that. So ensure you are kind of optimally pacing it right with the help of the might be the support teams from an infrastructure standpoint. Obviously, last but not the least, split the needed test and data across environments. What I mean by that is, like, you would have environments, let's say for example a dev environment, a test environment, a UAT environment, a production environment. Forget production, but these lower environments, for example, right? You really don't want to test everything on every environment, right? So ensure you have the test data needs, the test data solutions also in place, which fit or which serve the right purpose at the right environments per se. Moving ahead, more so from the microservices standpoint, right? If we really look at it, again, a four blocker there is, things have evolved, like, from the erstwhile soap implementations to the rest, and now people are also talking about GraphQL. Like, when while we are doing all of this, we need to ensure that, like, each of those endpoints are validated in and out for the implementations. Therefore, having that might be unit level test cases, like, for example, JUnits defined there, where you are able to test out them right at the component level, where, like, there is a lot of talk around the inverse pyramid, right? The testing pyramid, which we have been referring for a while now. So ensure that you are able to test out these endpoints at the component level, at the very lowest level where these services are getting built. And at the same point of time, not when you're doing a test at a component level, there is a lot of, like, effort which is also needed to ensure you have the needed stubs or the other third party services virtualized, where you are able to, like, test out the interaction there. So that brings me to the next point, which is more on the contract testing piece, right? Which is on the bottom part of the slide. So contract testing, I have not seen many teams do it, right? Obviously it's picking up now and people are really giving it a thought. But what contract testing does really mean, right? That there is a producer and a consumer of a service, right? So if like, the producer is changing the API versions per se, right? And like, adding a few fields or deleting a few fields, where through a particular call you start now getting a new set of fields, or a new, or kind of miss out on getting a few fields, you are really getting, like, your test might fail. So ensure you also have contract, or rather your actual implementation will also fail, right? So you need to ensure that you have certain consumer driven test also there, where you're validating your, like, contracts for what happens if the contracts are getting changed. If the producer is changing the contract, then at the consumer end, is my, like, me as a consumer getting impacted. So these consumer driven automated tests also need to be built into place, where you are ensuring that any changes at the producer end are not having impact at the consumer end. So this is more of a situation, it could be internal or external third party facing, where you are able to kind of test these things out. So the next one obviously to do that is, like, you ensure you trigger, like, whenever there is a new build being triggered, anything, any kind of check-in which is happening, you therefore trigger your automation scripts every time, so that for every change you are able to validate that change and ensure you're able to get that feedback quickly across the team, the development team, if, like, something is getting broken then and there, obviously, which is, to a good extent also should be taken care as part of your pipelines. So that is where you will be able to give an fast and early feedback back to the teams, right? And again, not to talk about, there are enough open source frameworks which help you do that, right? The next one which I want to bring our, like, focus on is around the code quality. So this is something, again, testers can add value, right? There are a lot of these areas, be it logging, I talked about code quality, where, and code coverage, where we not many give a thought on, right? Most of from a testing fraternity standpoint. So ensure you have, like, code quality checks built in. Like, for example, you have Sonar Cube, right, which is the most widely used solution there, where you have proactive and reactive checks. What I mean by proactive and reactive checks is, reactive is much more, you have a Sonar Cube dashboard setup, where you are able to, you have the Jasmine or Jacoco plugins at the back end to traverse through your code coverage and give you the overall health check of your application code, which is more reactive, right? You have done the mistake, you're showing the teams the tech depth, which has kind of added because of these implementations, and then you are kind of spending time correcting it, right? But if we are, if, like, if you get the Sonar lint plugin in place in your ID, which is your development environment, where you're actually writing the application code, you're able to kind of have that check proactively built in, where when you're actually developing that particular code, then and there you're able to correct your mistakes, like, for example, using a while do loop versus if then else. So there are a lot many upfront, like, pointers which the Sonar lint plugin would provide. Now this is something which, we talked about the application code, right? But now why not the automation code? So why not have the code quality check also implemented, or have the sonar cube implementation also done on your automation code, right? Finally, it's again another set of code. So, and like, get that going, because that will also help you to kind of have your automation code maintained better over time. There will be people, like, team members joining your team, leaving your team. So at times we also see, like, the automation code which has been there for a while, right, is slowly becoming highly not maintainable because of the multitude of changes which have been happening, and the less corresponding documentation. Now, obviously, a kind of view there is more so on the BDD implementation, where we talk about given when then statements, where they are kept up to date and we are kept up to speed. So that's again another approach to look at, more so from a BDD implementation, where you are getting the users also are involved around what exactly, or the product owners, the product community involved there. So look at that more so from a automation code perspective as well, and ensure you are spending time on code refactoring, application as well as automation code, because that is only going to save you a lot of tech debt for you to kind of take care of it in your future, effort estimations per se. And obviously, on the code coverage is something which I covered. I'm just going to, I have a time check there, and I have almost spent 30 minutes now, another 10 minutes to go. So I'll quickly move on to the non-functional aspect, right? So one point definitely to look at, right, again, is we talk a lot about automation and functional aspect of testing, right? There is a lot of less thought, or this is again another specialized skill within the testing community, where there needs to be a focus around performance engineering, around accessibility, around user experience, around security, right? These are obviously a few more so from a non-functional perspective, but definitely career paths to look at. These are really niche skills still as of today, and not everybody does that. And but it is definitely of importance, and definitely gaining importance, rest assured, from a COVID times as well. Like, then that's where I wanted to bring this up from a 2022 and ahead perspective, where, like, if you look at, like, where more and more users are getting connected to the internet, are going to use your applications, right? So you really need to understand the expected usage, and and build the right workload models in the test environments around these. For example, you really need to know what is the usage of your application going to be in production, and ensure you are able to test it out, like, be it the Amazon big billion days, for example, right, which run in India. And there are obviously, like, Black Friday sales which happen, right? Imagine the user load which these websites would have, right? Obviously they have the clouds to support, which auto scale and take care of these needs. So that is where performance comes into play. So will they be able to support all of this without actually testing, or having that test carried out to ensure what is the kind of user load the site can really support at a peak load or a peak time per se, right? So ensure that is factored in. Ensure there are right dashboards and alerts which are built in with the user base in mind, connecting this to the, like, logging aspect which I talked about. So ensure you are able to get proactive alerts there as to if your performance of your application is degrading at a particular user concurrency or a particular throughput, which is what you are expecting based on the number of calls or hits you are seeing to the microservices, for example, or even at the database layer. If your particular query is going to take up a particular time beyond a few seconds per se. Ensure you have, like, your single user integration test with the automation test. By this, what I mean is, like, more so from a performance standpoint also, right? Shift left, there are again open source solutions available, where you kind of integrate that to your automation, Selenium automation pack, for example, or the UI automation, where when you're running your automation pack, this plugin will help you give back the times it has taken for every service call in milliseconds or seconds, for particular flows you have tracked, and for that particular test case you have traveled, what is the times, what are the times it took. So you can really get a good feedback that if finally your automation is going to be a single user load, right? So if your pack or your application is not performant for a single user load, what are you expecting it when it's going into production? It will definitely is going to degrade. So that is something to kind of get automation and performance together to get a perspective there. Ensure again your performance packs are built into the pipeline, where obviously you really don't want to run 550 to 100 to 200 to 500 user loads per se within the pipeline, again slowing it down, right? But might be get it for a 510 user load, where you're able to get a quick feedback across to the development team around how the application has been performing. At the same point of time, you're able to see the logs per se. And at the, again, the infrastructure side of things, while all of this is happening, how is your memory and CPU utilization looking like? Are they picking up? Are they getting are the number of threads which are getting stuck, and that which is where your CPU utilization is spiking up? So all of these parameters as testers is something which you need to look at, right? And ensure you have the end-to-end stress soak volume typical of performance engineers, right? Have all of these tests carried out in the right environments per se. Now, all what I said from a performance engineering standpoint would hold good if only we have it kind of validated in the right environments, rather right sized environments, right? So if your production is for example, with a database capacity of XYZ with a Angular implement. So if the environments are not matching, or to an extent rightly scaled down, when I'm talking about development to the production environments, you really will not be able to make sense out of, if I'm seeing a end-to-end journey performing, let's say taking 10 seconds, what time it should take in production. Should it take 10 seconds? Is it a rightly sized environment, or should it take 5 seconds in production? So ensure you have production like environments also built into play, where you are able to kind of be confident when you're going to take a particular application in production, you're up there, right? More so from an accessibility and user experience, right? With COVID, right, there is again a lot of community which is getting onto the internet, right? So ensure you have that A/B testing, the heat maps, what you called as guerrilla testing, and wireframe of view as well. So what I mean by here is, ensure that your automation packs, your regression packs, your new functional packs, all of that is there. But more so what you also call as monkey testing, right? You just go ahead and do certain exploratory testing, as to you just traverse some non-standard path and see how the application is performing, what are double clicks doing to the application. So do certain kind of exploratory testing also to ensure that what is the user experience like. So if you want to do a particular funds transfer, or if you want to buy a product on Amazon or websites like these, how many steps you really need to follow to quickly buy a product, right? The lesser the steps, better is the user experience, because the user doesn't want to turn from one page to another to another to another till the time the user actually purchases a product. So it and that is what you would have seen Amazon focuses on, where through your mobile apps you really can purchase a product in another one or two swipes per se. So that's where that user experience comes into play, which plays a big part. So we can ensure that our packs are taking care of that. And that there are a lot of solutions which are available in the industry to focus on differently able, right? Understand your users. So if the user community is going to be more around the differently able communities, right, which would be there in our population, then ensure there are certain test cases which are built into, and have a focus there to ensure that community is definitely not ignored, because that's a different that's definitely a point to be considered, right? And most of the times at gets ignored in a way. Last but not the least, on the security side, we have with again with COVID coming into play, right? I'm not sure how many of you would have heard. It seems there is a vulnerability within Google Chrome as a browser per se, which has just recently come up, and there is a lot of work happening around there to fix it. So therefore there are a lot of vulnerabilities which need to be validated to ensure that your application, nobody is able to hack your implementation, hack your servers, and kind of get that access or to certain confidential information, personal identifiable information, and create havoc there, right? So ensure you have your penetration, or what you call as the pen test, in place, and you have the access control testing validated. Again, this is very important when it comes to cloud. Obviously there are certain off the shelf solutions which are available, like shielded virtual machines, or by so there are different off the shelf solutions from clouds per se, but ensure you have your strategies built into play to ensure that you are having that access taken care of. Last but not the least, obviously I wanted to cover RPA, but in interest of time we are on the top of the hour, right? So but just to conclude, again these slides would be available and the recording would be available, so I'll just pause on this slide for a minute, so that you can definitely pick up on what I wanted to cover from an RPA standpoint of post, when you see if you would like to see the recording as well, where you see the graph really picking up from an RPA standpoint over the past 1 to 2 years, right? It has been there as a solution, but it's really picking up. So if I have to conclude, right, the key takeaways I would like to take from what I wanted to share, right? There is too much to test and too less time for all of us, right? So evolve, think about all of these aspects, and not everything obviously at the same point of time would matter to you, because your applications could be internal facing or external facing or both, right? So tune your test strategies to ensure you have bits and pieces of all of these. Okay, so ensure we are taking care of that. And
Oh, thank you so much for joining us today. I apologize. We don't want to get too far behind, but I suggest everybody reach out on LinkedIn if you have questions, because I know he'd be happy to answer them for you. And now I want to introduce our next speaker, Larissa, who's going to talk about
so
how
might
to.
be Janet,
Yes.
just a thanks to all of you to conclude. And yeah, it was nice speaking. Yes, we could not take many questions, but happy to take questions. Like, you have my profile on LinkedIn. So yeah, over to you, Jenna. Thanks.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. So we're going to bring on Larissa, who is going to talk about the automate everything fallacy and how to convince folks otherwise. I'm so excited because this is definitely something people need to talk about. And I love your pops behind you. So I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to you.
Hello, how are you?
I'm very well. I'm so excited to see your talk today.
Thank you very much. Well, so I know that I believe that everyone have heard some of this at some point about uh, folks from business saying that I want to automate everything. We need to start automating everything, and mostly we need to start automating end-to-end testing. And this is something that I want to talk a little bit about, not only to tell why this is not feasible, but give some talk points why this is not feasible, because we are all been there at some point and we need to start telling them that no, we cannot do this. So, first of all, I want to introduce myself. So, I have been working for with testing. I used to joke that testing it was my first son. So, I have been working with testing quality since 2004, so before I have my two kids. So I have over 20 years of experience in IT and quality. Quality is my big son and my passion, and what I have found to be the biggest passion in my life. So I used to be the head of testing in Brazil at IBM, and I love automation. I used to work with RPA and cognitive at Avanade, and I have my bundle of joys, my two kids. It's two teenage, but it's still a bundle of joy. So Isadora and Arthur. And also I have two 12 dogs, 11 chihuahuas, my adorable chihuahuas. I'm sorry. Yes. My 11 chihuahuas, and my husband, he loves QA as well. Actually, he's going to talk right after me, so you're going to listen him talking about QA as well. And I used to be so I nowadays I'm a senior manager at CINT. I work delivering value to the customer with value and lean digital transformation. So I used to work a lot with quality into waterfall. So always focusing with quality and waterfall when doing testing and creating test cases and focus on that. And to be quite frankly, I didn't believe a lot into agile and how this could be worthwhile. And once I really discovered that, I changed completely my view and my life about that. And now a completely changed person, and I defend a lot the test pyramid and the sense that the QA is much more of a mindset than than a role. So I think that the QA role evolve a lot, and this is something that I say a lot to all the QAs that I meet everywhere, including TINT. And also, I work a lot with agile engineering, and I love to share knowledge into conferences and speaking. And this is something that I really love, and also to travel. So I went to India and to US and to Uzbekistan. It was one of the most enjoyable trip I did in my life, and I'm from Brazil. So this is a little bit about myself. And if you want to find me, I'm on LinkedIn. My name is a little bit easy to find. There are not a lot of Rozochanskys around, so you can find me everywhere. So first of all, I think we need to really define what is automation. So automation is the technology that a process or procedure is performed with minimal human assistance. And this, I mean, anything can be automated. And I mean anything, since an escalator, anything can be automated. So when we talk about automation, can be anything. We can talk about automation in the sense of data automation, in the sense of unit test automation, in the sense of regression automation, and to end automation, in the sense of anything can be automated. So when someone talk to us and say we need to automate everything, this is so humongous that we just need to say no. We cannot define everything can be automated. So what is the test automation fallacy? And this is something that I am pretty sure everyone has heard about this before. So the only way we can guarantee no defects are found, and we have a lot about no, never, always, etc. No defects are found is by testing everything. We need to run all the tests every time. We need to automate everything. For every bug found, I need to create a new test. We need more tests, more. We need always more. So many times what we have faced, what we have encountered is business always coming to us saying that we need to have a greater test suite, we need to create more tests, we need to increase our test automation suite, we need for every bug more automation and more automation. What is the test automation reality? The only way we can guarantee less defects, there is no way you can guarantee no defects, is by testing the right things. We need to run unit integration and component tests every commit. We need to automate what matters. For every bug found, I need unit test. We need less end-to-end testing. We need less complexity. We the more less complexity I have, the more quality I have. Exploratory tests always will be manual. Many times I have been asked, the tester role will be finished. Or eventually the QA role will be replaced by something else, by a robot, by something. And I say no, mostly because of two things. Number one, the QA mindset needs to be there, and this inquisitive mind, this exploratory mind. And number two, the exploratory tests always will be manual. We always will be needing the human factor to do the exploratory testing. This is a key position. This is really, really important. So what I'm saying here is this, and I'm going back to our last talking, that we need to do the test pyramid. We need to ensure we have all my unit testing automated correctly. And we need to run this automation. Yes, this I need to have my complete automation, and I need to run every time. And yes, my unit tests need to be automated completely. And I need, as a QA, I need to work along with developer team by coaching them, by teaching them, and even working with them to ensure that unit tests are automated and are okay. Integration and components tests need to be automated as well. And I mean about this as well as contract testing. I need to ensure in services testing, API testing needs to be automated as well. So those are mandatory to be automated. And this, yes, I need to automate those, but I don't need to automate it every little test scenario end to end. And this is what we need to go back to the business and say, what I need to automate it is my unit testing. What I need to automate is my integration and component testing. But the end-to-end testing that I need to have automated are the critical scenarios, the less scenarios, but the critical ones, the ones that are going to be regression, because every little part will be tested before. And I'm going to show you afterwards the feedback cycle, and I'm going to go back to the old story about the earlier I find my bug, the cheaper it gets. So it's really easy for us to get business and say, this is what I need to automate. You are right, we need to automate, but I can't start automating my end to end. I need to start automating my unit testing. And now we get to automation cost. And this is a very good point to get to business as well. Do you know that to create an end-to-end automation test script, it costs 4 times more than creating it manually? And then it can say to you, okay, but if I use an automation tool that can create with a low code tool, it can create really easily a script, okay, but even if I have new tools that can create a low code tools that can create a script that is resilient, that can have 5 parameters as a position parameter, X path, a Y path, position, ID parameter, etc. Even if I have one of those, that if a XPath parameter fails, it can get an ID parameter, it can get another parameter, etc. The tool itself, it costs a lot of money. So this end-to-end automation test scripts, it will be really costly, more than creating it manually. And other than that, the test scripts need to have test data available or handled in an environment to run them. So for example, if you are testing a bank application and you have data that is burned, and you can have and you are going to use it only once because it's going to burn this data, you need to have a lot of data in order to do these tests. So for example, I used to have a customer that have these scripts automated, but it would take 1 week to be able to have the data available to have it tested. So what is the point? He couldn't run the scripts, or he could have the automation scripts, but maintained it wasn't maintained well, so he would lost these scripts. If you have a lot of scripts, what is the maintenance? It is well maintained. For every change you do in application, you need to consider the cost and the time to maintain the automation scripts as well. So the larger your automation suite, the larger the cost to maintain it as well. So you need to consider all of this into the automation cost. The cost to create your automation test script, the cost to have all the automation tests data available, the environment to run it, the tool, if you're going to have a low code for this. So it's a lot of variables to have. So this is a talk point for you to go back to the business. And what to automate? So this is really important. We start with less dependent tests, such as unit tests, as I told you before. So when we are going back to business and you say we cannot start with end-to-end tests because they are really costly, and we need to have all the test data, and we need to have the environment, and we need to have all the integrations together, and we need to have everything, etc., etc. So they can ask, okay, so what do I need to automate it? We need to start with the less dependent tests. What are those? We need to start with unit tests. We need to start with the component tests, and then we automated those as much as possible. When we talk about unit tests, we don't need test data. We use mock data if such. We don't need environment. If we need any, we don't need any integration. They are really, really less dependent. They are self-contained. So that is why we can create as much as possible, create at will, and they are really cheap to create. And also automate the tests that will run several and several times, such as regression suites, the main functions, main flow. What am I saying with this? So when we go upper into the test pyramid, and we go to say, okay, so let's automate one flow for the end to end. We go to automate that test that we need to run several and several times. So for example, if I'm testing Amazon, I'm going to test the complete flow for my procurement, my buying flow. So since the looking for an item, adding this item to the cart, and then going to the payment, and then going to put in the address. So the flow, the main functions, the main flow. I'm not going to go, oh, I'm going to put an invalid zip code. I don't need to test all of this. I test the invalid flow into the I test the invalid flow into the unit and component test. I'm going to put only the main flow, the main function to test the end to end. And this I automate, this main flow. And for these tests to paint themselves, they need to run several and several and several times. More times you run this test, more you gain. So if you want to do the break even to see if it's worthwhile to automate this, what you do, you get the time you're going to spend with with creating this test case, this automation, the cost you're going to do, it can be the hour of the person that is going to do, plus the cost of the tool if it's not an open source tool, and then you put this cost, and then if you have any maintenance costs and such, and then you add those, and then you say how many times you're going to run this, and then and how long it would take for you to run this manually. So for example, I would take manually 2 hours to run it, and now that is automated, I'm going to take 10 minutes. Then you say you're going to save it then 10 minutes instead of 120 minutes, so you're going to save 110 minutes. So every time you're going to run it, you're going to save 110 minutes. How much it costs your hour, and then you're going to add up, and then you're going to find your break even. So in 2 weeks you paid off your time, the cost, so you have the break even, and then afterwards you're only going to save the money afterwards. So one thing that is really interesting, I don't know if you have read, if you don't, please go and read it. This is the Bible and the life for anyone that knows about agile testing, is the Agile Testing Condensed by Lisa Crispin and Janet Gregory. So use the test in agile quadrants, okay? And using the test in agile quadrants, you can see a lot what automate first. Always automate unit tests and component testing. Automate and use some automate and manual for functional tests, example, story tests, prototypes, and simulations. So you focus on prototypes and some functional tests, main flow on Q3 here for exploratory testing, scenarios, usability testing, UAT, and A/B testing. And for Q4, that is the specialty tests, and those you use those specialty tools. So performance load testing, security testing, and any those specialty testing, you use these specialty tools for those kind of tools. So performance testing needs to create the special script for those. So you need to have this script. It will be automated test, but with the special tool. And then you're going to work with those and work with those. This is really important, but always consider those, always focus on unit tests, component tests to start your automation, and show this to the business. So when they say to you and say, I want to automate everything, say, guy, come on, let's start with this. We need to automate all unit testing and component testing, and show them what is the value for those. So say, if we start automating this, what is the value we're going to get, and then start to show and start to get some values from this. So say, okay, so before I apply the test pyramid, what I have before, what I get this. So I have said a lot of the testing pyramid. So the test pyramid is a metaphor that groups the tests in buckets of different granularity. A lot of persons heard about the testing pyramid that worked with agile testing. Some people that not work it are not very familiar with the test pyramid, that are more familiar with waterfall. The testing pyramid is really, really, really important. So what it says is that we need to have a lot of unit testing, and what we test, what we create, what we test on the lower parts of the testing pyramid, we don't repeat on the upper parts of the testing pyramid. This is really, really important. So what I'm saying here is that, for example, in application, I can have 100 units testing, then I'll have 8 integration tests, 60 components, and maybe 40, 30 end-to-end testing, and 4 exploratory testing. And then if I have a healthy test pyramid, I can have a really good way to ensure I have a continuous testing, a continuous deployment, and then I can effectively deploy a good DevOps strategy. And this is really important. This is why we are going to go with the test pyramid. It's not only because doing the test pyramid, we can ensure we are going to do the testing during the sprint. So this is something that I have heard a lot. I'm not able to do my automation during my sprint. How are you able to create your automation scripts during the sprint? And this is something. So when we have during the sprint, the QA, along with the squad, all together, they create the test strategy, and we define all together as the whole team approach, the whole team based approach. We define which tests go into each layer based on the story. So this test case, it goes into units layer, this task goes into integration, and we go and define each one. And during the time we are defining the story, refining the story, we go together already defining my test case, it's not my tests, and my acceptance criteria, and now we go along doing this and be able to, after I develop, I have all my test cases and my automation together, because I built my code along with my automation. And automation, I'm saying about my unit, my integration, and my component tests as well. So I built my automation along with my code. I ensure everything is built together. And then I deliver my automation with my code as well. So this is why it's so important I have my test pyramid. And let us avoid the cone pyramids where I have my unit, it's really small, and I have my integration a little bit bigger, and my end-to-end really, really big, and I have humongous end-to-end testing. Let us avoid this. If we see this end pattern, let us work a little bit with the customer to start reverse this. A little by little, we talk with development, and we start to go and create unit by unit testing until we start to reverse this as well. And remember, I told you about the cost versus feedback cycle. So this is something that is really important. The bug that we find on the early in the cycle, and I say the development bug I find by pair programming is it can be 140 times cheaper than the bug I find in the production. And this, I'm not even mentioning the morale of the company. So this is why it's so important for us to focus on the shift left, to focus on unit testing, to focus on all of those preventive strategies that we have, so we can have really these bugs find earlier in the cycle and not wait until the end to end. So if we find something before development bug find by pair programming, or continuous integration, or TDD, or parallel testing, this is really cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. By later and later and later, I find my bug, I find my defect, the costlier it is to fix it. So this is why it's really, really, really important for us to fix it as later, as sooner as we find it. Okay, and this is the last thing I have to show for you, and is really, really, really important. So why is so important? So this is not me talking. Okay, so I know, I believe that all of you have heard about the state of DevOps. State of DevOps is a study that has been around for many, many years. So according to State of DevOps 2019, it groups all of the respondents into several groups. So we have the low, medium, and high and elite players into DevOps adoption. And what it says that the higher the adoption for unit tests, the higher the adoption for DevOps. So if you go and see here, we have, if you are a low adoption for DevOps, you do a median of 57% for unit tests. If you are an elite DevOps adoption, you can go up to 87% of DevOps adoption. And if you go to see automated acceptance tests, do you remember that I told you that this is something that you must do really, not very much. And you have here the elite is 58%. And so this is something that you really need, we really need to show to our business. And you can go and see the state of DevOps 2019, and you have 2020 that talks about platforms. You have 2021 as well, the Dora reports. So this is really, really important that elite performers adopt up to 50% more automation than low performers. And this is focused on automated builds, automated unit tests, and is less on acceptance tests. So show this to them, that the important thing is to start with unit tests, and we need to focus on this. Let's always start with unit tests, and of course automated build if you want to go to DevOps. But if we're talking about quality, about QA, that is our land. Let us start with unit tests. This is where we need to start our journey to automation, and not with end-to-end, never end-to-end automation, always with unit tests. So this is mostly what I have to talk to you about, the test automation fallacy, and I hope you have enjoyed it. Thank you very much. And please, if you have anything else to talk about, if you have any questions, please let me know.
Right. So that was fantastic. Thank you so much. We do have time for just a couple of questions. I see a few in the chat. Somebody said they're just on the beginning of their journey. Where would you suggest they start?
The journey to automation, the journey of quality, where would be the journey? So,
They didn't say, so let's say journey of automation.
okay, so the journey to automation, I would say to start into unit testing, yes. So let's start with unit testing, component testing, focus on the test pyramid. Focus on its test strategy and use the test pyramid and start with unit testing. Focus on coaching your development team. Focus on coaching them, teaching them on how to do the unit testing and how to do the component testing.
When you say how to do it, would you recommend talking about things like the really good test design techniques? Things like, boundary value analysis and partitioning and all of those like fundamental testing techniques?
Yes, when I say actually, I think that first of all, one thing that we have noticed is that developers, they don't like to do unit testing. They don't like to think about it. They don't like to consider this is important. So first of all, they need to see the importance of those. They need to understand that quality is not something that is only pertaining to the QA. Quality is a vision for the whole team.
Mhm.
And then we go into the technical thing, and then we go to the partitioning, and then we go. But first of all, they need to understand that when you talk about quality, we're talking about this is something that everyone needs to be aware.
I agree. Quality is the team's job. The team owns it, not the testers. So,
Exactly.
would you want to share any final thoughts? And then we're going to go ahead and take a quick break.
No, actually, thank you very much. It was a really pleasure to be here, and I know we will have a very enjoyable day the rest of the day. So enjoy. Uh, Very much knowledge ahead. Oh, we have another question here.
We've got a few minutes. Looks like it just came in. Um, how do you know you're spending more time than needed on end-to-end tests? What main triggers from the real experience do I need to change strategy?
So actually, I would say that if you are spending how do you know that you're spending more than needed on end to end? If you are spending more time maintaining your end to end than developing your end to end, you are definitely need to rethink this. What I'm saying is that you need to be able to the end-to-end testing is only for the main flows. You cannot be creating end-to-end every time for every little new thing you create. So for example, you are going to add a button, a little button on the end for this sprint. Oh, I'm going to create a new end-to-end. You have something really wrong going on, because end to end is the main flow only. So if you are going to create a new end to end test for every new sprint, something is wrong. This is the first red alert.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much for joining us. And to everybody watching, we are going to take a quick 20-minute break. Go get yourself a snack, get some caffeine, get excited and ready to go, because when we come back, we're going to jump into another talk. So we're going to take a quick break. That'll take 20 minutes, and we will be back here at 11:20. I'll see you then. Welcome back, everyone. I hope your break was good. You got caffeinated, all that good stuff. And now we're going to roll right over to our next speaker, who is Rafael. Rafael is going to talk about how to design test automation as a service through a QA platform. By the way, don't forget to put questions in the chat for our speakers. Hi, Rafael.
Hello, can you hear me okay? I
I
believe you do.
can.
Awesome, great. Let me start sharing my screen so we are all set. Just a second. Okay, let's see. Let me present. Yep, I think we're good. Okay, so thanks Jenna, and thanks guys for giving me the time to talk more about the how to design test automation as a service to a QA platform. The whole idea here is to bring a different way of setting up test automation throughout our companies and organizations with more of a self-service approach. And I'm gonna give you guys a little background on why that is important and why we should do that first. Uh, that's kind of the initial step, and then we are going to move forward to give you guys some kind of game plan so you can start planning and putting together a QA platform with what you already have. You're going to notice that I'm not going to talk about specific tools or frameworks because that's not the goal here. The goal is to give you guys some insight in a different way of putting together how we set up test automation on our day to day. So I'm gonna introduce myself first. You probably seen myself in the previous presentation. Larissa is my wife, so you probably seen that. You probably know that we have 12 dogs and 11 chihuahuas, and you may see one of them around the presentation. Hopefully, they will not bark too much, and you won't hear them in the background. But I have a lot of experience, mostly with QA and DevOps, and mostly trying to tie them together. That's why I talk a lot about test automation and how to make it easier and better for whoever needs to automate. Whether if it's automating test data, if it's automating the actual test cases, or if it's automating test environments, or in any way tools and processes that can help us have a more self-service approach, which will lead us having a QA platform. So I have a lot of experience with banking and insurance markets, which is usually where we see a lot of initiatives starting focus on testing automation, and usually the big banks and big insurance companies, they believe that we need to automate everything, and it needs to happen at the end-to-end piece of testing right at the end where we mimic the user. So that's why I like to bring the different approach of creating a platform and something that will kind of start and connect the dots so we can move forward. I also have experience with Agile. I have been a Scrum Master in the past, so I also know a lot about processes, and I try to mix all that different experience so we bring something different, because in some cases we hear a lot about QA, we hear a lot about DevOps, and we hear a lot about agile methodologies, but it's different when you try to put everything together and make kind of a platform in a way that we can use it within our project. And usually my main challenge on my day to day and with the companies that I work for, especially CINT today, is helping some customers trying to not having to get rid of everything they have, because they already have some kind of framework, they already have some kind of automation, they already have some kind of tool, but those things are always disconnected. They are not connected in a way that somebody can use it as a server service way, because if I'm a QA, if I'm a tester, if I'm a developer, I don't want to learn everything about automating specific data, how to put it together, some kind of user or some kind of debit card or some kind of specific test data that I need for my test or for my development. I need to be able to develop and to deliver code to my end user. I need to be able to make sure that I can test. And I really don't have to worry about every little detail of the environment, about every little detail of everything. So that's kind of the experience that I bring to the talk, and I'll be talking a lot with examples and try to bring a lot of my experience implementing some of those things throughout my career. So a little bit about history and background, why we are talking about platform. What exactly am I saying when we are creating a QA platform? So looking at some literature, basically everything started around 2009 when we say, okay, we need 10 deployments per day with AWS or with Google, and things start progressing. And we kept talking about continuous delivery and continuous deployment. And QA has a strong piece on that. Test automation has a strong piece on that scenario because things g- start getting larger and larger by the minute, because if we have more deployments, if we have more frequent releases, I also have more frequent testing. And I know testing needs to go beyond just the end to end at the end of the flow, but you also need to look at unit testing and integration and component and so on. But usually we know that the real world is a bit different, and usually we're not starting projects from scratch. We are not getting to companies which are just startups that are just born. We are usually in larger projects which already has a test suite, which already has some kind of test automation running. So the whole idea of a platform is connected to the 2019 Team Topologies book, which talks a lot with a connection between how we set up our teams and how we make sure that the teams have the necessary tools and process that they need in place so they can get better at lead time, which is how fast we get things to production, to make sure that we increase deployment frequency, that we also make sure that once something goes wrong, we have enough time or a proper time to actually restore a service, and that also that we manage our change fail percentage so it's kept on a low level. And the whole thing here is that QA is on the center of all this, because if I want to have a better lead time, if I want to have more deployments, if I want to make sure that I don't have enough failures, I need to make sure that QA is done properly, and that automation is a big part of that because of volume. Because as we get better at executing deployments, as we have more deployments and more releases, the amount of testing that we need to do, it also gets bigger. So that's why we need to start thinking as a platform, and as a platform which ends up being a product. So we are now pretty much creating a product for our developers and for our testers and for our teams. And basically why we're doing that, why I'm taking the time to talk in right now about how can we make test automation easier, how can we create a QA platform, how does that help on our day to day. And basically the whole idea is because of three different cognitive loads, and that's basically psychology. I'm not talking about technology right now, but you will understand why. So usually when we are trying to learn something or we are trying to execute a task, we usually should be simplifying our intrinsic cognitive load. That basically translates into new information that we are acquiring. And usually new information leads to some kind of complexity, because you need to absorb that new information. You probably need to translate it into something that you can use. So the whole idea is, if I'm building test automation, if I'm building test cases, if I'm building test data, it shouldn't be something that every team needs to learn how to do it. It needs to be something that is centralized in some kind of platform, that it doesn't matter really what does that specific test data, what does that environment. It needs to be something that I can push a button or have a small and really simple process that is going to give me what I need to be able to do what I need to do. If it's executing a test, if it's executing several tests on an automation pipeline, if it's making sure that a bug in production has been fixed. So the whole idea is, first you need to simplify new information. Then you need to reduce the extrinsic cognitive load, which is the way new information and tasks are presented to a learner. So imagine you have a series of teams and of developers and QA folks, and then they all need to learn how to automate. They all need to learn how to use a test automation framework that we have in place. That's gonna make it harder for them, because they're gonna need to understand how everything connects, how everything works, what you have put in place into the framework, how to use every different piece of your framework. And at the end of the day, the only thing they need to do, or the objective that they are trying to achieve, is to test something. It's to make sure that whatever product they are building, it's actually working. So the whole idea here is to make sure that those things are easier for them to do, so they can focus on what matters, which is delivering a better product, delivering something that will make it easier for our users. And usually we want to maximize the germane cognitive load, which is the whole point that I just mentioned, that you give them the tools, you make sure that how to use the tools, how to use the framework, how to use the data, how to use the environments are so easy that they will be able to focus on thinking outside the box, to be able to do innovation, to be able to really focus on test strategy and making sure that they are efficient on what they are doing, to make sure that they are actually thinking about the product and not how they are trying to test the product, because they need to do some kind of test data, or because they need to understand how to use a framework, or because they need to create several scenarios. And just to be able to create the scenarios, they need to learn a whole new framework. And then basically, when we are trying to build a platform, we have three, actually we have a little more, but I'm going to focus on three different teams, which are what we usually see in our day to day, which are the string aligned teams, which is usually the product feature teams. Those are the teams who are usually developing a product. So they are usually the team who is developing a system, or a banking system, or an insurance system, or whatever kind of system that is actually delivering features to the users. Then we have the enabling teams. Enabling teams are usually teams who will help our product teams to overcome obstacles and barriers. I'm going to talk a little bit more about the enabling teams in a second, but I want to talk a little bit first about the platform teams. The platform teams is usually the teams, or group of teams in some cases, who will develop a product, which is the platform, which will facilitate and accelerate what the product teams need to do. So imagine that we want to make sure that the product teams have a strong test automation framework, so they can use it and they can automate tasks. Usually the platform team is the team who is either going to design the framework, or are going to pick up the framework which already exists, and making sure that it can be used in a self-service manner, or in an easier manner than making sure that everyone learns the framework. And usually my experience, we have a kind of a mixed scenario between enabling teams and platform teams, because usually the enabling teams, they are not the ones who are going to develop the platform, but they are usually the ones who will go to the product teams and making sure that they adopt the product that you're using, especially at first, because different from a new product that everyone knows, or goes to a link and they know that there is a new system there. When you are developing something that the developers will use, the QA team will use, or the QA folks will use, you need to go to them and make sure that they understand how to use it, why they are going to use it, and also to collect feedback, so you can make sure that you get better in the future. So I'm going to quickly talk about the definition of platform. The whole idea comes from Amazon, where everything that they do, or every tool they put in place, it's kind of an API catalog of tools, services, knowledge, and support services, where that goes into self-service manner. What usually that means is everything that they do, either if it's a tool or a service or whatever it is, it needs to be self-service. So I don't need to need to learn a specific framework to use it, or to do whatever I need to do. And the whole idea of the product of putting together a platform as a product and understanding that your user is now a developer or a QA, is making sure that the product is so reliable, so interesting, and make it so easier for them to use that you won't have to every time making sure that they are going to use it or forcing them to use it. We are not talking about a framework that is usually the case in our day to day, that you need to make sure that you need to force the users to use it. You need to force test automation. The whole idea is to make it so easy that they will want to use it. And the whole idea is to make sure that we have less cognitive effort, so they don't need to learn everything, just focus on what is important for them. We will be able to give them more autonomy, but also with some responsibility. We will need to be able to scale things because everything is starting to be self-service. The whole idea is that, as even though I have more teams and more squads and people working with me, they will be able to access this centralized platform and be able to execute the tests, generate test data, provision test environments, everything they need to be able to test automate and to be able to execute their test at the end. And one important point here is to not forget about dev experience. So usually what I hear a lot is, I have an extremely well designed framework. You can check this 300-page documentation on how to use it. Come on. If I'm a new developer in the team or a new QA, I don't want to read 300 pages of a document to know how to use a test automation framework or to be able to automate anything. I want to be able to press a button or to have a small set of documents which will give me some automated way, a script or something will give me up and running, and we will ensure that I'm able to do my work within minutes, or in the worst case in hours. Because usually when we get a new developer or a new QA in the team, it stays up until they are ready and making sure that they are actually either generating code or being able to automate, in my experience, at least so far. So, and if we do all that, if we are able to put it together, this platform, what exactly am I going to achieve with this? The whole idea is that you can leverage a quality culture and practice by enabling your teams, your squads, in the term that we are using here to reference Spotify, so they will generate improvements in agility, productivity, and quality, because we are facilitating automation. And automation here, it goes to talk about test automation, to talk about test environment automation, test data automation, because we can't forget that even if you develop a test case which is automated, if you don't have the actual data automated, you don't have an actual automated test. So what does that mean for my team when I'm gonna do that on my team or my company? What's gonna be the impact for my teams? The idea is that you're gonna reduce time spent on tasks which are means to an end. So my goal is not to put it together several environments. My goal is not to keep generating data for, a huge amount of data. My goal is not just to say I'm gonna do automation. Is to make sure that our teams, they focus on what they need to focus, which is making sure that they are testing. They are testing in an efficient way. They're not repeating manually tasks that they could automate in an easier way. We are also decreasing idle time, because usually when we are talking about test automation and automation in general, people, they automate just a piece of what they are doing. This is not centralized, and they have different pieces of the process not automated, as I was saying, environments, data. So the whole idea is that the teams will not be idle. They will have, easier way how to be able to test automate, and also to be able to prevent and identify issues sooner. Because if the teams are not spending time on generating test data or on generating environments, and they have everything at hand so they can focus on testing, automating, they will be able to think smarter. They will be able to prevent the issues. They will be able to identify other issues, that because now they have some free time in a sense, but they will be able to focus on what matters. And at the end, the business impact, which is a question that we always get, like, okay, I'm going to do everything that you are saying. I'm going to invest in test automation. And the first question is, if I don't automate 100% of everything, my business folks and the people who are actually the product owners and the product managers, they are going to say that they're not going to invest in automation. But if we do everything smart. If we make sure that we have this centralized platform, we're gonna be able to have a reduced lead time because we're gonna be focused on different tasks. Things will be automated. We're gonna be able to have more frequent releases. We're gonna start imploding bottlenecks to automation because I'm not. I already automated the environment. I already automate the test data, and I'm gonna focus on making sure that test automating is easier. I'm gonna be able to actually creating a framework. I'm not gonna just create something that we call a framework, but it's not a framework. And everything is gonna be centralized in a kind of a central place of where I can find everything. So how can we start doing that? How can we say, okay, I'm gonna try what you are saying. I'm gonna try and build a platform. Where do I start? So you need to have a clear mission. You need to be able to understand that you'll be leveraging and enabling not you don't have a product, you don't have an end user product. You have a product which will be used by other developers and QA folks. So the whole idea is that your mission is to make sure that their day to day is going to be easier, that they will be able to use quality in an efficient way, and that they're going to have an easier life by trying to do automation. So that's a kind of a different mindset where you need to be a protagonist. You need to be at the forefront of what you're doing. You need to experiment. So you need to look at what you have. Do I have a framework? Does it work? Is it too hard to put it to set it up? Do I need to do several list of tasks to be able to say that I'm ready to do automation? If the answer to that is yes, then you need to start your platform by making sure that your setup is automated, not just making sure that you go to as many teams as possible to get them to automating. Also, you need to be able to focus. You can't just say, I'm going to automate everything and I'm going to create a platform that is going to help everyone at the company at the same time. You need to look at your team, and we're gonna understand how to do that in a second. But the whole idea is that you need to be able to focus. You can't just try and resolve everything at the same time. So if your platform, it's going to be mostly focused on test data, test environments, and actual test automating. So you need data to be able to automate and execute your automated tests. You need environments to be able to execute your tests. So if those things are not automated, make sure that you focus on that first. Then you focus on making sure that test automation is going to be easier. Make sure that you kill the bottlenecks first, and ruthless prioritize. So basically that means you need to make sure that you always prioritize, and that you need to make sure that you understand what you are doing, how you are doing, and making sure that you have a clear vision on where you are and where you are going. And less is more. So basically the idea is making sure that you have a strong success case, and making sure that you are able to repeat and scale that case to a different set of teams, or a small portion of your organization. So you make sure that you have, people to sponsor you. You have data to show. You have some kind of success case to build your case to other teams as well. And what are the usual platform services that you're gonna have? So they are kind of in an order based on our experience here. So usually we start self-servicing test environment provisioning. So you need to look at your environment, and you need to make sure that those things are self-service. I know it's going to be hard in some cases, especially on bigger and larger enterprises, but you need to understand what are the bottlenecks, and we're going to understand how to do that in a second. But then you can start doing self-service test data. So what are the major types of data that your testing needs? What are the data that you need to execute the test automation framework that you have today? Making sure that those things are going to be self-service, making sure that those things are going to be in a platform. Then you can get better at improving your test automation framework, making sure that it's actually something self-service, that it's easy to use, that somebody doesn't have to read a 300-page documentation to be able to create your test cases, to develop your automated test cases. And then you can go to a more advanced scenario where you look at APIs and how to create an automated test framework that is going to help with APIs. In some cases, you will look at performance testing as well, but always making sure that everything that you add to your mix, that people don't have to read a documentation to use it, that they don't have to go through a 300 step process to use it, or that it's something that you say, no, you have this repository here, you just clone it and then you can do it, and you let me know if you need help. No, it needs to be something that people will go to some centralized place. In our experience, we usually create some kind of portal, like a web portal, where people can select which test cases they want to execute. And in some cases, they already have the test that they need to do in the portal. And in some cases, they will need to develop something by putting existing tests together to develop a new test or something. It will depend uh, mostly on what you are testing, if it's web, mobile, or how to do it. But the whole idea is, I don't need to worry about where I'm going to execute my test. I don't need to worry about where I'm going to develop my tests. Everything is going to be service. And it's also important to have definition criteria. So what is my definition of backlog? How do I know what gets into my backlog? How do I know that something is done on my backlog? How do I know something is ready to be developed on my backlog? And how I know something is available to go to production as well. And at the end, if you go through this journey, you'll be able to enable between quality throughout your DevOps pipelines, because not only your task is going to be automated, but everything is going to be in a centralized platform that you probably will leverage through APIs. And that's what we are doing today. We have a portal, like a nice portal with a front end or something that people can go in and do not all that I'm saying here, but most of what I'm saying here. But we also have APIs. So if somebody has a different need or wants to execute something at the pipeline, he can call our APIs and that task will be executed for him. Or even in some cases, he can put together some different test steps and create a new test through the APIs as well. And the whole idea is to make sure that all that it's easy to use, it's easy to do. So they're not concerned on learning the framework, or they don't even know if we are using Selenium or Cypress or whatever the framework that we are doing. It's kind of an interface with what they actually need to do, which is testing. And okay, so everything is nice and everything that I'm saying is pretty good. So I don't have any. Guys are probably saying I don't have anything. I don't have anything yet. I just have like a small framework, or I have a strong framework, but I want to understand how to move that framework into something more in a platform like scenario. So what's the game plan to be able to do that? I'm gonna give you 3 major steps. Obviously, each step has more detailed steps. If you guys have any questions, we can talk about it at the end, or you can look me up online. But the whole idea is, you need to know where you're starting. So you need to define what are the teams that you will be working first, and who are going to be your first clients, and what are their roles. Are we servicing QA teams? Even if we're talking about agile, are those QA folks, are those development folks? Is our client, our dev client? In some cases, you're going to need to request and validate permissions. We go through that a lot when we are servicing environments and data, because we are generating or simplifying process that usually take like 10 to 15 steps, and we just expose that process in one step. So we go through the process of validating and making sure that we have all the access that we need. uh, in some cases, there is some kind of onboarding, so you can present the platform to your teams and how they can use it, and where you are today and where you're going. You need to make sure that you understand your mission and goals. You need to make sure that you understand what's your success. My success is to make sure that my every team on my company is going to be doing test automating, or they are not having any issues with test data, or in some cases that you are decreasing the time of the time that is spent on generating test data because you are centralizing and making sure that that's self-service. So you need to understand what's your success criteria and where it's your final destination, because your goal is not going to be to get to the final destination, but you need to have an idea of what exactly does platform mean to you. And I can't tell you and each every one of you what's going to be your end platform and how that going to look for you. But in my case, it's something really focused on test automation, to make sure that even people who doesn't have, and I'm giving you guys an example, my example is we needed to make sure that people who had not much knowledge of automation or programming languages were going to be able to create automated test cases. So that's where we wanted to go. And then once you have all that discovered, you need to understand uh, and map for each of those teams what are the profile of that team. Is that team focused on back end or front end? What is the kind of pain points that those teams have? And then you'll be able to refine your initial backlog. And then you need to understand exactly from those items which are the items which will bring the most impact. For example, in our case, the first thing that we implemented as a platform was a test data that it took, I think, 20 steps to be generated, and we ensured that it took only one, because we kind of abstracted everything into the portal, and people were just generating data through the portal for that specific scenario. And then people start seeing that taking the time to help us kind of create that scenario and understanding how to build that in a platform really paid off. So that's where we started. And also you need to map, refine, experiment. So always try to start small and keep getting better in small pieces. Don't try to get all your data into a platform. Don't try to put all your automated test scenarios into the platform at once. Understand what's going to make more sense and put things into the platform piece by piece, like you are building a product, but a product for developers and QAs. And also, as continuous improvement goes, we need to make sure that we have a baseline. So you need to understand what you're going to measure. So if I'm generating test data to the platform, how much time am I reducing and am I not spending on manually generating test data? How much test data am I generating? I'm generating 10 users per month. Am I generating 200? We need to understand how we're gonna show what we are doing with the platform. It's basically treating really as a product. What are the metrics that you gonna use to ensure that the platform actually works, that it gives your users what they need to do to be able to test, automate, or to generate test data, or to generate test environments. And also, the whole idea is for each of those metrics, if you're going to say, I'm going to generate this amount of data, or I'm going to generate these types of environments, that you make sure that you have a target for each of those pieces. So you can show that you are going through and meeting your target and really helping your teams by having the platform. Because at the end, you're going to need some kind of team that is going to build the platform. And what I'm proposing here is that instead of focus on creating a larger framework and then you have to maintain the framework, you actually do that by creating a platform and by maintaining a platform which will pay off in the future. And I think that's it. I think I'm almost done with my time. I'm not sure if we have questions or not. I think we are waiting for Jenna. I don't think she is live. Let's see if oh, okay, she's back.
There we go. Yeah, was waiting for it to pop up that I was live again. Thank you so much. That was great. So if you have questions and you didn't get them into the chat, go ahead and drop them in now. We've got a minute or two. Rafael, are there any kind of final thoughts you want to leave us with, or anything extra you want to add?
Yeah, I'm gonna leave it my contacts on the material if anyone wants to talk about the platform. I know it's something really new in some cases. I love the cat, sorry, and because we have dogs, so they do that as well. Sorry, and the whole idea here is, guys, I know it's pretty fast, and I'm trying to summarize everything that we did. But the whole idea is to make sure that everything that you do, it starts being self-service, because if we keep doing the usual frameworks and trying to give the teams frameworks and things which are not going to be self-service, when things scale up, and that's the pain that I had in the past, at some point things break, and you just can't support everything. So let's try and build something more self-service, either if it's test automating, if it's test data, and so on.
Yeah, I agree, and I know she just kind of appears. Nothing I can do about it. For those of you who don't have cats, you don't own cats; they kind of own you, and just sort of like appear.
He
So
adopted you, not you adopted the cat. Yeah.
oh yeah, 100%. She picked it. She picked us, or I should say, she picked my spouse. I am the second choice. If I'm home and he's not, then she's on me. Otherwise, I'm shop liver. But I completely agree on this idea of giving teams systems and working solutions, as opposed to kind of like, here's the framework we've chosen, good luck. Because ultimately, we run into a situation where there isn't consistency in the way we implement, there isn't consistency in the way we use it. And while I'm all in on Agile, I also know that, like, large orgs, thinking about enterprise organizations, we need that consistency because people move around and things change, and we need to be really flexible to be able to shift fast. But you can't if it's kind of siloed, contained knowledge to just that team that's using it. So
Exactly. Yeah.
I really, really love where you were going with that. I think it's great.
Yeah, and to finalize the whole why I started looking into some different way of organizing things is because I had some experiences where we did exactly what you said. We got a framework, or even Selenium or whatever it was, and we built something, like a small something, and the teams were using. And at some point, somebody said, okay, we can't use Selenium anymore because the company doesn't like it anymore, and now we're gonna use something else. And the teams that were already using, they looked at me and said, but you were the guy who said I was supposed to use Selenium. Now I learned everything, and now I need to learn something else. And that's kind of because test automation is it's gonna be difficult in a way for the usual team, because they already have all the other things to do. So if we are able to make it easier for them, they don't even know if they're using Selenium or Cypress or whatever it is. I think that helps, especially on the larger organizations that have a lot of people.
Yeah, I completely agree. Well, we do have another speaker coming up. I'm
Okay.
hoping that PJ is ready. Thank you so much for spending time with us. That was great. I really, really enjoyed it. You got a call out from Mark too.
Okay.
Hi, Mark. Don't forget, folks, put your questions for speakers in the chat. They want to answer them for you at the end of their talks. PJ is all ready. He is excited to talk to you with his new talk, or the talk he's sharing today, The Pony Express and How Technology Moves Fast. So I'm going to pass it over to you, PJ.
All right. Can everybody hear me? Are we doing okay?
You are good. We can hear you. We can see you.
Awesome.
And we can see your slides.
Awesome. Perfect. So I will start talking so that you can get back to the cat that clearly needs more attention. And I accept that, and it's okay. So, hey, everybody, my name is PJ Hagerty. I'm a developer advocate. A little bit about me. I'm a lucky person. I get to travel the world talking about technology, not so much in the last couple of years. Beyond that, I'm also a dad. I love karaoke. I've been a musician for years. I used to coach hockey when my son was small. And at one point, about 11 years ago, I did allow my 11-year-old to get on stage and keynote RubyConf, which is not an experience I recommend for anyone. But that's a little bit about me. I should also mention where I work. I work at a company called Mattermost. We're an open source platform for secure communication, collaboration, and orchestration of work across tools and teams. So it's kind of like a communication tool, but on top of that, there's other tools that you can use to collaborate, set up playbooks, do some DevOpsy stuff, and do it all in one place. It's really cool. And if you have questions about Mattermost, I'm happy to answer them, but I'm not actually here to talk about that today. What I am here to talk about is a little bit of history. So I know people are probably watching from all over the world. So let me go back and clarify a few things. Many people who watch Western movies and modern takes on the romantic American Western movement believe in certain things. The good guys always wore white hats. They always won the day. Everything west of the Mississippi River was lawless. Some bank robbers weren't such bad people, and the Pony Express was how mail got delivered. To many people, these are facts. Dearly held beliefs that have been allowed to become the stories that we build other stories on. But if we look closely, there's a few holes in these stories, and some of these holes are kind of huge, kind of gaping. So before even the Civil War, some folks decided to head out west to seek their fortunes. The United States was trying to achieve this goal called Manifest Destiny, which was expanding from the East Coast to the West Coast. For some people, this meant opportunity, be it to find farmland, to establish new freedoms, find gold lying in them there hills across America. When prospectors found gold on the California coast, towns began to pop up all along the coast. It was necessary for people, both companies who owned the land or paid prospectors and families of these adventurous souls, to get mail as quickly as possible. These remote locations were growing. Between 1848 and 1860, the population of California grew to 380,000 people. With a very few ways to get information from one end of the country to the other, a new solution had to be found. A lot of you are probably saying, well, why wouldn't they use the railroads, PJ? Railroads could get messages a good portion of the way across the continent, but they couldn't make it much further than Missouri, which is about halfway, and I'm being very gracious there. When the United States gained New Mexico and Arizona as states in 1853, we could only just start to consider bringing the coast together via rail. And let's be honest, the railroad back then was no guarantee of speed or safety. It was kind of like having a server in the closet being maintained by someone with a general idea of how to run Linux or Ubuntu. And they made their own Cat5 cables, not using a crimper, but just using like a wire cutter. And all of these were entwined in unsafe ways throughout this closet that had no ventilation. You all know what I'm talking about. If you've been in tech long enough, you know what happened before cloud. We'll get back to that later, but it was unsafe, it was unstable, it was prone to robbery. The railroad could not be the right answer for this growing country. So add all these things together, and there's this aggravating edge case, a small inconvenience, the idea of who is doing all this work, who is building this railroad. At the time, there were some people who wanted to bring the country together and make it this great utopian farmland thing. And there's others who wanted to remain on top of the pile, making money while oppressing other human beings. War was on the horizon. If we wanted to continue to be successful and move forward as a country, we needed a way to communicate quickly. On the eve of the American Civil War, the Pony Express was born. A network was built. Riders, generally young, often orphans or escaped slaves, would be hired to ride like the wind. The Pony Express began its ride on April 3rd, 1860. Suddenly, you could get a message from New York City to San Francisco in just 10 days. It was a miracle in modern communications. If we've learned anything from the movies about the Pony Express, or even just movies that feature the Pony Express, it's about how ubiquitous and long-lasting it was. It seems like every Western has some reference to the Pony Express. Some guy riding in, I've got a message to Pony Express. Oh, this is what we've been waiting for. There have been movies and television shows dedicated to these brave riders and their horses flying across the plains, outwitting dangerous animals, bandits, and Native Americans who were kind of upset that we kept taking their lands and territories. And the Native Americans were pretty right on that one. The Pony Express, a paragon of innovation in April of 1860. However, this great technique for moving messages coast to coast was outdated after a mere year and a half, 18 months. We've had a pandemic that lasted longer than the Pony Express. The needs of the people and the speed of technology overtook the Western riders. So instead of innovation, the Pony Express was really just a stopgap method and would have remained a footnote in American history were it not for the so-called penny dreadfuls that raised the Pony Express rider to heroic status almost immediately. A simple device at the time, a time when war was starting and communication needed to move faster than ever before. All this culminated in the end of the Pony Express after a mere 18 months. As a side note, this is a telegraph. Think of the telegraph and the Pony Express the next time you have a conversation about machines replacing people or automation. Automation is not a new issue. When's the last time you tipped or an elevator operator? You probably have never even seen one. If the Pony Express was a stopgap, how long did the telegraph last? Couldn't last long, right? I mean, we're at the 1860s and we're talking about the telegraph. Like, there's no way that lasts a long time. But it's funny you should ask, actually. Perhaps you've heard of a British person, sometimes called the father of modern computer science. In World War II, about 80 years after the Civil War, so give or take about 7 times as long as the Pony Express, Alan Turing was in England in the 1940s trying to decipher telegraph messages that were encoded using the above machine known as Enigma. Enigma was a way to encrypt and decrypt messages sent via telegraph by the German soldiers during World War II. 80 years. Some pieces of technology last a long time. Some solutions fade quickly or have limited use and disappear. We see this all the time in the application development world. So unless you plan to share your thoughts on this talk on your Bebo page or go to LiveJournal, maybe think about how fast technology moves. So let's take a look at some things and see their lasting power. Maybe we can speculate on what has staying power, what's more of a flash in the pan, which if you ever heard the term flash in the pan, fun fact, it's actually a reference to the 1849 gold prospecting time when you would tip the pan into the sun to see if you get a glint of metal that wasn't water or sand. So a little bit of information for you there. So let's get into philosophy. Oh, we're going to go deep. We're going to go deep on this one, folks. We'll start with a little lesson. Philosophies around technology are not a new phenomenon. Whether it's the idea that the mainframe computing is the only true computer science solution to the idea that DevOps can be certified and assigned as a team, there have never been a shortage of ideologies that accompany the work we do. Most philosophies are really meant as best practices that allow our work to flow easily and produce better applications or run better networks or data centers on Earth and in the cloud. Doesn't really matter. They're kind of a suggestion. Some are only suggestions because something worked on my machine, so it must work for everyone else. These aren't great. Let's take a look at the most common modern era philosophies. I'm being very generous with the term modern here, and see what the strengths are and where the pitfalls might be. Waterfall. So waterfall is one of the most well-known and much maligned development methods in the world today. How many of you have been involved in an organization using the waterfall technique? You don't have to raise your hands. I can't see you. For those who are not in the know, here's the definition of waterfall, and I'm going to put on my definition voice. The waterfall model is a relatively linear, sequential design approach for certain areas of engineering design. In software development, it tends to be among the less iterative and flexible approaches, as progress flows largely in one direction, downwards like a waterfall, though the phases of conception, initiation, analysis, construction, testing, deployment, and maintenance. Okay, so there's your definition of waterfall. That probably doesn't sound too unfamiliar to a lot of people. Pretty thorough for an idea that was developed in the 1950s. A mere 10 years or so after Turing was dealing with the telegraph, we were trying to find a way for engineering techniques to work in computer science. 10 years. And, fun fact, that's mostly because Turing was absolutely stunning with what he did and really helped modern computer science to be a thing. So, innovative for its time, though even shortly after this, people began to see the flaws. By the way, I will occasionally say the word falls for flaws. I apologize for that. This is a picture of Niagara Falls. I live in Buffalo, New York. Niagara Falls is not too far from here. And it's very important that you know that is what Niagara Falls generally looks like. File that back in your head for later. Waterfall is simple. As our programming teams begin to build applications for business and scientific inquiry, we needed a way to establish how things were organized. How did we move forward in an organized way? So is it in any way surprising that in the 1950s, our first thought was to take a page from modern manufacturing techniques? To build a car, you establish requirements. You design it using those requirements. You build the car. You test to see if it works by driving it around. Then maybe you do some maintenance when it's out in the world. Easy, right? Why wouldn't software work in the same rigid way? The problem with this philosophy, like so many ideas, like the Pony Express, is short-sightedness. What works in one industry does not necessarily work for another. In a few minutes, I'll start discussing the Agile methodology, much of which focuses on the concept of lean, an idea that was brought over from Japan's car manufacturers. There's a difference in how these ideas were adopted. For Agile, we borrowed. We took a little bit here and there. With Waterfall, we just took it all. Waterfall has no iteration. There's no feedback loop. There's no structure for movement outside of the specs. Most people know when an organization is not flexible, it spells doom. Waterfall was a doomed philosophy before it got off the ground. Yet, parts of it are still used to this day in large-scale corporations. Now, you remember a few minutes ago when I said take note of Niagara Falls? This is Niagara Falls in the late 1950s and early 1960s when they decided that to prevent erosion, as you can see, there's lots of rocks at the bottom because water, 60,000 gallons of water per minute falling over a cliff tends to erode the cliff. Fun fact. They actually stopped Niagara Falls. They put up a dam and stopped it so they could put metal rods in. They thought this was a great idea because what do you do to support a building when it needs to be restructured? You put metal rods in it. Well, that doesn't work for a waterfall. They had to stop it twice, first to put the rods in, then to come back and take the rods out because drilling the rods in caused more erosion. That's what short-sightedness gets you. More damage, less control. So let's talk a little bit about Agile. Agile is more modern. It's more widely accepted as far as philosophies go in the world of tech. While the world conjures up images that may or may not work along with the ideas of the philosophy, let's define it before we make any decisions on how we feel about it. Definition voice. Agile is an approach to software development under which requirements and solutions evolve through the collaborative effort of self-organizing and cross-functional teams and their customers or end users. It advocates adaptive planning, evolutionary development, early delivery, and continual improvement, and it encourages rapid and flexible response to change. This sounds amazing after Waterfall. Self-organizing teams, iterative development, customer input. What could go wrong? So Agile is a space-age solution. Everything we're looking for is there. Iteration, collaboration, flexibility. At the advent of Agile, which is, by the way, the 1970s, there still wasn't much need for adherence to a software development philosophy. Most software was still built in and for larger scale corporations. Computers weren't common in homes, and even entertainment systems like ColecoVision and Atari were only just then coming into being. Agile was a sleepy philosophy for a while. Then, as modern application development and open source began to become a thing in the 90s, began to take off. We couldn't just apply normal manufacturing techniques to building and deploying software. We needed real-world ways to apply to the problem at hand. Something modern and something different. So Agile is an amazing modern workflow with a few caveats. And that really comes with the peripherals. Things like Scrum and Kanban, the add-ons that aren't really necessary and don't really contribute to the success of a team. Agile means flexible. If your team can work without the overhead of complicated necessities like daily stand-ups and raft teams, Agile will probably work for you. As with any philosophy, zealotry and strict adherence stagnates growth. If you need to follow the rules as strictly as possible, that's not very flexible. That's not very agile. As a great bonus, though, Agile led us to something new. DevOps. DevOps, oh wait, we're going to just kick in right with the definition? Absolutely. DevOps is a set of software development practices that combine software development, dev, and information technology operations, ops, to shorten the system's development lifecycle while delivering features, fixes, and updates frequently in close alignment with business objectives. Different disciplines collaborate, making quality everyone's job. Personally, I love this definition. It's really what the other philosophies are striving for as far as how a tech team should function. All the best parts of Agile, a few good ideas from Waterfall, applied to all the teams across an organization. Everyone is part of the conversation. Everyone is responsible. This is our modern answer to how best deliver software. Mobile, web, OSs, doesn't matter. We've learned from the past. This is what we have. DevOps, according to some, should be the end-all, be-all of development. We introduce the concepts of interaction with developers and ops or IT. We add the folks from QA and testing. It's a great cycle. And what do we focus on? Automation. DevOps goals, according to a lot of people, is to automate as much as possible to remove risk. I mean, isn't that really what happened to the Pony Express? We needed to move the message faster. We needed to move the risk of having someone, get captured or die or whatever. So instead of doing it manually on horseback, we automated it. We built a system that made the old system less useful. Makes one wonder if the point of DevOps is to make DevOps unnecessary. Something to think about. Like all theories, DevOps is great in theory. Everyone works happily together now because we are employing DevOps, right? All problems are resolved and we all get along and the world is at peace and the applications work perfectly. DevOps, it works 60% of the time, every time. Like Waterfall and Agile before it, DevOps has one major downfall. It's based on the perfect world idea. In a perfect world, all these things work. When faced with the reality of organizations functioning at modern speed, some of these things start to fall down. This doesn't mean we should abandon all hope, all ye who DevOps, but we need to see where these philosophies work and where they don't. We need to be honest with ourselves about what's functioning and what isn't. We need to take our organization's perspective into account to achieve our goals. We need to be critical of the things we do and find the parts that don't work. Find the solutions that do. All things in tech should be in constant evolution. Whoever made a piece of software that was done. Beyond our methodologies and how the infrastructure of our team works, we kind of need to build things like it's kind of important. The product people and the money people really like it when we build things that make people money. I like to get paid. It's kind of cool. Whether in ops or dev, these ideas always come through. So we'll start with a few different ideas. Let's start with test-driven development. This is the concept that everything you build, software, hardware, application, infrastructure, database, doesn't matter, must be thoroughly tested before going out in the world. This is a great idea, except that it takes nearly twice as long to build anything. Additionally, since you never really know how people are going to use a thing once it's out in the world, it can be needlessly pedantic. So maybe behavior-driven development is better. Unlike test-driven development, behavior-driven development is based on how users interact and break the things that we do. Forward thinking, right? Let's see how users do the things and build what we need based on that information. Brilliant. Less time spent in TDD, right? Maybe, but it also leaves a huge possibility of falling over again and again. Luckily, from the BDD movement, DevOps culture has been able to adapt and adopt the concepts of chaos engineering so you can get more of that real-world focus directly with what's going on. This is great and behavior-based. So even out of the guided philosophies, we can call some good. Granted, I honestly think you need some sort of combination of these things, but I also think that there's a more adopted thing. That's shame-driven development. So what really goes on in the world, what really goes on in every organization, every team, is shame-driven development. People write as many tests as they can get away with. The next developer doesn't think they skipped it altogether. The ops person only takes their time setting up physical hardware, so it seems their time was worth what they wanted to be worth. The SRE, or site reliability engineer, holds everything together with duct tape and bubblegum, but documents a well-running system. Whether DevOps or Agile or what have you, we generally build things so we won't be shamed by the next person to see it, the next engineer down the line. This is the truth of where most things live in the world of tech today. If you're not sure, change jobs a couple times. You'll see it. Kind of like how the Pony Express was built good enough for what the United States needed at the time. We innovate, but often the focus is on making a minimal viable product, a minimal viable solution, a minimal viable setup. Minimal, viable. Yuck. So just the language we develop in comes with philosophies and ideals that matter to some, but seem to be less important as time marches on. Compiled languages versus non-compiled. Open source versus enterprise. Languages like C++ or .NET. Like we're seeing now a return to functional programming languages while also seeing a growth of JavaScript tools focused on building single web page applications. You have Rust and Vue living in the same unit, and it's madness. It leads to things like not needing a proper server, developing a GitHub page with Jekyll or Middleman or Gatsby.js. You don't even need an ops team, right? But these aren't innovations so much as iterations on the same concepts. We aren't building new things. So we started DevOps. Whoops, went way too fast there. Let's go back. We started to keep moving forward. DevOps is our current Pony Express. Will it last longer? Will it become the telegraph of this philosophical generation? When we think of the word innovation, we think of building something new, discovering some new territory. We've done that by bringing teams together toward the common goal. DevOps is currently helping us to take a step further by getting rid of these accoutrements of Agile, all the rules saying, hey, we all have the same goal. Let's work together and reach it. That's innovation. That's riding to outlast the competition. Technology moves fast. It's the whole point of this talk. We need to learn, adapt, and innovate if we hope to keep up. Innovation is the key to what we do. I think there's very few people who haven't heard the term like, oh, being a developer means being a lifetime learner. Being in QA means always learning something new. Working with databases means I always have something new to learn. That's kind of how innovation works. You're learning new things. You're evolving. There's an evolutionary step that takes place. And no, you're not becoming like a brand new person. Maybe you're finding brand new talents, brand new curiosities, brand new things that make you interested in the things that we do. We don't want to just be factory workers. This is where Waterfall fell down. Waterfall couldn't innovate because your job was to stamp, press, move. Stamp, press, move. It's the same idea. I'm sorry. I guess my audio is getting a little choppy. I hope that's not me. AWS US West is currently out, so I hope that's not a problem since I'm in the East. But the idea here, and that kind of puts the point to it, a lot of things don't get fixed because we don't try to innovate. We need to focus on building better, building things that we really need to build that are going to help people. Forget the idea of the minimal viable product or the minimal viable solution or the MVP concept of anything you build. Work on making a minimal valuable product, a minimal valuable application, a minimal valuable setup. That will actually give you the ways to innovate. You want to make it valuable to the people who are using it, not convenient for you to get your next round of venture capital or whatever. So we see things come and go. We see innovation built on failure. We see philosophies grow from simple adopted ideas, concepts borrowed from someone else and then retrofitted to our needs, grown into something else and consistently evolving. We see that what was the best solution today might be outdated tomorrow. When adopting DevOps culture and ideals, we seek to find the best solution to our teams and our development and ops environments. When we look at shame-driven development, what we're really saying, and that's a bit of a joke, what we're really saying is we want to make things better. So we want to focus on actually combinations of things like TDD and BDD. We want to focus on making sure our users have the value that we're trying to provide to them. We have to question these things every step of the way. We can't accept these things blindly. You're not innovating. You're not seeing the future. You're not trying to move towards it if you're not working towards a way to make the things we build valuable to the people that we want to do. And that's automation is a major part of that. People shouldn't have to focus on so many parts of the development structure. We want to automate those things away. We want to make it easier. At some point in time, there was a young man on a horse racing across the hills of California to deliver a message. He never read it. That wasn't his job. And if we're completely honest with ourselves, he probably couldn't. His job was go from place to place. He had to know the area. He didn't have to know how to read. His job was to deliver. The message read, Telegraph service reaches San Francisco. Pony Express retired. Every point of our job in tech is to innovate and build. We continue to do so knowing that the future is the goal, not the nearby goal, the far-reaching goal. So with that, thank you very much, and I'm happy to take questions. Go forth and innovate, folks. Am I still on? Let's see. How do I bring...
All right, there we go.
There we go. All right, there we go.
That was fantastic. Thank you so much. I really, really enjoyed that. I love talks that take tech concepts and things that we're thinking about and relate them to kind of earlier technology or other kinds of things. Like my very first talk was about how pro wrestling is like testing, so yeah, just, what's that?
Make it relatable. That's what it's all about.
Yeah. And also like great trivia that you get to pick up along the way too, which is always awesome. I love trivia.
Exactly. Yeah. So, I mean, if you can take a tech talk and you can turn it into some good bar trivia fodder, then I think you've done your job.
I agree. Absolutely. I really wanted to ask you some questions about value because, so it's part of my job now, although it's always been part of my job, right?
It should be.
Yeah. but especially now moving to product, like it's extra part of my job.
Mhm.
I'm wondering if you have some suggestions on how testers, both automated testers like an SDETs and maybe manual testers as well, can really identify and communicate value and what is valuable to the user or to the customer to kind of the powers that be.
Yeah, I think that one of the biggest things is being heavily involved with the user, with the customer, with the community that you're dealing with, and understanding what it is. Even if you're an automated tester, you need to know the flow of how someone's going to move through your web application. If you want to set up, like, Selenium is a great example. If you want to set up Selenium to say, okay, walk me through the authentication process and logging in. Well, it's great that you have your perspective on it, but it could be that the people out there in the world use it differently. And if you've never spoken to them, you never talked to them, you don't know what that is.
Mhm.
So in my mind, like, the biggest thing is, like, if you want to be able to communicate to purchasers, the higher ups, whoever it is that you're trying to, you have to be able to communicate with the users and use their voice. You have to be able to turn around and say, hey, listen, I know that we, built this blog and you had a lot of information from this source saying that the way to do it is, hottest topics. But in reality, our users want chronological order. Not pointing out Twitter at all on this one, but people maybe want to see the feed in chronological order because that makes sense to them. Yet sometimes it seems like, there's a lot of like, well, we talked to these people over here who are in a focus group who decided that, but those aren't your users.
Right.
Those, we have a bunch of personas set up. No. Talk to your users. Talk to the people who actually use the thing. I actually, the example I use for this a lot is facial recognition software. And I think people have heard this example many times. There was a company that came up with this great facial recognition software is going to be used by the government to ID people to come into buildings like courthouses and things. And it was great, except it didn't work for anyone who wasn't a white male. Well, why did that happen? Well, because they didn't consider the people who would be using the software might be people outside of the room that they were working in. That kind of short-sightedness shows that you can't build something that's valuable. To build something that's valuable, you have to take in all aspects. And to take in all aspects, you've got to be talking to the people who are actually going to use the thing you're building.
So we have a question. I want to get to that, but I do want to throw something out for some folks. Speaking of facial recognition, there is an awesome person who is also from Buffalo, Jamie Bash, who yes. So I love Jamie. Jamie does an incredible talk on the ethics of software development and thinking about facial recognition and AI, and because there are good applications of AI and not good applications of AI. If you have a minute, you want to just spend an hour watching a talk by a developer who is an exceptional developer who has really incredible things to say, go look up Jamie's talk on the ethics of software development. I think it's the ethics of software development.
Ethics of software development.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So the first time they did that talk was at Code Days, which is a conference that I held.
Oh, awesome.
And there was full costumage, and it was pretty amazing.
That's awesome.
But yeah, Jamie is a dear friend and very, very, very whip smart. Knows exactly how. Yes, great talk. Definitely go check it out.
But I also want to get to the question that we've got in the chat. So Mark asked, what's your thought on innovation as an obsession? Can you over innovate?
Can you over innovate? Yes. I mean, it's kind of like the can you over engineer something question. Yes, you definitely can. And I think that the concept of over innovation comes at the expense of some of the people, in some ways we have to use the horrible, like, super capital examples. Like Jeff Bezos is an over innovator. Elon Musk is an over innovator. They've innovated so much that they've taken out the human part of the equation. And that you can see that obsessive over innovation actually causes real world damage. It's not just a matter of like, oh, my creation, like, I mean, I'm sorry, Mary Shelley wrote about this in like, we know how over innovation is bad. Yet we don't learn. I mean, Jeff Bezos, he owned a bookstore. Did he read the book? But okay, so I digress. But yes, it is possible, because often what happens is you're so focused on pushing forward, you don't understand the ramifications of the right now and the present user and the humans who are involved in the equation. So can you over innovate? Absolutely. Absolutely.
And
that's why we talk about value. That's, Jenna asked about value. That's why value is so important. Keeping value in mind. Am I creating something people need, something people want, something they can use? That's what we should be focused on.
I absolutely agree. And again, because like you keep saying things, I'm like, oh my gosh, this makes me think of this thing. One of the big risks of over innovation is that we miss or we choose to exclude some of our, pardon me, I'm losing my voice, some of our already marginalized users. So I often think about when dealing with design, and I love designers. It's not a slight on designers, but we can design things that cannot be made accessible, and they become art projects as opposed to human-centric solutions. And I think that goes right to over innovation. Like, we can get to a point where it only works for this very narrow segment. And sure, that's the segment that maybe fits your image of what your user is, but it's not maybe your true user or all of the users, because we want all of the users.
Yeah, I had a friend who talked about coder empathy, and his take was, if you stand up in the room or you stand, wherever you're working, and you look around at the team you're working with and everybody looks like you're wrong. You've done it wrong, and there's no way you're taking into account every potential user. And if you really need to convince the money people of that, all you have to say is like, hey, we're losing a market segment. You use their words against them. Oh, we don't want to take that into consideration. We don't want to hire more diverse teams. Well, we're going to lose a market segment. Oh, well, if we were going to lose money, then definitely we need to do that. It's the cheap, underhanded way to bring DE&I into an organization, but it is very effective.
I mean, it is. And we always want the room to look like the people that are actually going to use it. We want the room to look like the real world. And looking like the real world includes all of these additional layers: educational diversity, economic diversity. It goes past what everybody thinks about. It goes past just race. It goes to gender. It goes to disability. All of those different kinds of things create this bigger, stronger voice.
Right. Exactly. One of the things, I have a good friend who works in the civil rights area, and one of the things they say is like, you could call it racism, but like, isn't like the race is human? Why aren't we building everything for all the humans? Like, we're all human. Why aren't we building it for all of them? And I agree with that sentiment a lot. I think that, that's something I strive for in my career. Have I always achieved it? No, it's a constant process. But that's where, innovation can be a personal thing. Innovate yourself to, remove your biases, see more clearly about how you're not looking at things through the right lens, understand your privilege and your perspective, build that all together. That's personal innovation. That's a way to build a better world within yourself so you can make a better world outside of yourself.
Absolutely. And there's lots of ways that everybody listening can do this that aren't something that maybe puts you in a place where you feel uncomfortable in talking to others, because I know that being that voice can be challenging and can be scary and can put you at risk if you don't have that level of privilege. But there are things that you can do just to get yourself ready for it. Like, a friend of mine for 2020 challenged herself to only read books by women of color. So all of 2020, that's what she did. And I said, you know what? I'm going to take on that challenge. So 2021, I only read books by women of color. I don't know what next year's challenge is going to be, but I'm going to find something. Because there's ways that we can change our perspective and shape the way we think about the world that will allow us to organically get there.
Absolutely. And I like what you said. Like, you might not feel comfortable stepping out and saying these things outwardly, but I mean, if you start with you can take the steps you need. And a lot of times that's going to end up coming out of you anyway. It's going to begin to push the needle forward, as they say. No, move the needle forward. Move the needle forward. Don't push the needle forward. I hope everyone's been vaccinated. But like, the idea is, like, it's cheesy and just be the change you want to see in the world. We can use lots of cliches and stuff, but at the same time, like, it's not inaccurate. Everything you do starts with yourself. If you want to, promote things that are good for society and stuff, you got to start with you to see what's going on with you, what your perspective is. You can't learn another perspective until you know what your own is. I think that's true across the board. You can't say to yourself like, oh, I totally understand how open source works. I've been an enterprise developer my whole life, but I read a couple things. Like, no, maybe get that. Like, it's true across the board. Very few things are, but.
And a huge part of that is learning in public.
Exactly.
I'm going to be really transparent here. I'm ADHD. And for most of my life, I was really, really ashamed of this. I didn't talk about it. I didn't ask for any sort of help. I was like, this is my burden. I'm going to carry it. And one day I realized, well, why don't I ask for help? Why don't I ever say like, hey, can we follow this conversation up with an email? Because part of this is like verbal processing stuff. And I won't remember what our conversation was. So send me an email just with notes, and it was as simple as that. And I said, why don't I ever ask anybody for this? And they said, oh, because I haven't seen anybody ask for this. So when you start to learn in public and challenge yourself to do something new, other people get to take that opportunity. I'm actually really glad you brought that up, because one thing I didn't mention in my talk is one of the other things that I do is I'm on the board of OSMI, which is Open Sourcing Mental Illness. We're actually changing the name to OSMH, which is Open Sourcing Mental Health. But we do have, if you have an event and you'd like somebody to speak about how tech people are affected by ADHD, ADD, burnout, bipolar disorder, socializing anxiety, OCD, we have people that will help talk about that. Check out osmihelp.org. They also have great guides on how to talk about these things at work, how to get in touch with mental health first aid. And it's just a wonderful organization that I'm happy to have been a part of for so many years. That's awesome. I'm going to look it up.
Definitely.
All right. And it looks like Melissa is just about ready. So PJ, thank you so much. That talk was great. This conversation was awesome. It was so nice to get to meet you.
It's great meeting you too. And great that you brought up another Buffalo person in the talk. That's, go Jamie. Everybody go follow Jamie and watch all of their talks.
Yeah, Jamie is awesome. I think it's at Jamie Bash on Twitter.
At Jamie Bash, yeah. Bye, everybody.
Bye. All right. So I'm really excited. I'm going to tell you all, Melissa is one of my favorite speakers. So this is kind of fun because, I get to see one of my favorite speakers. Not that everybody hasn't been fantastic, but Melissa's super cool. So I'm so excited to introduce Melissa Tondi to everybody. Melissa is great, and I'm very, very excited to get to talk to you again. It's been, I think, since San Francisco, so 2019.
I think so, yes. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. And I believe your talk is Automation, We're Doing It Wrong.
That is correct.
Awesome.
I always like to put a little bit of a controversial title in there on my slides sometimes,
Nice.
So,
Melissa, you might want to swap your screens.
Okay, I will do that. Let me, and I am, let's see here. If I share, just make sure.
That, or put it in present mode. Maybe it's not in.
Yeah, maybe it's, let's see here. Can you see that?
There we go.
Okay.
Much better.
Excellent. Okay. Awesome. Okay. Well, thanks again. I'm excited to kind of share some of my thoughts here, and hopefully you'll be able to take a couple of nuggets back from just your overall test automation strategy. So this is kind of why we titled this Automation, We're Doing It Wrong. So here's some of the high level areas that we're going to touch here in our short amount of time together here. Specifically, we're talking about not only what test automation is and making sure that we're all kind of level set on using terminology and kind of making sure that we are all aligned with what test automation is, but a lot of times it's even equally, or in sometimes even more important, to specify what test automation is not. So we're going to talk a little bit about that again, so we can level set ourselves. And then we're going to talk a little bit about the misconceptions and misperceptions on what automation is. So when we're talking from, our technical leadership or folks that have very strong opinions, whether right or wrong, on what test automation is and should be, we're going to give a little bit of just pointers and areas that you can kind of bolster up your messaging when you are either pushing over an enterprise-wide test automation strategy, or if you are an individual contributor, an automation engineer or quality engineer who practices test automation within your own squads or project teams, we're going to give you a little bit of information there. And then we're going to talk about those misconceptions and misperceptions and how to actually address those, AKA the hits, when we talk about the misses and the hits. And then if we've got time, we'll talk and field some questions. So we'll jump right into it. Again, I don't really need to go through here. This is a little bit of my background here. If you've heard me speak before, I love kind of sharing my thoughts into the greater community, but more importantly, I love getting others' thoughts and recommendations in the community. So if you are a speaker or are maybe dabbling your toe into the world of speaking, it goes both ways there. You can contribute to the community, but you can also consume from the community. And I feel very fortunate to have been able to do both in my career. And now, since I'm sharing back to the community, I also want you to be able to share your insight and feedback here. So we'll jump right into it. I came up with this quote: test automation makes humans more efficient, not less essential. And that quote really kind of framed many years ago when we were talking about why are we doing test automation. There was a time when we had lots of expensive costs on big, huge commercial tools where we had to justify the huge expense of a commercial tool. And so we invested in hiring automation engineers that were very specialized and skilled within those tools that we, as in, quality engineering or quality assurance leadership, put in place within our strategies and within our teams and departments. And that was very, very big and common, and is still very big and common now. But now with, of course, the onset of many open source tools where we're kind of giving back the power to the individuals with test automation, we wound up coming up with lots and lots of individual solutions for test automation at the individual level. And what we noticed and realized is that we didn't really have a well-baked out and consistent overarching enterprise-wide test automation strategy. So when we had that onset of kind of big commercial tools that became the silver bullet for automation testing, again, we hired automation engineers with skill sets around those tools. So in counterbalance to that, when we realized there's not necessarily a better way to do it, but a different way to approach test automation, we came up with this quote that I just read a little bit earlier. So in addition to that, we should always kind of form any tool and technology that humans adopt and embrace should be in order to make more repetitive and more manual types of activities much more efficient. And so we always elevate the human interaction with the software as much more important for the feedback and the information gathering. And that's where that user advocacy piece comes into play. So when we think about test automation, we really should be using this quote to kind of guide the overall goal and outcome of that. So, and as I mentioned earlier, we can't talk about what test automation is without really addressing what it isn't or what it should not be. So it's not that silver bullet. Investing in tools and technology, especially large enterprise-wide commercial-based tools, there's a ton of benefit to the outcome of what we're going to be doing, but it should not be necessarily treated as a silver bullet. It's not going to immediately increase productivity, but if the strategy is created and approached correctly, it should or will allow the teams to fail often and quickly. And that term, fail often and quickly, is really what not only test automation allows us to do much quicker, but it also contains those failures in a way that we reduce the risk of those failures. I am of the mindset that we should be failing often and quickly so that we do accept that instant feedback of those failures, and we should be able to address those failures so that when we are ready to go live, so to speak, or deploy out, whether that's multiple times a day or quarterly releases, whatever that looks like in your organization, that fail early, fail often is one of the key components and outcomes that a good test automation strategy allows you to do. The other thing I want to point out is that test automation is not necessarily a comprehensive testing activity. It's one activity in the overall strategy. And then, of course, that last bullet point here, it's not necessarily testing. And I'm not going to open the debate in, because I know that there are lots and lots of different opinions on whether or not test automation is testing. We think testers are testing. The embracing and adoption of tools and technology should allow for the human interaction, that tester or quality engineer advocating for the users who will eventually be consuming and using the solutions that we deliver to them. So let's talk about what it's not, and we'll kind of start talking about the misses specifically on test automation. So it shouldn't be, or it's not, the numbers or percentage game. And what I mean by that is, if we achieve a certain percentage or number of test cases that already exist. So thinking about how we generally approach testing is that we will create tests, and usually if they're not going to be automated at moment, we throw them into a test case management repository. Those test cases are generally executed by human testers or humans throughout a cycle. And then at some point in time, those test cases that had already been executed by that tester becomes automated, right? And so we kind of, we prioritize those tests. And then at some point in time, there is a measurement or a number that we say, well, how many of our test cases, or what percentage of our test cases have been automated? And then that in and of itself, the higher the number, if we're in the 80s or 90%, then that somehow means that we have a higher quality of the product that we're delivering, right? And so for those of you who have been in this misses specifically, that that's certainly not a measure of quality. It's a number that anyone can actually report on, right? So we want to get out of the game of using a number or percentage of automated test cases to somehow be correlated to the quality or higher quality of the product. So in a lot of cases, sometimes, there's not necessarily nowadays a need to have a separate matrixed team that handles all of the test automation, and that's somehow in a lot of cases it may look very much like the same scenario that I just described earlier, which is I am a tester. I may be a manual tester, so to speak. I write test cases, and then further down the road, I mark which test cases I want automated in the future, and then it kind of goes off into a separate team. And then at some point in time, some time passes, and then those test cases have magically been automated, and that code may have been released out to production sometimes days, weeks, or sometimes months after the actual automation of those tests come into place, right? So, and then a lot of times, because we, require specific skill set and technical experience in order to be able to test automate, whether we're using a commercial tool or not, there is sometimes we have this role of this automation engineer is more pedestaled, right? So where it's perceived or viewed as a more important role within the team because this particular role has more technical skills, right? And so when we get into the game of who is more valuable on the team, sometimes that automation engineer wins in that case because the technical skills are more valued in some companies than the overarching quality engineering or testing skills. So, and then another way that you may think about this, or that you may be experiencing, is that there is a need for a separate team, that they're matrix, and so that we have to maintain that kind of third party watchdog, so to speak, to make sure that those test cases are written correctly in order for that automation engineer who may not have much understanding of what they're actually testing. If we only have their responsibility is to simply automate tests that have already been written by someone further up the, further left of them, then we actually we actually removed the ability for that automation engineer to be able to interact with the software much like a user. So we're very much, in this case, we're very much pigeonholing that automation engineer to only do a certain function, and we're not relying on the human component of that automation engineer to actually give good feedback on the software or solution that they are responsible for automating within those tests. Another miss is that assuming that the QE or the automation engineer owns all of the automation. And we also kind of call this the silo effect. And then that person is the only one that decides what gets automated, right? So again, we're offering the option of saying, look, if you have a matrix team that their only responsibility is to automate, then if they're not embedded or they are siloed in this way, then we're really missing a huge opportunity to get their feedback on the actual quality or the look and feel or the feeling of the software in order to have not only high quality functioning software, but high quality, delightful software that our users enjoy using, in addition to actually getting what the software is supposed to be doing done on their own day to day. So another one of the misses is this middleman strategy. And I kind of alluded to it a little bit earlier. And by the way, I kind of put in here, I know that we use the term manual a lot, and I certainly still use it. I just can't stand using that terminology. I think we need to come up as an industry just a better way to differentiate between test automation and testing, right? So anyway, for lack of a better term at this point, we will continue to use the manual piece of that. But more importantly, when we have this middleman strategy, and again, this looks like what I kind of previously talked about. We have a tester that is embedded, or testers that are embedded within their project or delivery team, their agile team, squad, whatever your terminology you use. And then some point in time, we check those test cases off, and then somebody not embedded within the team comes back later, or maybe at the end on a 12-hour cycle, we may hand those off to an offshore or nearshore team, and then magically those tests begin getting automated without having that person that's actually automating those tests embed within the team and get all of that great knowledge that should be or is being shared within each of those daily kind of interactions that are happening within the project or delivery team. So we want to make sure that we avoid that middleman strategy. And then, of course, the bigger one, and this kind of goes back to that quote that I had mentioned before, it is certainly not the replacements of humans. But in some cases, if we do wind up having a very robust and comprehensive test automation strategy in place and actually executing on, there may be a change in responsibilities in the quality engineering team, just based off of the number of tests that become automated. But if there's ever a component or an outcome to say X number of tests that are automated equals X number of testers that we no longer need within our organization, we already know that that's probably one of the biggest misses of all when we think about overarching enterprise-wide strategy around test automation. I ran into this. This was part of my own journey of kind of in one of my first forays of QE management several years ago, where there was a mandate from our CTO that all quality engineers or QA or testers must become experts in test automation. And me being a very junior or very novice manager, I took that without any kind of conversation. And I took that mandate and I tried to implement it. And let me tell you, it was a disaster. I lost probably some of the best testers because of that mandate, and that was a huge learning opportunity that learned from, we failed with that implementation and we learned better, and I will take that lesson with me from for the last 10 years when I first learned that lesson. But the point here is that we must be able to not only have the equity around our team and not pedestal somebody that has more technical skills than another one, and perceive that the more technical one is, the better the comprehensive or overall testing they would be able to actually produce within a strategy. So the idea here is that we should not necessarily mandate. Mandates are one of the surefire ways to have a lot of attrition in your team or your organization. But specifically for us as quality engineers, if there is any hesitancy for us taking up test automation in any capacity, it boils down to we are a technologist. Just the fact that what we do on our day to day. If we're not considered technologists, we certainly should be considered technologists. And one call to action that I would ask for you is that you do consider yourself a technologist. And with that said, taking your own technical development into your own hands and driving that on your own, and hopefully in conjunction and collaboration with your company who should be supporting that, we want to make sure that we understand that the test automation is not a replacement and should not be a replacement of humans themselves. So let's talk about the hits that come about this. So we talked about the misses, and now we're going to talk a little bit about how do we address those misses that have propagated for, in some cases, many years, and likely still exist within a lot of companies and organizations. So the percentage number, right? So instead of saying an X number of test cases have been automated, or X percentage of those have been automated, we're going to automate the right tests. And then we use the A of A measure, or what we call automated of automatable, to actually report on that. So what do I mean by automated of automatable? With a good test automation strategy, sometimes there are guidelines that we put in place. So for example, one of the test automation strategies that we initially start out is we start basic building blocks. So I think if I say a smoke test, that should resonate with most of you. Smoke test, basic, building block, or very basic, critical functionality of a test. We further define that by saying a smoke test should actually consist of the CRUD actions that result within a story. And so what we start doing is we actually start focusing on the basic building blocks of the test automation first, and we embed that person who has that test automation experience within the project team, so that we no longer have that middleman process, but that we are measuring something, not only the number, and we don't actually, in our organization anyway, we do not report on, nor do we see value in a percentage or number of test cases that have been automatable. What we have seen much more successes on is to measure and report on the number of automated tests that can be or should be automated, given that priority scale that I'll kind of go in a little bit of a detail in just a few minutes. So how do we address the separate role or the title as a long-term strategy, right? So how do we address the fact that we don't have an embedded automation engineer, so to speak, that is part of an existing squad or delivery team? So if you have a huge backlog of test automation that needs to continue to be, perfect example for when contractors or consultants is able to jumpstart that work, right? A lot of times, it's daunting to see how much needs to be automated, but this is a great, this is one of the great ways to kind of justify bringing in a team who specializes in that to kind of get through that enormous backlog of work, while the testers are actually continuing to test the software. When we mandate this number or percentage of automated tests, we feel the need in this case to bolster up the test automation team, but we wind up overloading them again, which is why that number or percentages game is a very slippery slope. And I would recommend not using that as the number one, or really even a valuable or important metric to measure on. First, I would rather say use that A of A in this situation. And again, I talked a little bit about this third bullet point, where a lot of cases that we have this pedestaled role of an automation engineer, where there is a perception that their skills are more valuable than someone who can actually test and advocate for our users. So in our world, and I'll kind of show this in here because you may be thinking, well, what does this mean? What does this slide mean? So how does it look like in our world? How do we ensure that there is a good path for promotion within, and how does this look like when we start forming teams? So this is a very typical slide that I've used, and from company to company or consulting to consulting, I tend to, I tend to look at this. If we don't have a way for our quality engineers to promote into the technical path, this is a really nice snapshot of what a good, well thought out and mature quality engineering organization looks like. So we start elevating those, or we start actually mapping out those more technical team components when we move into the architect and principal mode, but we clearly have a path for engineers to move into both a lead, into a management or into a technical path. And so I've been asked many times of how I structure my team, and this is what this is what we generally look like from team to team. So how do we address the myths around the separate team that is matrixed, right? So we start embedding them and having them in our planning and refinement and grooming sessions. We embed them. So ideally, when we have a path, whenever testing is ready to start, ideally, the testing activities that we would start right during or right after those refinement or grooming is we actually start creating those tests. And again, in a more traditional role, those tests would start being created by that quote unquote manual tester and then come back around later down the cycle and then have those tests automated, right? So we want to remove that inefficient practice, and we want to actually embed that quality engineer with test automation experience within the project or the agile team. We include them in planning. And so what winds up happening is that we have an umbrella of all testing activities to include test creation, and whether that is a test that is going to be executed or run by a tester, the human, and or a test that is automated and will be run by within the framework that'll be executed. But the idea is that those are both tests, and those tests are both written as soon as the testing, all of the testing activities happen. So we start creating collaboration between the tester who may not have test automation experience or deep technical skills to be able to support test automation. We begin pairing and collaborating both of those roles within each other within the project team itself. We have that clear strategy and the definitions, and ideally we are aligning with the industry. And for because I inevitably get asked this question as well. One of the best things that we've adopted, and I've adopted the ISTQB glossary. And again, I know there's a lot of debate and back and forth on ISTQB certifications or any certifications in there. One of the best things that has come out of the ISTQB board is the glossary. And I have been using that glossary for at least 12, maybe even 15 years now. I take that glossary and introduce it to every team because what I have experienced is that one of the biggest hurdles to cross is is level setting terminology that is in use in an organization. So when we have that clear strategy and definitions, and we align the strategy and definitions with other industry, within our quality engineering or QA industry, and with other leaders that are doing this across the globe, we know that we have a good standard and building block to build off of. Now, I'm not saying that we need to, now conform or adhere to only the ISTQB or only the industry, but the alignment and specifically around the terminology that we use to describe what we're doing is super valuable. So if you're not currently using a glossary that is in place in your organization, and you find that you are using terminology differently, and you've gotten to the point where one person has interpreted a term differently than you and creates a solution based off of their interpretation, some of the challenges and pain points that winds up introducing. So if you don't have a clear glossary, and if you don't already have those definitions defined well enough that everyone in your organization is using those, I would certainly recommend using the ISTQB glossary for that for that purpose. So how do we address the myths of, that the QE or the automation engineer owns all the automation? So this is kind of where we put together our 1 to 3 priority. So the very first thing that we should be considering for automation is what's happening traditionally to the left of us. What are our developers or software engineer counterparts doing on their end from their own automation? So the ISTQB kind of defines this as an intake test, and it really is. It's really kind of a combination of unit and integration tests. So one of the first pieces of automation that we should be considering, even though we don't traditionally own that, is the intake test, or that automated unit and or integration tests that are coming from our dev team. So in that, if that's not in place, or you're not sure whether or not is in place, that would be one of the first conversations that I would recommend you have after this great conference, is to start understanding what type of testing and or automation is happening within your software engineer or development counterparts. The next priority that we start doing, and this kind of now moves to the right, more towards where the quality engineer that's automating or that has that automation experience starts looking at that smoke test, right? And so I've included the ISTQB definition of a smoke test, and we further defined that by CRUD action: create, read, update, delete. If any of that story or any of those acceptance criteria that's part of that story has any of those 4 actions, create, read, update, delete, as part of its functionality or solution, then that begins the very first piece of automation that we start building out. So again, that should be equivalent to a very basic building block there. What this does is it also starts corroborating with the success of that user story. And as we all know, acceptance criteria is what our product owners or product managers use to accept the work as successful. And to even put a finer point on that, if you were to gather all of the acceptance criteria and all of the user stories that had been worked on in a set amount of time, that acceptance criteria equals the MVP, or the minimum viable product, or sometimes called minimum MP, minimum marketable product. And that in and of itself is the definition of what success looks like for this team to delivery. So if we're not tying our test automation to what the overall success is for that delivery team to deliver it, whatever their cycle of work is, whether it's daily, every 2 weeks, or whatever your deployment frequency is, that's one of the biggest reasons why test automation at the enterprise-wide level fails. We don't see, or our counterparts in product and in development don't see the value of automation, because it's not necessarily tied to the critical functioning components of that software that we're building. So we recommend that smoke test not only adhere to our ISTQB definition, but we also tie that to the the user advocacy, which then tends to tie into the acceptance criteria of that work. So you can see that we've kind of detailed out the priority 1 of those tests that should be automated are those intake tests that, again, traditionally belong to dev. The next priority then starts building that basic building block of the smoke test. And then that priority 3 then is tied to the user advocacy, the end-to-end flows, anything that would cause a priority 1, severity 1 issue when we release that code into production, and that we are very much correlated and lockstep within our product and business counterparts and partners within there to show them. So this is one of those areas where we can start forging and continuing to foster great relationships outside of just the engineering team, which is generally where we tend to stay. So how do we address the myths of using the middleman strategy, right? So again, talked a little bit about that, what that means. So this is kind of a nice guide here, of how we avoid that. So we tie and we embed folks that have test automation, and we kind of hire quality engineers with specific skill sets around there. So in our organization, we have quality engineers with test automation experience. We also have quality engineers with performance testing experience or accessibility experience or domain knowledge experience. So when we staff teams, if there is a need or a great need for test automation, we embed that quality engineer within that team with the expectation that all quality engineers are capable to define and create a test strategy that includes both automation and non-automation of tests, and that overarching quality component in there. We do not separate the role of an automation engineer and remove that quality engineering or test strategy from their sphere of responsibilities. So this is kind of what it looks like here. We put a little bit more definition around what it means to automate something. We actually say that it has to be run in the pipeline. It's kicking off if we have a mature DevOps model and how we deploy code. We tie our test automation to the deployment of that code. And most importantly, we tie the automation of that priority 1, which is the unit and integration test or the intake test, and the priority 2, which is the automated smoke test, as in our definition of done. We do not consider a story done unless we have both of those 2 components automated. And then we come back around with that P3 kind of and dealer's choice afterwards. But we actually don't ship code, or we should not be shipping, we should not be shipping or considering stories complete without having those P1 and P2 automation in there. How do we address the myths of the replacement of humans? Again, this is just such a theme that we talk about in almost all of my talks, certainly. But again, we look at the fact that it is not the replacement of the humans. We actually want our humans, the people that we are employing, to be as interactive with the software as much as possible, because one of the biggest values that we bring back to our project team or delivery team is the fact that we can advocate for our users. We should and can and must always be advocating for our users. And the best way for us to do that is to actually interact with the software like they're interacting with the software. And sometimes, more importantly, like how they may interact with the software, right? And so the more we can continue to explore the software and the more time we save by actually adopting a more defined enterprise-wide test automation strategy allows that human to interact with the software more and more and more. So here's the summary. So when we think about why we are doing the things the wrong way in test automation, we have these misses: the numbers game, the pedestal effect, that QE is the only one that owns automation, the middleman strategy, and the perception that an automation somehow replaces humans, and this fallacy that a quality engineer or tester is not a technologist. Those are the misses. Those have generally been some of those wide components and characteristics that have created failed or not as successful test automation strategies at the enterprise-wide level. And by enterprise, it really is 2 or more teams, right? So I kind of use the term enterprise. It really is a scalable approach, whether we have 2 project teams or if we have 200 project teams. I mean, we address those by using the column on the right. We address the numbers game by using a much better and more concise metric of the A of A, the automated of automatable. If we say that we have this clear priority 1 through 3, how well are we delivering, and how well can we actually measure the automation of how we clearly defined it? We embed and we envelop. We certainly embed anyone that has any responsibility to complete a story, and whether they are or are not embedded within the project or delivery team, we embed them as much as we possibly can, and we avoid the matrix teams that become the pedestal teams. We use this P1 through P3, and we involve all of our other partners that represent our SDLC and delivery team. And then we just create this efficient selection category. If this happens, then we do this. And most importantly, we continue to push this and drive out the misperception that somehow test automation is a replacement of humans. So with that said, here is my contact information. I'll kind of leave this slide up for a little bit, and I will kind of go back to Jenna and see if there are any questions or any comments on the talk here. All right.
Okay. That was fantastic. I really, really connected with this idea of like the hierarchy and the pedestal, because you see it a lot, especially at the enterprise level. There's some misconceptions about what technical is and who can be technical and who adds value and who doesn't. So I really, really connected with that. Mark a couple of times chimed in and said that he's a big fan of low maintenance, most repeated for automation.
Yeah.
And I really love that he pointed out about making sure that you provide what your particular audience needs. Because some audiences, he's right, are really going to like love getting the results. But I feel like everybody does when they know what to do with them or when they know how to use them. So
Agreed. And thanks, Mark. Of course, Mark is chiming in with the awesome comments as he always does. Hi, Mark. You know, it's one thing I've kind of been, and this is not a new term, but I'm kind of repurposing the term slightly as I tend to do. But tests as a service, as opposed to testing as a service. So our role right now, or one of our outcomes for our test automation is, you know, so it's great. We have all these great automated tests, and they're giving us the right kind of, you know, the output, which is exactly what we should be doing. But more importantly, what tends to happen with that is that we tend to have like one Slack channel where those tests are coming in, and like one or two people are, you know, oh, I'm on the schedule for Tuesday. I'm the one that's on the hook to go through all the failures, or, you know, like go through, it's an hour and a half of the first thing in the morning. Right. And so we're like 75% there, but we still have those results coming to a very small or select a group of people, and that generally comes to the testing team, or the folks that have responsible for automating those tests to begin with. I'm a fan of tests as a service, where one of the other kind of red bows to complete test automation, not only tying it to shippable or the definition of done, but also to say, and anyone on the team has access to run this suite of tests, should be running this suite of tests, and it should be organized so that the main people that would be running those tests would be the developers, right? So if you start creating these suites of tests that are organized the way that the developers organize their code, and how they are organized and kind of assigned or staffed to a team, you're going to get so much more buy-in to say, okay, if you're touching this code, here are the suites here, or the suite of automated tests and where it belongs. And when you're ready to go, run this locally, or also run this right before your merge, right? So now we're actually pushing out that test so that anyone and everyone can and should be running those, as opposed to having it only be the tester, the automation engineer, or the quality engineer pushing the button, right? So we're kind of maturing that approach of tests as a service, and again, as opposed to testing as a service, which has a very different meaning. So that's one of those. And again, kind of tying those, you know, one of the biggest things is that, you know, it's sometimes if you don't have buy-in from your product counterparts on, you know, why is automation important, when you start tying those to the acceptance criteria, every product manager in the world is going to be very, very keen on ensuring that their AC that was successfully delivered is going to stay in that state until they make the decision to change it otherwise, right? And so by tying that test automation to that, everyone gets that information, and it's going to be very much in front of everyone, so that we see just the health of that product, and tying it to the AC, which eventually ties it to the MVP or MMP of that product line.
And it also draws that clear distinction between TDD and what
Yeah.
automation actually delivers.
Yes.
Because TDD is really about compliance.
Yeah.
This is not about whether something actually works. It's not about whether it solves the problem. It's about, did we code this the way we said we were going to code it? Does this functionally actually compile and run? But
Absolutely.
we can build things, build TDD tests, and have made completely wrong assumptions, and so delivered the wrong thing entirely. So it's that really important distinction that sometimes developers have a hard time seeing.
Yeah, I agree. And and one other thing that we've seen success with is if we start tying the automation of the AC is like one of those highest priority things to automate outside of the unit and integration. And I cannot stress that enough. Like, we must have that understanding of what is happening to the left of us so that we avoid this black hole of, I have no idea what our unit and integration status is or what our guidelines are. So I'm going to assume that there's nothing being done, and we wind up overinflating what we test because we don't have the visibility or that's not being shared with us, right? So I stress that very first priority of automation should certainly belong within that unit and integration test. And then that second one is more tied to the AC. When you start tying that to the AC, then it actually also has the secondary good outcome of making sure that the AC is very well understood and that everybody is aligned with that AC to have that extra point of, and can it be automated, right? And so when you simply ask that question of, can this AC be automated? That causes all sorts of great discussions, which then ultimately impact the overall quality of the software. So I think that there's several secondary and tertiary outcomes, successes with simply tying things like those requirements around automation within the definition of done and shippable.
I completely agree. Melissa, thank you so much. That was fantastic. I always love getting to see you and getting to chat with you.
And
really
likewise.
One of my favorites. And now, by the way, everybody, we're going to head out for a quick break. 20 minutes. We'll be back here at 1:40. Again, thank you so much, Melissa. Can't wait to see everybody in just a little bit. Bye-bye. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. That was our last break of the day, so we're going to go straight through, and I'm really excited about it. Our next speaker is Adam from Inflectra. Adam and I have known each other for a little while, but I haven't had the chance to see him speak, so I am super excited about this. And Adam is talking about one of my very favorite topics, which is risk. So his talk is Ready to Run the Risk, applying a risk-based approach to testing. So I'm very excited to hear this, Adam.
Okay, thank you. And I presume you can hear me okay and see me okay?
We can hear you, we can see you, and I can see your screen.
All right, I'm just going to go into slideshow mode. I only have one physical screen, so I presume right now you can see the presentation okay.
Yes, and it's in present mode, so you're good.
Perfect. Okay, well, great. Well, thanks so much for having me here today. I'm going to be talking about risk-based testing, which I call Run the Risk. And slide down. There you go. And just a few words about me first, just to, if you want to get in touch with me. I actually come from the developer side of the world. I was a programmer from an early age on such 8-bit computer systems that people maybe my age remember, and I won't mention because it might date me. Currently, I'm a director of technology at Inflectra, and we're a software test product company. So we produce tools to help software testers, managers of testers. So if you're interested in anything you hear today, feel free to connect with me on Twitter or LinkedIn. I will say I'm probably more active these days on LinkedIn than Twitter, but I'm on both. So feel free to do that, or you can email me at my email address as well. So again, hope you enjoy this presentation. Happy to keep the conversation going afterwards. So the purpose of this presentation is really to give you an idea of what is a risk-based approach to testing, or what we call risk-based testing, and how does it give you a better outcome. So I'm going to be talking about what it is, how it gives you better outcomes. I'm going to talk about how you can use project metrics. This is data that you already have today, hopefully, to create a test plan that is adjusted for risk. And then I'm going to look at some practical examples of tools and techniques you can use to implement the test plan that we're going to go through. So first of all, let's talk about the types of risk. What is risk? What are types of risk? I'm very passionate about risk management. Like Jenna said, it's an area that I think is often forgotten about, or it's siloed. It's a really important area. And I think in the last 2 years, everyone would agree that risks are something we have taken for granted or underappreciated. And I want to then look at specifically how you take risks and risk management, apply it to the process of test planning, and building out a test plan that will be based on risks and using risks to help prioritize what work you do. And we've got some examples and use cases and some spreadsheets and things you can use to try and take this home and make it actionable. So first of all, what is risk-based testing? Well, if you go online and search for it, which I did, you can find out it is a methodology for testing which is based on using the probability of risk to improve the planning of testing and the execution of testing. But basically, using the probability of risk to improve software testing. Now, but what is risk? And I don't assume you have a PhD in risk management, so I'm going to sow the groundwork with a little bit of general risk management overview. First of all, risks are something that can happen in the future and might happen at that point in the future. Big difference. People always talk about issues. Issue is something that's happening right now. So if there's an outage on the system, that's an issue. A risk is something that could happen, like the system might go down, not the system is down. Risk actually can be positive, though, and most people think of risk as being negative, something that could happen that's wrong, that's bad. Risks can also be benefits. They can be positive, so winning the lottery is an example of a positive risk. However, generally, when you talk to someone who works in the risk management field, you're usually talking about negative risks, things that are detrimental to the success of your project, success of your system, or success of your organization as a whole. So generally speaking, we're going to be talking about risks. You can think of them as being the negative risks, but they don't have to be in a pure sense. So for example, the system might not handle the possible future load is a future risk, and that's something that you would have to plan for. So just to recap, risks are things that could happen in the future, and in this case, we're going to be focusing on the negative ones, but they can be positive also. And so typically, when you're working on software systems and systems in general, there are 3 broad categories of risk that I think people should be most aware of. And if you're a project manager, you should be very aware of this. In general, there is the idea of, well, we've got to build something. We're designing a system, we're building it, we're going to show it to users, and hopefully it will do what they want. But the big question really is, are we building the right thing? We can spend all this time building this amazing piece of software, but when you give it to a user on first contact, it doesn't solve their business need. And that's really the conceptual risk. are we building the right concept? Is it the right concept we're designing and developing? Let's say we get that. We figured out what they need, and then we try it, and it doesn't work. It's too slow. It doesn't work on their network. Maybe we didn't realize the telecoms they were going to have. Whatever it is, it doesn't technically work. So it is the right concept, but it's flawed technically. That's your technical risk. And the last one is, well, it's great to have this amazing idea. The technology will support it, but it's going to take 10 years, and we promised it next year. Well, it's not. That's the schedule risk. So generally, you're always looking at balancing the effort spent on understanding and mitigating conceptual risks, technical risks, and schedule risks. Now, if we are using an agile methodology, agile can actually help. And one of the reasons why agile has become so popular in general for software development and product development in general is the fact that it helps to mitigate some of these risks which are inherent in software projects. So first of all, conceptual risk. Well, what we realized was people are pretty crummy at writing requirements. We don't often do a very good job of it. But if you can show someone something and they see it, they can grasp the concept so much more easily. I mean, there's a great presentation from Steve Jobs when he introduces the very first iPhone, and he tries to explain to what it is. And it's hard in the beginning to understand what he's talking about. But once you see it and he shows it in action, he makes a phone call, orders a pizza and stuff. It's a cool video to watch, especially now, these many years later. We all understand what a smartphone is. We all have them. We've all got our iPhone and we all Android, and we know exactly what this is. But that's 10 years later. So it's very hard for people to understand something until they see it. So in Agile, we have this great ability to give them a minimum viable solution, something they can see, something you can give feedback on, and then we iterate. So with that, we reduce the conceptual risk. Agile also has an approach that helps deal with the technical risk. We try and do what are called spike solutions. We code the most complex things first. We test the most complex things first, not the things that may be the most business value, but sometimes it's the ones that are most technically risky to make sure that the technology is actually proved out. And that means if we don't find it working, we can change course, change our architecture, whatever it is, that we try and understand the technical risk early. And the last thing, of course, is schedule risk. Because we release in small increments, if there is less time available, we can still deliver value. It isn't like we have 6 months of design work that we have to just give to someone and say, oh, well, we spent 6 months, there's the design, have fun. We can say, well, it does 60% of the functionality in half the time. You can now go live with that and do something else. So it gives you the ability to manage schedule risk by having something always real all the time. Okay, so that's how Agile helps to understand, to mitigate some of the common risks. However, what are risks and how would we start thinking about risks on our project? So even with Agile, there are still risks that we have to deal with. So one of the things you can do, first of all, and should do, is brainstorm with a team, whether it's in person or virtual, build out what's called the risk breakdown structure. And that should be holistic. Everyone will always think of the obvious ones like, oh, the system's going to be too slow. What's the performance going to be like? Security risks, et cetera, et cetera. But there could be other things. It could be people risks. Are we going to have enough people to be able to view the product to give us that feedback? Is the product owner going to be available? Are we going to have access to the end users? Do we have the right technology? Do we have enough budget to pay for the Amazon hosting? Think of all the different things that could go wrong. And sort of like the worst case assessment, any idea, however unlikely, and however dangerous or maybe even ridiculous, have a brainstorm session and lay all that out. Once you've got this giant hierarchy, what you'll do is you'll try and categorize it by the kinds of risks. So you get a structure like you see here. Take the highest level categories and brainstorm all of the time risks, all the people risks, technology risks in each category. Make sure you've got a good definition of all the risks. Now, once you've figured out that you have a whole bunch of risks and you've scared yourself, the next thing to do is to think about how bad are the risks. And people have a very hard time generally estimating which risks to worry about. It's one of the things we're as a human, we're not geared well to understand. So the first thing you should do is independently figure out how likely is it. Don't worry how bad it is. Is it going to be terrible? But it's just how likely is it? And you can score it 1 to 5. You can score it on a Fibonacci series, or one or geometric 1, 2, 4, 8, whatever it is. Come up with some methodology, but you want to be able to rate the risk purely on its likelihood. Then put that to a side and forget you even did that, and now measure the risks by impact. How bad is it? Again, don't worry if it's not going to be very likely. Maybe it's a lightning strike hitting something. That's probably catastrophic, but not very likely. So you want to really focus on those two independent measures. People have a much easier time independently measuring these two values than they do assessing how serious a risk is. So what you do though is you put these two together then, and now you get your exposure, which is the multiplication of your probability and your impact. And if there are things that are certain, and catastrophic, they are almost like issues. They're going to happen, and if they happen, they're really bad. So you're going to want to look at those ones. But I would also say be really careful. People tend to over-focus all their attention on the top right, which makes sense because it is the most likely and the most dangerous. But also, there are things that are maybe possible and likely, and maybe they are critical or catastrophic. And those ones are things that could still happen. Maybe it's 50-50 chance. If that chance happens, it's still pretty bad. So don't just look at the top right quadrants. You have a reasoned judgment. Look at the things that are possible and likely. Anything in that top 3 by 3, possible, likely, certain, and catastrophic and critical, certainly the top 6. Those are the ones you should really look at. But again, look at all of them and understand where your risks are and where you need to focus. But again, don't obsess about just that top one right cell, because there are things that are just slightly less likely to happen that are almost as bad, and we tend to overlook those. So now that we understood we have a whole bunch of risks, we've categorized them, we know how exposed we are for each of those risks, we now need to think about what can we do about it. And that's called in risk management theory a mitigation, something that we can do to make the risk less. So you can either reduce the likelihood or you can reduce the impact. If we take an example of lightning's going to hit our data center, then one mitigation would be put a lightning. One thing is we can't stop the lightning happening, perhaps, but we can take action. So we'll have a backup data center. So if it's an X chance of lightning hitting it, don't worry. If it does hit it, it won't be as catastrophic because we've got a second center. The other possibility would be, well, we can't afford a second data center. Let's just reduce the likelihood of lightning hitting it. Now, if lightning hits it, it's still going to be just as bad because there's no backup. But we can put a lightning rod up, and then it won't hit so much. And in reality, you probably want to do both because you can't rely on just one. So you take multiple actions to reduce the risks. Okay, so that's the basis of risk management. You're now a risk management expert. You can now manage risk plans and mitigations and all that good stuff. But that's really what risk management is. It's about identifying future events and then mitigating them in some way. And actually testing is a way of mitigating them. So because, of course, what is the purpose of testing? Why do we test things? Well, for a tester, that's because we like testing and we love the challenge. We love the thrill of finding something and covering something. But from a business user, for the product owner, the reason why they want testing to be done, why they like having testers or being testers, is because ultimately you're trying to understand what is the risk in this system. And in particular, the technical risk and sometimes the conceptual risk can be uncovered by testing. It's basically finding things that are wrong with the system and that you need to then address. It doesn't mean they're all going to get addressed. We know that we won't fix every bug. We're just going to reduce the risk of the system to an acceptable level to release. And that's when we go live with the system, we decide to go live. We may go live knowing there's some issues. And we're doing that in the risk management world. What we're saying is we've mitigated the risks by testing and fixing. And we have mitigated the risk by testing and maybe having some workarounds or documentation. And at that point, we've mitigated the risk to the point where we can go live knowing whatever risks still remain. And we're comfortable with that decision. So that's the whole point. So again, testing is it's one of the ways we mitigate risk and reduce risk. However, the problem is there's never enough time for testing. And as this famous Steelbook cartoon that's in almost every presentation we see around this topic says, there's never enough time for testing. You can automate a lot of your tests, and people are doing that more and more, particularly lower down the test pyramid, unit tests, API tests, all that stuff. You want to automate as much as possible. There isn't necessarily enough time to automate everything. There's certainly not enough time to run manual tests of the things you couldn't automate. So you're always going to have to make a decision about where to invest time. If you do automate, you want to automate the most repetitive, most mundane, most, annoying tests for a human to do. So things that can be done that take a lot of time to run, but don't take a lot of time to write. Automate those first, and then progressively, bite down on the different tasks that perhaps could then be automated. So you eventually have some degree of automation, some degree of manual testing. If applications are changing with Agile, it's unlikely you'll automate everything all at once, all the time. And even that will take time. So the key is figuring out, with the finite time we have, what do we do with it? Where should we spend our time? Which parts of the application should we spend our time in? Which tests should we run? That's the whole purpose of using a risk approach. So first of all, since we have a whole bunch of risks we've identified, imagine this was your risk register on the left. We've identified the risks. And again, there's about 10 here. Maybe there's in real life 100 or so. And we take all those risks and we basically rate them by probability. We rate them by impact. We now know the exposure. So let's say the top 5, the 8 through 12's exposure, they're pretty bad. What we can now do is start to then create tests that explicitly mitigate those risks. And we can either create one test for a specific risk, maybe there's several different ones. But you're taking the items on the left, the risks, and we're gonna now build tests out to explicitly mitigate and verify those identified risks. We did this internally, actually, a recent exercise we're doing it for cybersecurity. We put the OWASP top 10 and a bunch of other risks that we identified, put them on the grid. We did the same probability, impact, and exposure calculation, and we built out an action plan and test plan for those. So you can do it for lots of different domains: performance, cybersecurity, general business risks, technical risks, functional testing, all the different aspects this approach works for. Okay, then once we've done that, we then map those test cases to our exposure. And initially, we have an initial at least prioritization of, okay, well, the test cases that mitigate the most exposed risks we've marked in red. The test cases, test case 1 through 10, that mitigate the ones that are slightly less exposed are yellow, and the ones that mitigate just the ones that are the lowest risks are green. And if there are any tests that mitigate anything, they're white. So those ones we shouldn't bother with. So at the highest level, we've taken our human identified risks and we figured out which tests mitigate them. But it's not sufficient because what we identified as risks from a brainstorming exercise is very much an intuitive way of looking at it. But we have real data, so we can actually do more than that. We can use the data in our system to figure out where some other risks might be. And so to do that, we're going to use the data that we have. And depending on the tools you're using and the data you're collecting and the metrics you have, some of this will be easier or harder. And it's certainly worth trying to collect more of these metrics to allow you to do more of this. So first thing is, if you're managing requirements, now this could be a waterfall project where you've got requirements. It could be an agile project where you have stories, features, and epics. You probably have some non-functional requirements, even if you're doing agile, you should do anyway. And so you've got a whole bunch of requirement-like things. Again, I'll use the word requirement, but it could be a backlog item. It could be a feature, epic, whatever methodology. They're effectively requirements. Let's just call them that. So you take all the requirements, and those have got a business priority. And if they've got a high business priority, we can assume that the business cares about them. And if they're a low business priority, the business probably cares about them somewhat less. So what we can do is do the same thing, take all of our test cases, manual, automated, whatever it is, and we'll map those against those requirements by priority. So we'll now know which tests cover the most important business features. Because if a business feature that's really important fails, that's got higher business impact than a feature that's less important. That helps you measure the impact. So basically, once we've mapped our tests to our requirements, we are basically creating a impact measure to see these tests will affect the most impactful features effectively. What about stability? So if you run a test and it passes and fails and passes and fails, you might say, oh, it's a flaky test. We have those particularly automated tests. It's flaky. We don't worry about that. But tests that repeatedly pass and fail, to me, they indicate the probability of a problem. It doesn't mean there is a problem. The problem could be that the test truly is flaky, but you shouldn't assume that. We had a situation in our internal product, one of our own products, where we were running tests and it was an automated suite and it kept passing and failing every other build. And our first reaction was, oh, it's a flaky test. Don't worry about it. And when we actually did some analysis, we actually had a customer have a problem. So we did an analysis. It was actually a race condition in the code. So the code itself, the actual system, was firing things in different orders indeterminately, and it wasn't meant to do that. So we actually had the situation where data wasn't updating in a stable order, which actually could affect reporting in the system. And the test was correctly seeing that. So we had as a flaky system, not a flaky test. So whenever you see tests that tend to have historically up and down situations, and it could be a manual test where different tests are having different results, there's a probability there that something's not quite right. You shouldn't have that. So that doesn't necessarily mean it's a high impact issue or risk, but it certainly is a high probability risk that you need to look at. Another area that I would look at very carefully is what we call the requirements defect density, which is a bit of a mouthful. What it basically means is, well, we got some requirements, we ran tests on them, and when the tests fail, we log defects, and we know which requirements those defects belong to. Okay, well, that's good. So what is that? That really is helpful, because what that means is I can look at those requirements and see, wow, do they have a particularly high number of defects versus the others? In this example here, everything's kind of got a 2 or a 3 or a 1. It's not particularly important. But sometimes we've gone through this exact same exercise, and the one at the top, because this is ranked by most open and most total defects, would be, imagine with that top one, instead of saying 3, you said 9. So we've got one requirement that has 3 times as many defects as the others. So why would that be? It could be that the requirement is just very complicated. Maybe we've just been testing it a lot more. So we're not sure, but there is certainly a probability of more problems, more issues with that, because there's so many previous defects. So if you see a requirement that has got a historical number of failures, even though they've all been fixed, it implies that there's something most likely was not done correctly in design, development. It's flaky, the spec wasn't as good, the story was unclear. Whatever it is, there's many reasons, but there's certainly a probability that there could be future problems there. It doesn't mean that they are. Remember, risk is not about what has happened, it's what could happen. So there's certainly a higher probability of something. So when you look at those requirements, the ones that have the most historical number of defects, they have a higher probability of future problems. Another thing that's very useful, particularly if you're doing a user interface type of application, if this is something that the users don't use, it's more of a machine-to-machine or an API type application, maybe a bit less so. But certainly, looking at the user flow, the critical user flow. So imagine you have a login page. The login page, people don't usually rate as very high functionality. Like, oh, the business doesn't say it's a priority one. Of course, we know there has to be one, but it's fine. It's just a login page. Not very important. But imagine if the login page isn't working. You can't get to any other page in the application, potentially. That's a big, big problem. And obviously, login page is an obvious one, but there may be other key pages. There may be other pages in the application which are gateway pages to other parts of the app. And if any of those break, they're not necessarily more likely to break, but if they do break, they're going to prevent people getting to any other parts of the application. And so that's going to have a much higher impact on your testing and on the business ultimately. So if that page is down, the impact is much bigger, is huge. The risk to the business is huge versus a page that only is used when you get to that page and it doesn't go anywhere else. Okay, if it breaks, it's not good, but it doesn't impact the rest of the application. So finding these gateway pages where people are funneling through is really important. And to do that, you can use tools like, this is actually from Google Analytics. Just go to tools like Google Analytics, and there are other tools, things that follow the user flow, and look for bottlenecks. Look for pages where everyone flows through. And if everyone's flowing through one or two pages, those pages are hypercritical because those are gateways to other parts of the app. So it's a really useful technique to find critical pages that may not be missed because they may not rank highly on the business priority. Maybe there haven't been many failures before, so they're not particularly likely to fail, but they are still mission critical to your business and to the application. Another possibility is code commits. Code commits are when people start to commit code against a particular feature, and that's a good thing, right? You want to have commits, people fixing things, adding functionality. But imagine you start to tie that back to the specific requirement of the specific module. If you could do that, if you have a whole bunch of commits in the last 2 days before release to one feature or one module, human nature being what it is and people making mistakes and the chances of things being done incorrectly, it's more likely there's an issue there than a part of the system that hasn't been touched in 6 months that's in the previous release. If I was going to figure out where I want to spend my testing time, it's probably on the areas that have changed most recently. Just because it increases the likelihood of something being wrong, it doesn't necessarily mean there is something wrong. Again, it's probability, it's risks, not actual things that are wrong. Okay, so that's a lot of stuff. But if you put it all together, this is the key. And this is the slide. If you can take a picture of something or look at the slides, this is the one I think is the most important. We're putting all of it together. So what we're now seeing right here is the overall risk matrix. So there's lots of pieces going on here. First of all, the top part is what we saw before. That's where we have all the risks lined up. We spent doing our brainstorming exercise. We've ranked them by probability. We've ranked them by impact. We've got the exposure. We've got the number of test cases. We did that already. Remember that from before. But now we've got this exact same type of grid. But now we've taken all the requirements, and we only have 5 here to make it simple. And we've added the business priority. So the first 2 are high, the second 2 are medium, and the third one is low. Great. We've also put in the number of defects that we've experienced against those requirements. And we flagged the third requirement because it has 10 defects historically. The others have 1 or 2, and the fourth one has 4. So we ranked the one that was with 10 as red. We ranked the one that had 4 yellow. The rest we left as green. And then we looked at code commits. And we found that the very first requirement had 20 commits in the last release. The others had a much smaller number. So as you can see, we've basically color-coded it with anything that was a priority 1 is the red. Anything that had the number of commits 20 is red. The one that had 10 defects is red. And things like the defects number being 4 and the commits being 4, we put as orange. Now we map those requirements to our same test cases. So the vertical columns are the same as the ones for the risks. TC1 to TC10 are the same test cases. But what we did now is we added in these rows and we've color-coded it. So every time you get a red on any of the three metrics, priority, defects, or commits, we gave it red. If it was simply in the middle, we gave it a yellow. Otherwise, we gave it the kind of a green or an orange. And we put that all together, now taking each of the vertical columns for test case 1 through 10, anything that had a red of any of the rows, we made red. It's similar for the other colors. So that bottom row where you see overall, that gives you an overall risk-adjusted way of looking at the test cases. So we have 10 test cases. If we didn't have this matrix, how would we decide if we only had enough time to run 5 of them? Well, maybe we pick the first 5. Maybe we pick the last 5. Who knows? What we do now is we can say, well, the ones in red, let's do those first. So test case 1, 2, 5, and 6, and 8. So 1, 2, 5, 6, and 8. Those are the highest risk test cases. So if we can run just 5, we'll do those 5. If we more time, we could then potentially run test case 4, test case 7, and test case 9. And only if we had enough time for all of them would we do test cases 3 and 10. So basically, we've now got a prioritization system that takes those different risk measures, puts them together, and lets you figure out which tests should be run. So what would Donald Rumsfeld say? And some people probably won't like me using his name, but a much maligned and fairly maligned and Secretary of Defense. He did many bad things in the world, but one of the things he did that was interesting was he coined this phrase. There are known knowns, things that we know we need to do. So as a developer, there's the user story you have to code. There are the known unknowns. We don't know the performance of the system, but we know we need to measure it and figure it out. Then there's also the unknown unknowns, the things we don't know we don't know. And so the one challenge I would say is with this risk-based approach like this, we've figured out what are the known unknowns, and we've plotted them and we've mapped them out. And we've decided which of those known unknowns are the ones we think are going to most likely occur. And if they do occur, will have the biggest impact. So test case 1, 2, 5, 6, and 8. Those are the biggest risky known unknowns. But what about the unknown unknowns? And that's really the idea that even if we do this risk-based approach, we need to still think about things that we don't know we know. And the risk-based methodology here is not going to necessarily find those. So you need to make sure that whatever you do in your planning, don't plan out the schedule to such a degree there's no time left to experiment, to find them. And so what I would say is use techniques like exploratory testing, free-form testing, session-based testing. There's much in the industry. In other talks, you'll hear about this. Exploratory testing and other free-form techniques are really good because they let you find things you didn't know you needed to find. Imagine this was your system, user stories, requirements, automated tests. We've used our risk-based approach. We think we know the system and all its flaws. The real system looks more like this. There's always things we don't understand, things that we developed in a way that we didn't understand the side effects when these two modules work together or this code and that code interplay. The developers of both systems couldn't have foreseen it. If that wasn't the case, there'd be no security breaches. So clearly, there are always flaws in things because we're fallible and we're human. So therefore, those edge cases, the difference between the system we thought we built and the system we built, basically, those are the edge cases we have to deal with. And so tools like exploratory testing are really good because basically they will find them. Not all of them, maybe, but they certainly will be a good way to look for them at least. So when you're building out your test plan, don't stuff it so full of test cases and test plans, things that the risk identification process has shown you that there is not time at the end to find other things, because otherwise one of those unknown unknowns might trip you up. So the reason why I say that is because when with these methodologies like risk-based testing, it can often make you feel overly confident that you found everything and know everything, and then you're really just testing blind. So make sure you don't become overconfident. Allow time for the testers just to do their own thing, find stuff, because they will, and they always do. Okay, so to wrap up, a risk-based approach to testing is really designed to take the data that you have, the requirements, the risks, the defects, the commits, other metrics that you have, and there may be other ones that I haven't thought of. This is just, again, a presentation. But think of all the ways that you can identify risk in your system, whether that's just brainstorming the risks or particular data that you have that can let you identify where something is going to have a very big impact or where something is more likely to have a problem. Use those metrics to figure out which tests and test activities you can do to mitigate the most egregious risks, the highest exposed risks. And once you've done that, and prioritize your efforts. Allow time in the plan to avoid the unknown trap. Make sure there's enough time left to experiment and find things, because if you don't do that, you will miss things. And if you want to read more, here's some articles on risk-based testing that you can read on the industry. There's plenty of other examples as well. As I mentioned, you can also message me on LinkedIn or Twitter. And with that, if there's any time, we'll take questions. I'm looking in the questions right now. Marion Bryn wrote Vask Tech. I'm not sure what that is. So I don't see any other questions. Jen, any questions?
There we go.
Thank you.
Hey, that was great. Thank you so much. It's funny because risk is one of the things that I'm super into. So I talk about it and I think about it. And I worked in a risk-based environment. One of the organizations I worked for, enterprise level, was risk-based testing as a strategy. And it's so interesting, all of the different ways that we can approach risk-based testing. We can approach the different ways we can approach risk assessment, things like that. I noticed that you used numbers for your risk evaluation, which I do as well. But I don't know if you know Jenny Bramble. Jenny talks about some of the other, you don't? Okay, that's okay. So Jenny actually talks about some of the other ways we can evaluate risk. I'm with you. I like numbers, but I want to get your take on what some of her teams have done, which are things like emojis. There are some people who use like heat maps. Is there a reason you might have a preference towards numbers as opposed to something like that?
So it depends. I mean, what the intention of doing it is, and one of the reasons that one of the benefits of numbers would be you can weight things. So, for example, if you saw I had like, and if you notice, I had labels and I had numbers. So I think people have a hard time. Definitely, people have a hard time estimating. You ask someone, is this a risk 1 through 5? People have no idea. But if you have, so I think having very good labels makes sense. Like I use catastrophic, critical. Those don't always resonate with people. So you might want to change the labels and say, listen, what does catastrophic mean? Can't work at all. Nothing works, dead. And maybe minor is, I wouldn't have noticed it unless you told me. I mean, you can use very, very, I think, human accessible labels for the probability and the impact axes. I think that's a really good idea. I just chose some, I mean, the slides I used were using some industry standard terms, which can be hard for some of the teams to figure out. So you could have emojis, you could have colors, you could have feelings, like doctor's appointments now have that 5, how did your pain feel, like the smiley faces, and there's lots of really cool ways. I think that's a really good idea. The one thing that's the benefit of the numbers with those is that you can bias it. I did a 1 through 5 scale, but imagine that critical one is not just slightly worse than the catastrophic. Maybe it's twice as bad. You could do a 1, 2, 4, 8 scale. So you can use numbers. And then the other reason I think numbers are good is because you can multiply them together to give you that heat map, the what's called the risk cube. If you don't have any numbers, it's hard to do that. And what people tend to do is they overestimate, if I remember correctly, which one ran it? We overestimate one or the other. If it was, forget. I think we overestimate severity, and we tend to underestimate risks that are more likely but less serious. We as humans tend to focus on the things that's going to happen and it's going to be really bad. The things that are, it might happen, it might be somewhat bad. Those are the ones we tend to do the worst on. And maybe that one is really, that 4 is almost as bad as a 5. And maybe it should be 1, 2, 4, 8, 9. I mean, because it's not linear. And I think it's really important to use numbers to try and take some of the emotion out of some of this. It's good to use emotion to rank things, but when calculating and adjusting it, the dangers are emotion and intuitive sense come blindness to the data. Sorry.
Oh, no, it's fine. What's interesting is that your reason for numbers, which I think is a good one, is actually different than mine.
Oh.
Although I'm going to incorporate yours because I like it. So I like that I can track change over time. I can't really do that with something like an emoji or heat maps.
That's true.
I can do it with seeing a mathematical change in the risk evaluation, because of course, it's not just what the risk evaluation is today, it's what the risk evaluation is 3 months from now after we've mitigated it.
Correct. And in fact, if you're doing anything in the life sciences or anything in the hardware space, there's a thing called FMEA, which you probably know, but the audience might not. And FMEA is the methodology used for assessing risk in industrial systems, and you have to be able to track it over time. It's not an option. You have to be able to mitigate things before the mitigation. This was the risk exposure. We've mitigated it. What's the new risk exposure? It's not an option. If you want to build systems that are going to be used in public safety, you have to do that. So I think it's really good that these techniques can be used in a way that allows people in different industries to expose themselves to this. Because if you think about Internet of Things, soapbox of mine, but we're building systems now in people's lives that people could die from. Like if that Tesla update fails, it's not like the display in your car that plays the music is going to break. The car might stop in traffic, and you could be dead. So, and yet it's the same software developers probably building these systems we haven't made that graduated mental leap from software as a business app that books flights and the shopping cart and all this stuff that we grew up with. We have software now that if it goes down, people can't do their jobs, people could lose lives, all that stuff. So as software developers and testers, we have this responsibility, I think, to think safety.
That reminds me of something, and I hope everybody can appreciate the comedy in this. So my father, he's in his late 60s. Run companies his whole life. He was in manufacturing. And we were talking about something, and he said, well, I don't have those problems because I only buy perfect software for my organization. And I started laughing hysterically. And I said, perfect software doesn't exist. It's a myth. We want to get as close to high quality as possible, but perfect software is a myth. So this idea that we can get to no risk, that we can get to perfection, that we can fully mitigate. I don't know.
Right.
I always wind up thinking back.
That's interesting. That's interesting because as software professionals, we always realize, we may not say it, but we're like, well, as I mentioned in the presentation, well, we're going to go live knowing there's some bugs because we have made a decision that the risk is there's an acceptable risk. But that acceptable risk is not, it's not always ours to make, to decide. And there was acceptable risk in a software app being used to, order shoes online is not the same risk as a flight control system in a jet. And that's, of course, a real world example where, unfortunately, that was the case. And look what happened. So we as practitioners and people who use our tools or our methodologies or, working in this field, we have to understand the level of risk that we work on in different products is maybe completely different. And if we're working in a real-time environment, it's very, very different. And we have to appreciate that. And I think the internet, unfortunately, is becoming such a fabric of our daily lives that more and more applications are becoming critical. Things that we maybe saw them as, if this doesn't work, there's a workaround. Those workarounds and manual methods are being phased out. So there won't be alternatives.
Yeah, I think banking apps are the biggest demonstration of that. Because it used to be, the mobile app is down, I'll go to the website. Oh, the website's down, I'm going to call my bank. Well, now if the mobile app is down, the website is also down, and their call center is down
because they're all using the same system, right? Yeah. And the branch is closed because we closed all the branches because we had a mobile app. We didn't need the branches anymore. And even if we went to the branch, they have the same web page anyway.
Yeah. I mean, it's all interconnected. There is no getting the answer, getting the solution. So yeah, it's becoming more and more critical, and we've got to develop that risk-based thinking because it's not just about doing risk assessment. It's also about developing the mindset, which is a whole nother conversation.
Right. And I think it's interesting. Risk management used to always be this separate discipline. You're the Scrum teams building, the project managers doing the managing, and the risk team is off in a room somewhere doing their risky stuff. And those risk people should be in the agile teams. They should be with the project teams. They should all be together. It's not separate methodology. It's not a separate thing. It's all part of the same. Anyway.
I agree. Well, Adam, thank you so much. It was great getting to see you talk for the first time after this time of knowing each other.
Well, thank you. It's been a pleasure, and hopefully I'll see you in person and other people at an event, online or in person next year. We hope to do that. It'll be great to see you in person.
Fingers crossed, we're all going to be together somewhere.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks so much, Jenna. Have a great day, and thanks everyone for attending. And have a good rest of the conference.
All right. Well, thank you so much, everybody. That was great. And I'm very, very excited to introduce our next speaker, Drew. Drew is going to talk about how communities improve quality. And I'm very excited because I'm excited for a lot of things, but I love community. Love communities of practice. I think that they are the bee's knees and just a great way to influence change and all sorts of amazing things. And I don't want to steal Drew's thunder, so I'm going to let him take over. But I'm very excited to get to see your talk, Drew.
Brilliant. Thanks, Jenna. So I've been having a great day listening to everyone's talk so far. So yeah, I'm looking forward to talking. Okay, let's see if I can share my screen. There we go. I'm going to hope for the best that everyone can see my slide. This is my favorite picture. Yeah, looks good. Okay, so let's kick on. Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining in to listen to my talk, How Do Communities Improve Quality? Just for a nice early reference for those of you taking notes, there is a slide at the end which will have all the links for all the references used in putting this together, and I'll be happy to share the slides afterwards if anybody wants them. So let's get started. So my name's Drew. That's me in the hat there. I work here. This is Featurespace in Cambridge in the UK. Although, like many people in the UK, I'm joining you from my house in Peterborough at the moment because we're all working from home again. In my spare time, I like to organise meetups. These two here specifically, the Ministry of Testing Cambridge and the Ministry of Testing Peterborough test communities. Oh. Now, you'll notice there that I said communities instead of meetups. And you might think to yourself, you may yourself have been before or attended a tech meetup and found yourself pizza in one hand, warm beer in the other, being talked at by an over-familiar recruiter in a branded polo shirt. And you might have thought to yourself, is this really a community? What value am I supposed to be getting out of this? Now, my view is those types of meetups are not communities. And I'm going to try and explain today what I actually mean by a community. So to start with, I'm going to tell you a story. Although this is my story, the next few slides that I'm going to use have graphics on by someone called Emily Webber. She tells a very similar story, and she has excellent excellent artwork for it. If you're at all interested in communities of practice, then I really recommend you go and check out Emily Webber because she really is the authority on the subject. Anyway, my story. This is the IT department that I joined my first step into the world of software testing. So as you can see here, there's 4 banks of desks. Those in the yellow are the business analysts. Those in the blue are the programmers. In the green is QA. One of those is me. And in the orange is the automation guys. Now, work would flow through these in a manner that you and I would immediately find familiar. The business analysts would do their bit. They'd pass it to the developers. They'd do their bit. They'd pass it to us testers. Then we'd pass it to the automation guys in something we'd all recognize as waterfall. Now, people are often surprised when I say that this was perhaps the happiest time in my professional career as a tester. At the time, I was working with a very small, close-knit group of other testers. We were learning together. We were growing together. We were all like-minded, focused on our task of testing and doing it as good as we could possibly do. Now, from a business perspective, and certainly from a customer's perspective, it's not a brilliant setup because obviously right now we're all focused on our individual tasks, not focused on deliver great features or great products. Now the business obviously noticed that too. They heard of this thing called Agile, and we ended up working in multidisciplinary teams. So as you can see now, each bank of desks has been mixed up, and what we're doing now is we're all, instead of focused on just a group of people doing a particular task, we're now focused all working towards delivering a better product. So this is good. This is a more effective way of working. It's let's try that bit again. We deliver better customer outcomes. However, on a personal level, I found myself feeling quite lonely because on my team, I was the only person looking at the problems I was tackling with my perspective and through the prism of my own values. And I have to be honest, I found that although we were delivering better software and there's satisfaction in that, I didn't enjoy it quite as much. And I found that I was losing focus on the task of testing, which is what I had been doing before. From an organization or a team point of view, this also has its own problems because when somebody leaves the team, either off sick for a period of time or moves on to a new role, they were the only one who knew how to do that particular role in the team. There was nobody else who was familiar with that bit of code, what they were doing. So we had a gap in the knowledge, and we had to then work out how we were going to backfill that. The organization noticed this too, so they made the next step. The next step was they introduced programs, and what that meant was they grouped similar teams working on similar problems with other teams to share the burden and reduce from the risk of single points of failure. So this tackled some of my problem. So I'm no longer alone. I'm grouped with another couple of QAs who are doing a similar role to me, and similarly the automation, the developers and the business analysts have that too. This is much better. However, there is still a problem. And the problem is that these programs, they share, as in the shared disciplines within them, begin to optimize and work out how to do their task as effectively as possible. And they begin to diverge from the other programs, and they begin to silo their knowledge and the information. And organizationally, you end up with multiple approaches across your business and multiple solutions to similar problems, and an ultimately unoptimized way of working. So lastly, we finally stumble on what I believe the answer to be. So across the whole department in our case, but of course the organization, depending on your size, we set up communities of practice. And these communities of practice span across all teams and programs. They bring like-minded individuals together to perform these maintenance and growth activities that we can only do when we share with other people 3 general commonalities. Now those there we go. So the 3 areas that the members of the most successful communities of practice share are a common domain. So it could be an interest in testing, quality, or an approach to automation. A common practice, so that might be a common tool, a coding language, or even a shared code base. And lastly, a common sense of community, and actually being and feeling part of a collective and experiencing things together, as opposed to just being an individual in a room full of other individuals. Now, you might be looking at this and thinking, okay, well, this is all good, but what's the value to me and to my business? Our systems have documentation, we give good training. Why do I need to have a community when we already have all our knowledge stores written down? What a good question. There are a number of reasons why communities of practice exceeds anything that's possible simply by documenting and training. And we're going to start here. This is the knowledge iceberg. Now imagine for me, if you will, any piece of documentation relating to a system you work with. Perhaps it tells you how to set up the config of the product you produce, maybe the code standards for the automated test code, or maybe it's the naming conventions for individual test cases. Now this is explicit knowledge. This is knowledge that is known, that we can say out loud, and we can document. Now think about how often you complete that task and how little of what it actually takes to complete that task is in the documentation. Does it tell you, for example, how to work with the difficult code that we don't touch? Does it tell you how to do the little workarounds that the guy who spent a whole sprint working on and discovered how to work around it? Does it tell you the annoyances that crop up when you try and do the same process but you use a Mac? This is implicit knowledge or tacit knowledge, the stuff that we just know and that's never in the documentation. It's the stuff that managers lose sleep about and worry that they're going to lose when their experienced people go off sick or they find new jobs. It's the stuff that's hard to quantify, and it's even harder to keep up to date in documentation. Now, the reason communities of practice help manage and mitigate this is they're focused on learning together and supporting each other. Now, there are times for individuals where they come together to be part of a group that is focused on growth, not just focused on delivery. Now, again, I'm going to reference a model that's put forward by Emily Webber, mainly as it's the one that I use myself when working with communities, and as of yet, I've been unable to find anything to improve on it. Now, Emily recommends at a cadence that's decided and agreed upon by the community that to ensure you're covering everything, you cycle through these 5 categories for with sessions focused on learning. So, as it suggests, learning new things, building skills and capability, sharing and critiquing, so discussing challenges and giving feedback to each other on how to solve them, creating better practices, so looking at community level solutions, community maturing, so again, improving, doing those maintenance and improving things for the benefit of the community. And lastly, actually just having a bit of a break and having a bit of fun together. Now, I found that by using this framework, communities, organizations are able to grow faster and more consistently retain knowledge across teams than those who have just relied on having documentation or using their general teams to learn and to build knowledge. Instead, communities help draw out the implicit knowledge for everyone who's part of it. So the question would be, why is that? And it's because when we're a community, we support each other and we help to solve each other's problems. And in this way, what we're effectively doing is we're crowdsourcing experience. We're drawing on the experiences of those facing and tackling the same but different problems that we are ourselves, and together we can achieve success faster. And I really do mean that. Whatever it is that you're working on, it's unlikely that you're going to be the first or the only one across your organization to have faced those challenges that you are now. And it's not just me and my opinions that tell you this. There are actual real life specialists out in the field who've studied this and found this to be true. So let's take Alex Pentland, for example, who's a professor of human dynamics at MIT, and his studies have shown that organizations where people talk to each other across different groups are more successful than those that don't. Why? Because when we share our knowledge across groups and with other people, we and our teams and our organizations, we become more resilient to problems and challenges that we might face. Now, all of this is well and good, but I want to talk about what I believe is the most important benefit to communities of practice. I would like to talk about loneliness, and I'd like to talk about combating loneliness. Before you decide that you don't need to listen to this bit, or you want to and go start checking your emails, please bear with me. This is the most important 5 minutes of the talk. So, people on multidisciplinary teams are at risk of loneliness, an elevated risk of loneliness. And I've already mentioned, and I'm going to explain to you why that's bad. Well, let me rephrase that. I'm going to explain why it's bad for the individuals on your team and the teams themselves, why that's bad. I've already mentioned that the only person looking at a problem or a feature or whatever from your perspective can be an isolating experience. And it's true. Teams are made up of different specialists so that they bring their skills together to help deliver fantastic products. You're supposed to think differently to the other people on your team because that means that you can bring value that no one else can. This is a double-edged sword, of course, as depending on your team, it doesn't take a lot for the necessary constructive conflict required to be effective and to deliver great products to actually become draining, to become exhausting, and actually become damaging to your team members' potential well-being. All of us at one time or another have found ourselves working in hard, high-stress environments. That might be because of delivery pressure, conflict at work, or senior management-induced stressful situations. Human beings have a tendency towards behaving in a certain way. Now, I've recently finished reading The Happiness Advantage, where the author talks about this and how when we're stressed, our instincts are to withdraw to isolate ourselves from our colleagues, our friends, our families, to knuckle down and pull an all-nighter, or to burn the candle at both ends, and to deliver and get everything over the line. And when we do this, we take that toll on ourselves. And what do we get in return? We get a shifting baseline of what we're capable of and what we're expected to achieve and to deliver, and another project that's dumped on our desks, when what we really ought to be doing is we ought to be recovering from that extra burn that we've taken and replenishing our needs. Now, if this behavior is left unchecked, this can lead to a state or condition called languishing. Now, some of you may have heard of languishing, and you may have heard it recently referred to as the COVID condition. And that's because for many of us, COVID and the global pandemic has either brought about or exacerbated the levels of stress in our lives. And many of us find ourselves in this position. Now, languishing is considered by psychologists to just be shy of the scale for men. Let me try and say that again. It's considered to be just shy of a mental health issue by psychologists. It can be described as not quite being depressed, but feeling empty and unsatisfied by things that previously gave you satisfaction. There's a feeling that nothing is actually wrong in particular, but you're just not able to do your best work. So why am I telling you this? Well, because when we're up against it at work, what's the first thing that we do? We skip the personal development time. We'll skip a lunch break. We'll grab a quick coffee and head back to our desks rather than take advantage of those water cooler moments that every management guidebook tells you is crucial to the effectiveness of your business. We all rush and we all buckle down and we just get on with things. And all of this takes its toll on our well-being and that of our friends and our colleagues, our teams, and ultimately our performance and our organization's performance. Now, the reason that communities of practice are so important, especially now, is that after the opportunity, is that they offer an opportunity to be a little oasis and that we need in order to cross the desert. They help us to keep going when we're surrounded by like-minded and empathetic individuals, so that we do not actually feel like we're struggling as we're having to struggle on alone. Oh, wow, I've rattled through that quick. Okay, well, I've actually come to the end, so I'm going to quickly wrap this up. So if you take nothing else from our time together today, there's a couple of things that I want you to remember. So they are these. So communities of practice help the passionate and motivated people who you work with or you associate with thrive. They help retain, enhance, and evolve the knowledge within your teams and organizations. Now more than ever, a multidisciplinary team is not quite enough to deliver the fantastic products that we want to, and saying that is okay. We shouldn't be afraid to say that. And lastly, as the old proverb goes, if you want to go far, go together. So it's time to end. As promised, here's a list of all the resources used by me when putting these slides and opinions together. I'll leave it up on the screen for a few moments if anyone wants to take a screenshot or take notes. Thanks for taking the time to listen to me today. Obviously, if you've got any questions, I'd love to try and answer them for you. Thank you very much. Oh,
Hey, there you are, Jenna.
Sorry, Jenna, I finished a bit quick there.
Oh no, it's totally fine. It takes a second for the app to push people live. That was a beautiful talk. I know you feel like you went through it faster than you planned, but really it's so impactful at just the right time, because I think a lot of folks are struggling a little bit, both with isolation due to lockdowns and isolation in the roles that we're in, And like I said, I love communities in practice. Like I've
Oh,
used them. I believe in it. I'm a member of MOT. So,
yeah.
all the things.
Thank you. That's very kind. If nobody's got any questions, I mean, I am very thorough. I'm not surprised nobody's got any questions. But whenever I talk about communities of practice, the question that always comes up is, how do you measure their effectiveness? If I forgot a few minutes, I had some thoughts prepared that I cut out because I didn't think I'd have enough time. So I'd love to share those with you, because there's always somebody who wants to know about how we measure things. So you'll have to forgive. I haven't got any slides for this, but if you are in a management position, or you are someone responsible for a community of practice, you are invariably asked, how do we justify the value that we get from them? How do we measure the success? Now, obviously, this is a really tough question to answer, and that's why it's always the question that gets asked. I've spent the past year really focusing and trying to learn more about OKRs and metrics, which has left me being a very dull boy, I'm afraid. However, what I encourage people to think about now when they're starting a community of practice is, one of the first things you should do is you should unite behind a goal or a purpose or a mission that you are trying to do. Now, every piece of literature says that you should think about a goal, because your goal is your thing that you unite behind, and your point of unity and commonality. But if you think about that as your as an output metric, something that you can measure and you can observe, but you can't control. So your measure might be, we want to feel closer as a team or a community, or we want to build better software practices. You can't really measure, you can't really control that, but you can observe it happening. What you should combine that with is relevant input metrics. So things on their own that don't necessarily result in that thing occurring or thing overall improving. But if you're seeing an uptick in 4 or 5 different input metrics, such as lots of people come to our communities of practice session, we have them regularly, we see things taken from the communities of practice sessions back to our teams, and we can count those things. Alone, they don't mean anything, but when they're pulled together, those can be the things that help you quantify the value that you're bringing and how you're shifting the needle by using those things. I can't believe I just used the phrase shifting the needle in public, I'm afraid, but it's all the metrics I've been looking at. So that's something that's always of interest to people. So hopefully it was today as well.
So you are the second person to use that today. So you are not alone. You're in good company. And it's so interesting that you mention kind of having a goal and developing metrics around it, because most of my community of practice, other than administrative testing, experience has been within organizations. So I was with a major U.S. insurance company. I was there for like 3 years. And I was helping to really make accessibility a priority. So we had some developers who were passionate about it, some testers who were passionate about it, some product and business folks that were passionate about it. And from the testing side, I took the lead and we developed a community of practice. And our first goal was that we were going to roll out guidance. Here is some documentation on using the tools that are being brought in. Here is, since it was a risk-based organization, here is a risk workbook based on accessibility. These are our priorities, because we can't do it all at once. WCAG is a very, very long checklist, essentially. So what are our primaries? What's our central focus as our MVP for now? Because dozens of systems. And we measured against a timeline that we developed. This is our timeline for building the guiding documents. This is our timeline for working with teams. So I think it's really interesting that we really took that same approach. But we had a very specific goal and focus, and it was very narrow. And it, of course, can get much, much bigger.
Yeah, it's funny you say you started with focusing on accessibility, because it's one of those subjects who they're real. If I were to just make a statistic up and just pull it out of the air, I imagine we'd be surprised at how many communities of practice, particularly in the quality or the software industry, kick off around accessibility. Because generally speaking, people who care about accessibility really care about accessibility, and that lends itself to that shared purpose very, very easily. And it's also really easy to see it be effective, because if you really care about something, you leave those community sessions and you bang the drum back in your team and you make a noise about that thing that you care about, because you're surrounded by other people who care about it. Security is another one that I see happens quite a lot, because people who care about security really, really care about it. So, and yeah, they're real hot houses for communities of practice and all that good stuff that comes with them.
I think you see a lot of communities of practice. Let me take a step back. I think you see a lot of testers specifically becoming deeply, deeply engaged in accessibility, because testing at its heart is about empathy.
Yes.
And accessibility at its heart is about empathy. So we're built for this. This is who we are, even if we don't necessarily realize it. And to some respect, security is about empathy too. It's a much more technical kind of empathy that we care deeply about, like the security of the code as opposed to the user's experience. But part of that comes from this empathy around the user not being vulnerable, around the business not being vulnerable. Now you can say, like, do we need empathy for the company? But like, there's a certain amount of empathy that goes into that. So I don't know, I got off track, but
yeah, I just remembered we're being recorded. We're talking. I was lost in it for just completely. Yeah, yeah, you're absolutely right. I could talk about it for hours. But yeah, you're absolutely right.
Well, I do see that somebody was very appreciative. They said that this is an absolutely cool performance, a lot of really cool, important stuff.
Thank you. That's very kind.
I agree. So many great takeaways in what you had to say.
Yeah, I am. If anybody is interested in talking further, or would like to hear more, please feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn. I do have a relatively distinctive name. I'd be happy to connect and happy to talk more.
Fantastic. Well, I hope to see you again.
Yes, I hope so too. Yes. Yeah.
And folks, we're going to jump over into our last talk of the day. So we are going to bring Bas on. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. And he is going to share with us about the good enough quality horizon. I love good enough quality. I'm excited to hear your thoughts around it.
Hello. Is the audio okay?
Yes. Yeah, we can hear you. We can see you.
And can you see the slides?
Not yet. Now we
there
can.
They are. Awesome. That was pretty smooth. So, yeah, what I'll be talking about today is the good enough quality horizon. This is not necessarily something new, but it's something that I think is actually upon us, whereas in the past it was more speculative. So, let's cover the boring stuff. I'm Bas Hamer. I build software tools. I'm originally Dutch. I live in the US these days. I've worked 15 years in the software development in a number of different roles. And I actually went into quality after a whole bunch of software development experience, which is not normal for what people usually end up doing. So it's given me a bit of a different perspective. It's also given me a different way to solve some of these problems. And what we're going to talk about is just set up some baselines so people understand what we're talking about from a terminology. Then we'll cover some ancient history, which is like the last 20 years. And then we'll actually talk about what the horizon implies for all of us. And, even though we may care a lot about quality because, nobody wants to encounter a bug, but businesses care about quality because defects have costs, right? For a business, it's really about how often do we have these things happen? How long do they stay out there? and what's kind of the cost per transaction we're looking at, because this is really where a business starts to worry about defects. And that also means that at some point, there's going to be a point where the incidence rate or the duration or the cost all go down enough, or any of them go down enough, that people no longer feel the need to spend more. And that really is the quality horizon. So let's talk about some ancient history. 1996, sorry for the grainy chart, this is the best image I could find. But then again, back in 1996, this was probably pretty good resolution. This is Steve McConnell. Steve McConnell has done a bunch of research into software development. And the key thing that he observed at around that time, right, so this is just before the dot-com boom, or as the dot-com boom started taking off, is that a lot of companies were spending a lot of time, but they were not very efficient with their time spent compared to how many defects they were removing. Right? That's another way to say it, is that the way people develop software just wasn't very good. And this is a bit more academic, but there's this other thing, the Joel test, which from 2000. If people worked during the dot-com boom, you probably saw this get shared. It was a blog post back in the day. Most companies back then had like a 2 or a 3. This is how many of these boxes they checked. And this was like simple things, right? Do you use source control? Can you make a build in one step? Do you make daily builds? Do you have a bug database? Do you fix bugs before writing new code? Do you have an up-to-date schedule? Right? There's all of these things that these days are no longer as big of a deal. And the reason for that is that we have things like GitHub, which provides us 5 of these things out of the box for free. Right? Back in 2000, people would score like a 2 or a 3. And today, a bootcamp graduate on their projects scores a 5. We're writing software very differently. Right? Because any modern toolchain just gives you half the list. Right? You don't have to use GitHub. You can use any Bamboo or anything else. It's just available. And if you do a little bit more, then getting to a 12, which was back then like, oh, aspirational, is like attainable. And the other thing is that these days, people are using frameworks, packages, and containers. Like back from Brooks, who wrote the Mythical Man Month, we've always had this concept of, buy versus build. But a lot of organizations had a very difficult time actually executing on buy versus build. And the reason for that was that the process of buying software was very difficult. But now with all these frameworks and packages and entire containers you can download on Docker, we now have the ability to just download all of the stuff for free. And free seems to work pretty well for companies. I'm getting some issues with things being grainy. Is that still an issue? I know that the one image was grainy, but I can probably muck with my video settings. Let me reduce the video resolution, and that might help out. Okay, let me see if this makes it better with streaming data. Hopefully the fonts will become better in a little bit as well. All right. Unfortunately, this is not going to be easy to fix, so I'll be making sure to talk through things. Okay, the other thing that has changed is standardization. Ooh, there's a typo in there. Anyway, one of the first jobs out of college, I was responsible for ensuring that our build machine was available for future patches. And the way we did that was we would create a build machine, which is a physical piece of hardware, and then we would shrink wrap it and put it in a vault. The actual hardware, the box. And we made the improvement to go to, a backup of the hard drive on CDs going into a vault. Right? That level of standardization has been continuing all along. The virtual machines came out, right? Infrastructure as code. People will just tear down and stand up machines. And all of these things have just made it go much smoother when it comes to software development. It hasn't been like overnight. It's taken a lot of time, but the differences are there. And what's really happened, and this image is grainy again, is that a lot of these companies that were really up on the left-hand side have migrated towards this point where people are much more efficient and then are able to deliver things in a very efficient manner. And this has been gradual. Right? This hasn't been like any one thing that really has gotten us there. It is over time, things keep improving and all of these different things are contributing. The next thing to talk about is duration. Duration has had massive differences as well. And this is the second factor of the cost for businesses on these defects. So, back in 2000, SneakerNet, right? If you wanted to install a patch, well, that probably meant you had to burn a CD. That CD had to be transported to people, and then you were able to install it. A patch would take weeks, right? Internet speeds were really bad back then. If you had ISDN, that was like kind of exciting, but these days, it's very different. So we've had a lot of changes here, right? We were looking at weeks. First downloadable patch, 2002. Windows Automatic Updates, 2000. Things started becoming something like days. Okay, much better. Automation, continuous integration, continuous delivery, zero downtime deployment. People are able to now ship a patch in hours. And there's people who will leverage this as a way to mitigate investment in quality, right? Because if things break, but you're able to recover very fast, well, then that also reduces the cost. And over time, things have just sped up drastically. And now we have people who are doing canary releases, feature toggles, and A/B testing, and they're able to correct a mistake in minutes, if not seconds, which again reduces your costs. And then, of course, the App Store showed up and we're back up to date. So it's not all progress, right? If you are working with things in the App Store, then you know that if you need to get approval for a patch, you're looking at a day or 2 days. More than that, you're kind of unlucky, but most people, within 2 days, you can get it done, which again means that the cost goes up if that is your industry, or at least the duration of the defects goes up. And then the last part is the cost per transaction. So first of all, canary releases, feature toggles, and A/B testing show up again because they limit your exposure. Rather than being able to ship a release and it goes to everyone at once, now you can ship a release and it goes to a few people. And you can take a look at it, like how does it perform? Are we happy with the outcomes? If not, well, then let's stop doing it. And roll it back, right? So we can limit the exposure, which again reduces that cost. Microservices, this is the Amazon website for Christmas tree. You've all looked at the Amazon website. There's lots of different parts to it, and you realize that chances are each of those parts is being serviced by one particular thing. Well, some of these things have different SLAs than others, right? If people can't buy a Christmas tree, that's a big problem because you're not making money. On the other hand, if people can't see other sellers on Amazon, but they can still just buy the default, well, it might have regulatory issues, but it's not nearly as important. If you can't load the thing that sells you what's been frequently bought together, it has real cost. And at the scale of Amazon, that can be a very high cost. But again, not as important as being able to just add this thing to your cart or buy it now. So what's been happening over time as people have started decomposing their monoliths is that whereas before a failure would be like, our website is down, now a failure is this flow doesn't work, right? And the more people are decomposing and the easier that becomes and easier it is to support that, we reduce the actual impact of our failures. And the last thing that's more recent, well, it's become more popular recently, is message queuing, right? And if you have something like Kafka where your messages always stay around and you can reprocess your messages, you have the opportunity to actually recover from a defect. That is something that wasn't an option before, right? The idea of like, oh, we released some bad code. Let's just run the code again on the queue of messages and correct our mistakes. Right? That kind of concept wasn't available for most people. But now there's organizations that start to find this to be attainable. And all that combined has meant that the cost of a defect, as far as the organization is concerned, has cratered. Right? We recover faster. We are much better at preventing them from going into the production process at all. And we are able to minimize the impact of these defects as far as how many people are actually impacted by it. And to be clear, the median cost of a defect has cratered. Right? The most expensive defects has skyrocketed. It's bonkers. But a lot of these issues that people have, they're not nearly as serious anymore. That's not to mitigate that there have been really serious issues. And that's kind of the horizon point, right? Where the cost of defects has dropped enough that for some companies, further improvements in quality are no longer warranted. Right? Why spend more on something when it's good enough already? And that's where things become a little bit different, right? So what happens after that point? Right? Well, it doesn't make spend more money, which of course means some business people are like, but does it make sense to spend less money? Right? And the other thing is that if you have further improvements in quality because you go to some standardized deployment or something else, that might mean that you've come to the point where you might, as an organization, be spending too much on it, or people will see an opportunity to save money. And this is not unique to software, right? If you bought furniture, like flat pack furniture from whatever vendor, you probably figure out like there's going to be extra parts in here, right? If I'm supposed to have 15 dowels, there's going to be 16 in there because they know there's a chance that they don't put enough in, and rather than having to deal with, somebody calling, we'll just add some extras to cover our bases. Whereas other companies work differently, like Legos, for instance. You're not going to get extra parts. They are very good at making sure the right parts go into the box. Same thing with coffee shops. I'm sure people have seen some of the memes of orders that go to Starbucks of like horribly complicated things. But Starbucks is also one of the organizations that kind of can handle something that complicated. Whereas your corner coffee shop will probably stare at you and go like, no, we don't even want to bother to support that because the chance of it not going right is just too high. Like this idea of our quality is good enough is all over the physical world. It's just that in software, we've not really had the luxury of getting there. And that's the question of like, well, are we there yet? Is your organization there yet? What should you be looking at to figure out if this is something you have to worry about or consider? Well, first of all, what's the maximum cost of a defect, right? If you shoot things into space and things go wrong, then that's very high. But also if you have like something that goes to the App Store, chances are it's going to be more expensive. The next thing is, what's your company culture, right? Like, are you a company that puts a lot of pride into their software development, or are you a company that reluctantly is a software development company? And I imagine this one might be grainy as well. But the idea is that if you look at reviews for like pizza restaurants, you'll find ranges all over the place with how many stars they have. Just because a pizza restaurant doesn't have 4 point whatever stars doesn't mean they're not successful. It just means that they have a different business model. It might be more about the location and the availability that people will just put up with the fact that the pizza isn't as good or the orders are not as accurate. Right? So what's your company culture? Do you really put a lot of pride into your perfection? If the answer is no, well, then chances are that you're going to hit this point where further investment is no longer worth it, is a lot higher. And the last thing is your customers. Right? If you have customers that are very demanding or very vocal, then that can escalate the cost of your defects in ways that were not really feasible before. Right? If you ship a bad release and some Reddit topic somewhere starts a fire, that's really unfortunate. So that in those particular cases, you really have to keep in mind, okay, how are we going to mitigate this, and do we have to invest more just because our customers are more demanding? If you have high-end customers, they will also be a lot more demanding, and acquiring those customers can also be very expensive, so losing them is a big problem. And so you really have to consider all of these different factors in your organization before you want to start thinking about, okay, are we to the point where we can start talking about our quality is good enough? And if our quality is good enough, how do we move forward with this in mind? All right, so what changes? What changes when we go beyond this horizon, right? And the biggest thing that's going to change is your conversations. How you talk about quality is going to be a very different conversation than you're used to. And that's going to have a lot of impacts. Right? Because what we're talking about here is a holistic outcome. It is, what is the actual impact to our customers for the practices we've had in our entire software delivery pipeline, including like how many people were affected, what has been the impact to our customers, were we able to remedy it with the customers, send them a gift card or whatever. Like, what is the whole picture look like? Whereas that's not really what we've been talking about in the past. And that's not what our reports are set up for. That is not what we focus on. What we look on at normally is defects. Right? And we're no longer talking about defects. We're kind of saying like defects going to production is fine because of the speed it buys the organization and the efficiencies it buys the organization. If you can recover from a defect going to production and the impact is low, well, then catching the defect, the value of that just goes down. And most defects are caught these days just because of modern development practices. Now, this is going to be, easy to say, but if you look at your arsenal of tools you have and the reports they generate, none of them talk about this, right? They talk about defects, they talk about passing tests, they talk about test coverage, they talk about all of the nitty-gritty bits that assume you want 0 defects. And this is different. Right? Now we're talking about 0 defect is no longer something we're looking for. We're looking at the quality is good enough. We don't want to break our core business flows, right? We don't want to just ship bad code. But on the other hand, we also are having a different conversation that is not focused around coverage and defects. We're talking now about what is the impact to our customers of the whole process that we have going on. The other thing is to reflect on your current practices, right? And this is painful, right? Because all of us really care about quality. That's why we're in this field. We have this ability to care about the abstractness of software quality. And that means that we really want there to be no defects. And we put a lot of time and effort in certain test suites that are catching some of these little niche cases. And those can be really expensive and hard to maintain. And those might not be the things we should be spending our time and effort on anymore. Right? Those might be the things that go onto the chopping block. Right? Having some integration tests that ensure that our core business flows are covered, great. But these integration tests are expensive. And if we have a whole bunch of these expensive tests that we are maintaining, and we're doing all these niche things that just don't really have a lot of impact, and if they break, the cost isn't very high, and we're able to recover very fast, and we have an understanding with those customers that we have these features for you, they're just going to be a little bit more fragile, but they're not mission critical. That's where you have a very different set of things that are valuable in ensuring your quality. And that might mean that some of these tests you spent a lot of time on, you've invested a lot in, are not going to be worth maintaining. And that's painful. Like, I've been at this position before, and it's super frustrating. It's super painful because you put a lot of time and effort into it, and you realize it's no longer needed because we went to automated deployments in the cloud from having people install stuff on their local machines. Like, a change like that just collapses the complexity so far that it wasn't making sense to maintain some of these difficult integration tests. Next thing to be aware of, side effects. We are moving the costs in this setup. And what we're saying is that we can save money on testing because we have more investment in DevOps, because we have more investment in our A/B testing practices and all these different things. That is important, but it's also no longer intuitive. Because if you're relying on those practices and those practices falter, then that means that more of the pressure is being put onto QA again. And like, that's why when you're at this point where you think you might be there, be cautious, because if for some reason there's some turnover in your DevOps team or in your site reliability folks, or you no longer have the A/B testing going on that you had before because there was a consultant involved in that. Like, if any of those things stop happening, that's a setback, and you might be back to the point where, like, no, we can't recover fast enough anymore. We have to invest more in testing. And that's very complicated. And that's also something that's going to be very difficult to communicate to management, especially if they're not software developers. And that's challenging because those are not conversations you've had to have in the past. And we're going to have to practice how to explain the interrelationship between these different practices to the business. Right now, everybody's trying to hire developers, but all of us have also been in the industry when there were layoffs, right? If there are layoffs that hit some of these different sections that you're relying on to be able to recover from defects very quickly, and you can't do that anymore, well, then that means that effectively they, got rid of that, but they also hit the quality of the overall product. I have had some of these conversations, but mostly with people who are fairly technical. And I think that it's going to be very difficult to have these conversations with people who are not technical. So the best thing I can advise here is to start practicing, to be aware that these conversations are going to start coming in your future. And when these conversations start happening in the future, make those learning opportunities and spend a lot of time on them, because if you're going to be in quality for the next decades, or in software development in the next decades, there's going to be more and more companies that are going to get to this point, that are going to realize they're at this point, and they're going to put a different set of expectations on you going forward. But on the same token, be patient, right? Don't look at this and say, like, wow, we can save a bunch of money because, I think our quality is good enough. When you abandon a practice or tests or something like that, setting it back up is usually not as easy as flipping a switch, right? People like to say code rots. And that's apt. When tests are not being looked at, over time, they're all going to fail. Things are going to change enough that they start failing. And that is something that you have to keep in mind. So if you look at this and say, like, well, can we get rid of these really expensive integration tests by leveraging these other technologies? Yes, over time, if you get to this point, if you have the practice, if you're comfortable at it. But I wouldn't get rid of those tests quite yet, because if you find out, like, hey, yeah, we adopted we changed the business model a little bit. We found some new customers. They're very expensive customers. They have high expectations. Well, then that meant you just moved the needle a bunch, and you might find like, no, we really do need these integration tests to be in place, because if they're not in place, we're going to have problems with our quality being good enough. And the other thing to keep in mind is that you really want to look at a long period of time. Right? You don't look at, is the quality good enough of our next release? Because not all releases are made equal. Some releases are just some additional, toggles on some existing features, whereas some releases have entire new features, whereas some releases will have entire new business flows. Those things are not made equal. You're going to have to look at a very long perspective, and you may want to, err on the side of patience. One of the things that I like to talk to people about, or ask people when they start talking about topics like this, is to say, if your test passed today, are you fine closing your eyes and shipping the thing to production? And if the answer to that is yes, well, then they might be at the point where this becomes something worth talking about, right? Because they have the confidence in the whole process to be there, to be able to handle bad things if they do manage to sneak through, and knowing that enough of it doesn't sneak through. If you're not there yet, then get to that point first before you start looking at how to make your interactions around quality more efficient. And having more of this holistic cost focus of, it's good enough. How can we maintain this good enough point while not spending effectively as little resources on it as possible? All right. I think I rushed through this a little bit. So does anybody have any questions on this? And again, feel free to reach out to me on either LinkedIn or email as well. That's probably the easiest way to get a hold of me.
Great talk. That was really, really good. I really enjoyed it. Good enough quality is something that I think aligns really well to things like risk-based testing, and kind of acknowledging, hey, we can't get it all, and perfect software is a myth. So
yep.
What are we comfortable with?
Yeah, and that's one of the things you'll see, and this is something that happens with a lot of companies, is that as companies mature, what's good enough is going to change. Mm-hmm. Right? If you have a startup, risk-based testing is what they always do, which is to say they don't test because the risk is you run out of money. So they want to go as fast as possible, which means that if you rely on software from a startup, on occasion it might not be available. Right? It's just the way that things work in those environments. Whereas if these companies become more mature and their customers have different expectations because they didn't buy a product from a startup, they bought a product from a more mature organization, expectations change, right? And that's where you start looking at risks to your reputation, to your customers, and all of these things start to add up and keep changing this picture. So startups, they will hover on both sides of this horizon very quickly until they mature, and then they usually end up on either one side or the other side. It takes a lot of investment to be good enough as software development, as an organization, to get to the point where you can have these conversations and to recognize, yeah, we're good enough, or over there we're good enough, so let's leave that service alone and put our investment somewhere else.
I agree. I also think context is king here. And I know not everybody buys into the whole context-driven testing thing, but there is a certain amount of context involved, because good enough for a medical device isn't the same as good enough for consumer software.
I think that's partially the people who are motivated to be in QA, right? The people who are working in QA are the people who care that things are right. Like, we want things to be right. We want things to be perfect. We care about those things, right? And the business has a different caring. The business also cares about these things, but not at the exclusion of everything else. Whereas a lot of us, we kind of do care about the quality at the exclusion of everything else. And that's hard, right? Because you're going to have to bridge this different value framework that you're going to have and that the business is going to have, and facilitate those conversations. And there's going to be some give and take in there. Like, we just want things to get better, right? When people work at an organization, they want the quality to improve, and they only focus on like how many defects to go to production. And to be fair, the tools we use tend to make us focus on that too. Whereas now we're going to have conversations and say like, no, it's fine that more defects go to production, because it allows us to move faster, and we really care about what's the impact to the customer and what does the impact to the whole organization. And that's difficult, right? Because those are not people who went into quality. These are not the people who care about this, abstraction on top of software, which is already an abstraction, right? And that's going to be very difficult for a lot of people in this field. And I wouldn't be surprised if some people are just going to look at it and go like, yeah, no, I'm good. I'll go do something else, right? Because they no longer can scratch that itch that makes them happy working in QA, right? It is to find every last one of these things and make it perfect, and then being able to be done with it and put it on the shelf and be proud of that. It's going to be difficult.
I wonder, so I have a really interesting perspective on this. I wonder if we have to kind of rewire ourselves for what gives us that dopamine hit. Because let's be really honest about part of the reason that we enjoy making things perfect. It's that it feels good. Like, our brains release all of those feel-good hormones, and it's that dopamine hit, and it's like, oh man, it's great. It's perfect. It's amazing. Part of gamification is giving you the dopamine hit for finishing things, because it feels good to move the story card. It feels good to cross something off the list. Rewiring our brains to say moving the story card feels better than perfect. It's hard. And it takes a mindset shift. And it makes me wonder, because now I'm a product owner, having been a tester for 10 years, if we should all take turns. Like, everybody has to take a rotation as product owner for 3 sprints. Like, you get a release cycle as a product owner. You have to see it from the business perspective for a little while. And people would hate it, but I bet they'd learn a ton. I don't know, maybe I should put something together.
No, absolutely true. And I think that part of this is, for me, I've had my own business. I started out in development, so I kind of started looking at it from a different perspective to begin with. And that, I think that's part of why some of these things that start to annoy me have formed themselves into presentations like this or others. Because it doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel the way things should be when you're optimizing for your own dopamine consumption, effectively, right? Your personal happiness. Whereas for organizations, it's not about us, which I'm let's be fair, most people in QA realize that the organizations are not about them. It's frustrating, but that's been driven home. But going forward, it's going to be even less about the quality aspects of it, just because of these other practices being put in place and more being adopted. And that's gonna, I think you're right. I think there's going to be people have to rewire themselves. People are going to have different perspective. I think that one of the things that's going to be important is that our tooling has to help us communicate in a way that makes us feel good about the fact that a release went out with defects, right? Because those reports don't exist. The only thing we see is a production defect. We don't see, the fact that this was a release which was budgeted for an X amount of hit, and we are like way under that. Right? The company budgeted for defects costing, let's call it $5,000, however they calculate that. And instead, we had a release that went out with a defect that cost $50. Well, that's amazing. But we don't see that. We just see that ticket come in, and we're like, damn, we missed something. So that's going to be hard. And it's going to be frustrating, to say the least.
And we have a little bit of time, so if you don't mind me like exploring this idea with you, and if you don't want to, I totally understand.
No, go for it.
I wonder if testers getting to be more engaged in things like user experience and measuring user experience and measuring user satisfaction, not from things like Net Promoter Score, because Net Promoter Score can be really valuable, but like I worked in insurance for a while. Net Promoter was heavily biased by how somebody felt about their most recent experience with the company, not necessarily with the app. But how do the users feel about the application? And we can measure it in all sorts of ways. And that can balance out those bad feelings, those icky feelings of like, oh man, there was a defect, with, oh, but all of these other users are so happy. So like, there was a bad thing, but then there's this really great thing.
Yeah, and one thing to keep in mind is that you want to make sure that there's a lot more of the the good stuff being fed back to the people rather than the bad stuff, if that's applicable. Because the way we consume information also becomes a challenge then, which is when we think about whether or not we do good or bad, part of what you do is you use availability bias, which is to say, like, you think about positive and negative events recently and you just tally them up and call it good. Whereas you really want to get that to a point where they are proportional, right? That proportionality, I think, is going to be the bigger challenge to approach, because if you start talking about like, hey, we had a tiny improvement in Net Promoter Score and we had 2 defects, then you're like, well, I can think of 2 defects and I hear that there's a tiny improvement, but we need to kind of get to a point where we can discuss them and put some sort of units on them that allow people to even them out, right? And it doesn't have to be dollars, it can be carrots or whatever else. And you can say like, oh, well, this tiny improvement in user satisfaction is worth 5,000 carrots, and the defects that we found, one of them is a 2 carat one and the other one's a 3 carat one. But again, fantastic results. But again, you may also have defects that could be much more expensive depending on your field. Like you mentioned earlier, medical devices, anything that moves in the real world, drones, shipping stuff to space, self-driving cars, all of those fields have the opportunity for defects that have astronomical costs that are incredibly hard to even predict how high they're going to be. So we're also going to have these long tail events to worry about, where you want to shave costs, but are we going to have something go out that wipes out the company? You have to be aware whether or not that's an option.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what we're kind of dancing around without directly saying it is that this is an organizational culture thing, and it's part of being mission focused. And being a mission-driven organization is what gives you the carrots.
Yes.
When you're not mission-driven and it's more siloed and we're not all focused on the same goal, we don't get the same result. but this could turn into a huge conversation. So I don't think I want to go down that path right now.
No, I think that's a good observation. Is that this really is something that's only applicable where everybody's nose is pointed in the same direction, and you don't necessarily have a departmental culture, right? Where like, oh, well, this is their pot of money, and this is our pot of money, and I'm part of these people, and they're part of those people. Like when everybody has this clear idea of what the company wants to achieve, it's going to be much easier to focus measuring your progress against that goal rather than focusing your progress against the goal you have available, which quite often is defects.
I agree. Well, Bas, do you have any final thoughts you want to leave us with today?
Yeah, I think the only thing to keep in mind is that I think this is something that some companies start hitting now, have been hitting for the last few years, but it's going to become more popular and more prevalent in the next decade. Right? If you have software that's been around for a decade, don't worry about it. This does not apply to you. There, chances are that a lot of decisions were made over the last 10 years that mean that you're just not able to leverage all of these benefits that have happened. But it's going to start creeping into the conversation. And for the people who are going to be the early adopters, it's going to be the hardest, right? Because they're going to have to figure out how to have the conversations, how to create the tools and the reports to bring the business along in this conversation, in this journey, in this transition. So if you think you might be in that category, well, think about it. Look for examples in real life and see how you can leverage those things. Or talk to people who work in other industries to see how they have those conversations, right? Talk to your pizza delivery driver if you want to. Like, how do you guys handle it when things go wrong, and what's okay and what's not okay? And how, in the end, do you make decisions as to we have to change something or we don't?
Yeah, I like it. Well, thank you so much. That was a great talk, and it was so nice getting to chat with you and dig a little deeper.
Gladly. Thank you for facilitating.
Well, folks, we have come to the end of day one. So if you were here the whole day, give yourself a round of applause. If you were here for just one talk, give yourself a round of applause. It was awesome to see you all. And we're going to see you all again tomorrow, starting at 8:45 a.m. Eastern Time. So I'm excited to see you all again. I've got some thoughts to share with you tomorrow. So it's kind of exciting to pull double duty on this conference. But we heard some great talks today. We're going to hear some great talks tomorrow. Please remember, feel free to reach out to speakers on LinkedIn if they shared their information. Talk about what you learned today on LinkedIn. Talk about it on Twitter. Share with your peers. Go back and rewatch talks if you want to get a little bit more out of it. It's always so much information. So I usually have to go back and rewatch to kind of get all the bits that I missed. I think that'll be available after the conference to rewatch. But I hope everybody had an awesome day. I hope everybody learned something and has something to take back to their teams. And we'll see you tomorrow.